committee meeting. We are re-adjourning because obviously we've started the meeting, but I will read the karakia again as appropriate. Whakatakatu hou ki te uru, whakatakatu hou ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Thank you so much, councillors, for coming along today. I know it's been a really busy week, and I just particularly want to acknowledge those of you who are ill and are still here, standing committed, ready to listen to our wonderful submitters. And of course, a very warm welcome to our submitters. You've done some fantastic submissions, and we look forward to hearing from you. Now, we've got a few apologies today, so I'm going to move that we accept the apologies from councillors Kelvin, O'Neill, Rush, and the Mayor for lateness. He should hopefully be there by 10:15. Could I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Matthews. If we could just now vote. Thank you.
That's carried unanimously, 9 votes in favour.
Wonderful, thank you very much. All right, so we don't need to do all the conflict of interest declarations and all that, we've done that. We now do move on to our public submitters, and apologies, I will be flicking between screens a little bit. And just to acknowledge that some councillors may need to turn their cameras off because we have a significant amount of illness, just like every other workplace in the country at the moment. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Harford. Are you there?
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. I just want to clarify, I'm speaking in a strictly personal capacity here this morning in relation to the district plan and specifically the impacts of that on my property in Jubilee Road in Kandala. I want to talk about the proposed significant natural areas designation, which frankly I think is an outrage, as well as the fact that the draft district plan maps show that there is a stream or the beginnings of a stream on my property, which is just factually not the case. There's really 2 points I want to say. First, the overall policy of significant natural areas as it's been constructed by council officers is wrong and it should be rejected. And secondly, it is specifically wrong in the case of my property. And I will show you some photos to that effect later. Look, the idea of significant natural areas sounds good. You want to protect native trees, protect wildlife. I get that. But this essentially amounts to the confiscation of private property by the council with no compensation being paid for the reduction in use by landowners. It prevents densification from some areas. It prevents the use of that land to grow food or to provide play areas for children. It's morally and ethically wrong in a country that is supposed to be a free country based on the premises of private property. It removes any incentive to plant native trees in the future, because if you do, the council might come along and say, oh, you're no longer allowed to deal with those native trees if they get too big. And as I say, it prevents people from planting fruit trees and vegetables, ultimately reducing community resilience and forcing people to rely on other ways of getting food. Since I've moved into my property in 2019, nobody from the council has ever asked me to confirm that there are native trees on my property. When I spoke to council officers about this, when they eventually told me there was something going on just before Christmas, I was told that they could come and inspect the property to decide whether it was significant and natural, but really that's an affront to the idea that my property is private. Having said that, I am going to show you some photos, and I apologise for the state of my garden. But the other point I want to make is that the definitions around all of this are inadequate. So what you've got effectively are some blobs that have been drawn on a map showing what is supposedly a significant natural area. The boundary is not clearly delineated, and if you're going to go ahead with this, you really need to survey properties and you really need to put some proper parameters around the areas that are significant and natural in order to avoid future legal disputes, I would suggest to you. But fundamentally the policy is wrong, and as I say, I'd just like to show you a couple of pictures of what the council is telling me is significant in the case of me. So Heidi, am I sharing my screen, or are you doing that?
Sorry, Greg, you're welcome to share your screen if you would like.
Okay.
Or I can do it for you.
It's telling me host disabled participant screen sharing.
Can you try that one more time? Should be good now.
Thank you very much. So look, I do apologise for the fact that my garden is overgrown and it's not particularly attractive, but this is the area in question that the council is telling me is significant and natural. You'll notice there is rubbish. You'll notice that there are weeds. There is no significant vegetation there at all. We're planning to plant some fruit trees on this back area over the next week or so, hopefully so that we can produce some food for the family, but there is nothing particularly special about this. If you flip on to the next slide, you'll see that most of the weeds there are Tradescantia fluminensis, which the Department of Conservation lists as a pest plant. It's a threat to New Zealand forests and plants, is what the Department of Conservation says. It is absurd that the council is trying to say that this needs to be protected. Thirdly, I want to show you the hydrangeas here and the trampoline, which are also within the area that is supposedly significant and natural. You'll notice that there are some trees in the background. They overhang my property, but they are not on my property. They are next door. Finally, we have what is supposedly a stream. This looks to me more like a playground. Again, it's overgrown and I apologise for that. I haven't mown the lawns for a little while because I'm away. And you'll notice that there are trees at the back which are large, but again, they're next door. They're not on my property. So really, I have two requests for you. First, remove the designations from my property. It's not right, it's factually incorrect, and ditch the policy entirely because it's really unfair and wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harford. Councillors, any questions? Or can I just ask one? Oh, sorry, Councillor Day, do you want to go first?
I can. Thank you, Greg. Have you had an ecologist come and do a site visit on your property?
No, I haven't. And I guess the question is, why do I need to? You know, it's not council property. It's my property. Why do I need to have council officers traipsing around my garden deciding what's natural and not?
I guess the query is that when they look at it on land, they might see something different to what they've seen on an aerial, and that's probably why they've offered that. Thank you.
They might, but it's pretty outrageous, you'll appreciate from my point of view.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you, Greg. We've heard a few of these. Would it be some comfort to you if you knew you were allowed to actually maintain those native trees, not restricted to just 3 metres around your property?
No, it wouldn't, because native trees can get very large. And if you look at some of the trees that are on my neighbour's property, for example, we live on a south or north, sort of a bank that faces south, so away from the sun. The trees that our neighbours have obscure our sun, and if you had trees that could still grow very, very tall, that were somehow protected, it wouldn't help. But also, you know, maintaining trees doesn't allow you to remove them and plant fruit trees. It doesn't allow you to do things for your kids. It takes away your ability to use your property and to maximise the value of that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Could I just ask one last question, Mr. Harford, about the common good and about the balance between private property rights and trying to get good outcomes for the whole of the city? When you say that you want us not to adopt this SNA policy, do you think that we do need to introduce policies generally to achieve common outcomes?
Look, I think a reasonable approach here would be to talk to landowners and say, would you like to opt into this? That's the way that you'll get buy-in on this, and that's the way you could actually achieve some of your outcomes. Now, it might be that a good proportion of people with patches of trees on their property want to opt in. It might be that there are some, for whatever reason, who don't. But the reality is that when I bought my property, I wasn't aware of this process. I would never have bought the property if I'd known that the council was intending to clomp some sort of designation on it. It ultimately devalues private property. It's an outrage.
All right, thank you very much for clearly communicating your views, and those will be taken into account. This has been a big topic. Thank you very much. Right, Mr. Taylor, welcome to you. And you'll have 5 minutes, but if you would like us to ask you some questions, I'll give you just put my finger up when you've got 1 minute to go. Thank you.
Good Good morning. I'm Richard Taylor, a resident of Churton Park, now retired after a long career in banking, finance and administration. For 10 plus years, I was a committee member of Churton Park Community Association, including a period as president. Although no longer on the committee, I still take an active interest in community affairs. Overall, it was disappointing to see so little reference to the northern suburbs, Churton Park in particular, in the district plan. Please do not tell me that we have just got the library and bridge, as your previous mayor admitted they were a catch-up for past underinvestment in the area. That said, I wish to concentrate on Upper Stebbings Valley. The greatest deficiency in the plan is the lack of provision of a road connection from Upper Stebbings to Tawa. I'm well aware and have seen documentary evidence that this provision was deleted based on a meeting of a few disaffected Tawa residents who were given an assurance by the then mayor and ward councillors that it would not happen. This was not an official meeting, there were no minutes taken, and the politically based decision was never ratified by council as a whole. It is therefore unconscionable for officers to base these plans on this most likely illegal undertaking. Having been involved since the first meeting in Upper Stebbings in 2018, I believe there are a number of issues that need to be revisited. These include the following, although there are a lot more in my earlier submissions. One, originally it was conceived that up to 2,400 dwellings be built as a way to meet the foreseen population growth of up to 80,000 new residents in Wellington. To now have only 600 dwellings on 3 discrete blocks seems to be a waste of the available land, which has few alternative use options. The suggested layout with no connector road to Tawa indicates the development will be uneconomic. A cul-de-sac development is generally acknowledged as poor planning. Residents will have to travel a lot more to reach facilities with the concomitant extra use of vehicles with their associated pollution issues. 2, to include areas of very low ecological value in with redwood bush as part of an SNA stretches credibility, to say the least. The treatment of so-called streams, which are in fact little more than heavy rain runoffs, needs revisiting. 3, with regard to transport, to try and extend the present Route 1 through these separate housing areas will be difficult and costly for GWRC. Upper Stebbings residents will have to travel some distance south before being able to switch to northbound transport, which will be both time-consuming and costly for them. The suggested road connection to Tawa would allow a western corridor for transport through to Kenepuru and Pūroro, improving options for Tawa residents as well. 4, overlooked in the plan is the issue of resilience. In the recent bad weather, Middleton Road was significantly affected by flooding, slips and fallen trees. The Tawa connector would provide an alternative in times of disaster, which is when the motorway is also likely to be unavailable. 5, the plan appears silent on what is to happen to the land not designated for housing. To suggest lifestyle blocks is nonsensical, as being in the midst of residential housing, there will be a disincentive to purchase such dwellings on the grounds of noise, smell and other issues. In summary, in my view, the Upper Stebbings question should be withdrawn from the plan until a full investigation into all aspects of the development are being carried out, complete with proper consultation with all interested parties. The long-term view must take precedence over that currently proposed, which can only be described as a short-term proposal at best. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. You were very succinct. Really appreciate that. Councillors, any questions, particularly from the Northern Ward?
I think Councillor Day is well aware of my views.
Okay, as well aware. Councillor Condi, are you putting your hand up?
Yes, sure. I've got a question. Thanks, Richard, for coming in to see us today. I guess my question is, given that they've identified that we can't put 2,400 dwellings on there and we can only put 600, do you think that the link road is actually as necessary, because those 600 houses will be able to access the facilities at Churton Park?
The concept of the Western Corridor is a lot older even than you, not quite as old as me, but it's been a concept that's have a Western Corridor from Pūroro through the John Sims Drive area, through Churton Park, Stebbings Valley to Tawa. And the provision for a connector road was actually put in the plans, as well as a school in Upper Stebbings Valley, when the Redwood Greyfriars area was being developed in the 70s. So it's not a new concept. And I think that, as I have said, that you have to take the long-term view. If you don't don't put the road in now, it'll never go. And, you know, it's a forever thing. And the opportunity to provide options for Western Tawa residents for better transport through, and to give Johnsonville, Churton Park, Stebbings Valley residents opportunities to better connect with their neighbours to the north, and not to do that would be a fatal mistake.
Thank you very much. We are now run out of time, but that is a useful point, and I'm sure we'll have more conversations, particularly with the Northern Ward councillors.
Yeah.
Appreciate all your service. Thank you. Right, Ms. Buchanan, a warm welcome to you.
Hi. I've only just turned in, so I'm just going, can you see me? Oh, here, right. You haven't got my camera. Sorry. That was lucky.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, wow. Sorry, I was like, I'm early. No, I'm not. Okay. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. I acknowledge the people participating today, and particularly the toffs from Thorndon and Mount Victoria, who are joining me, a working person from Āmua Valley. Now, if you don't get that, I'm not sure you should be city councillors. I know that we all want the best for Wellington, and this is something I haven't done before, speak on a Zoom meeting like this, so I'm actually quite nervous, so excuse me. To me, the plan is a legislative requirement of political football and the reflection of experts, many experts. I submit it as these things, and it is so much more. In my submission, I have confined myself to a single specific point in the plan, the densification of housing and the heritage provisions of the plan with respect to inner city suburbs. However, I do want to note that I found it hellishly hard to make a submission. The breadth of the topics in the plan was very daunting. The jargon used was almost impenetrable. And it's such a changing world that so many things are on the move that it was challenging to think 20 years ahead. And I almost failed to make a submission because cyberspace ate my first one. So you got a truncated one, which is no doubt to your benefit. I'm involved because I don't want submitters to be reduced to a few inadequate words on your screens, or even worse, represented by characterless, quantitative summarised commentary. Given the annual plan will affect the wealth, health and well-being of current and future Wellingtonians, I believe it is yours and my and everyone's interests that it reflects our glorious diversity as living, breathing, complex people. To prepare to talk to you today, I spent an afternoon reading a wide selection of the submissions, and I came away utterly amazed at how rich they are, how thoughtful they are, and that such a diverse range of people and agencies had made the effort to comment on this plan. Some of the quality might be variable, but I know that I learned so much just by reading them. And I reflected how few people really do participate in these opportunities, which is such a shame. I came to the view that the submissions hold the solutions and the information needed to change the densification approach from the current win-lose scenario to a win-win-win. I've distilled my thoughts to this one point. I suggest that the plan should reflect the philosophy of learning from the past, but planning for the future, as our tangata whenua have impressed on us, so that Wellington will be able to fully and successfully progress into the next 20 years. I think the win-lose approach currently there can be changed into a win-win-1 by removing the provisions for non-notification of new builds and the allowance for the 100% site coverage. I tried to keep this point really tight, because those are the two things that, when I really reflect on it, bother me as someone living in Āmua Valley. I don't think it's NIMBYism. I think it's actually just basic good living standards. So
we've got 1 minute, so if you would like some time for questions.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
The only thing I also wanted to say was, in the last 40 years, Āmua Valley has, about every 20 years, had an attack on it, cultural heritage listing character as a suburb. This just appears one more of them, and luckily it always galvanizes the community. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions about my own situation and how I would be affected, or anything else among the points I have made.
Thank you. Look, we are running out of time, but just really quickly, I presume you want everyone to have a house. So if Āmua Valley is to change, do you see opportunities for more housing in the valley?
I do, definitely. And I was thinking it would be really interesting to see if we could work out what's already happened as densification. I think we're a really good model of how things can keep changing and retain character. I have a personal example of that with Hamner Springs too, where they have a guidance about the look and feel of a place that ends up creating part of the character and influences people. And that's what I think happens in Āmua Valley.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much for coming along today and putting in your submission. We really appreciate that. Thank you. Right, Lawrence Collingbourne, welcome to you.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou.
10 minutes. And as you know, you can leave some time for questions.
Thank you. Yes, I will try and do that. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Orca represents the suburbs of Broadmeadows, Kaifora and Kandala. But what I have to say also applies to Nio, Crofton Downs and Johnsonville in part. Our written submission came from the views of residents at 2 public meetings and a drop-in, and I'm going to refer to some new information we have post-submission from OIAs and a local resident. Look, it's a big ask for you guys to go through all this, so I do have some detail which I will email to you. So just for background, we support the urgent creation of affordable housing near the city that reduces carbon emissions and improves well-being, but we believe that the criteria used in the draft district plan require some tuning to achieve it. I'm going to speak to 2 topics this morning. One is significant natural areas on private land, and secondly, high rises in Kandala. So first of all, we fully support the action that will come from designating SNAs on public land in the city. We love our town belt and its reserves, and we legally look forward to the improved biodiversity that will come from removing their gorse and broom and trapping the predators on them. But we oppose SNAs on private land. One of our committee told us at our last meeting that a house is now for sale on Campur Avenue, apparently with a value of 1.1 million. It has an SNA, which I believe was inspected, but because of a couple of juvenile totra trees found on it, it remains an SNA. When most buyers found out, they immediately withdrew. The highest offer received to date is just $600,000. That's $500,000 short of the value of the property. It's just an anecdote, but if all 1,500 properties in our city lose $500,000 in value, then the council is up for compensation of around $750 million for this compulsory devaluation of land. I put it to you that it makes no sense. The city cannot afford it. It's not actually required because we have so many SNAs already. So please don't do it. My second topic is high rises in Kandala. We were done to. We were never told that developers would be permitted to build 10 stories in Kandala just by complying with some basic design rules and providing a swing or two. Stalinist blocks of 6 stories are actually possible in Kandala, apparently, because the design rules are not mandatory. However, what I want to tell you this morning is you're not obliged to develop at least 6 stories within a walking catchment of the Johnsonville train line stops. Despite any impressions you have gained to the contrary, you are free to choose what you believe is appropriate. And we now have the undeniable evidence. Here are 3 reasons for that. 1, post-submission OIA responses from the Ministry of Environment says it is local councils that must make the determination about rapid transit stops. You're free to choose. Secondly, post-submission OIAs also confirm that actually nobody for the Wellington region has done this. No analysis has been done at all, not in MFE, not in Waka Kotahi, not in the regional council, and not in the city council. Unlike in Auckland City, that has now done this. Thirdly, the RLTP does not designate any rapid transit stops along the Johnsonville Railway, so there is no legal requirement to observe it. So the implied mandate in the MPSUD for at least 6 stories in the walking catchment around Johnsonville train stops categorically does not apply. The choice, I put it to you, that you need to make for development in Kandala and Ngaio is one that is appropriate to the neighbourhood centres that they actually are. And I have 6 reasons why that's the case, because as I say, I'll email you this. First, post-submission, we can show that the Johnsonville and Melling train services are not rapid transit systems by the definition used in Auckland. Secondly, we have calculated that the Johnsonville train service will never have enough capacity to support the high-rise development. The report you were sent made some wrong assumptions about the data, which we have pointed out. Thirdly, in fact, the draft plan is going to result in up to a trainload of extra carbon emissions every 15 minutes in peak time, plus the road congestion, which will have spillover effects to those commuting from Wadestown, Northland and Pūroro as rats in cars find their rat runs. Fourthly, with the new housing now enabled by the MDRS and to be enabled by Let's Get Wellington moving corridors, neither of which are in the district plan, there is no need for this high rise. And when, or should I say, if you get a revised HBA, Housing and Business Analysis, containing high rise, it will show this. Fifthly, the long-term plan does not provide the required infrastructure for development outside of the inner city for 10 years. So there is no infrastructure to support this high rise. In fact, homes in Johnsonville are being built with septic tanks right now. Sixthly, homes will never be affordable in our expensive suburbs, as by definition, homes built in lower cost suburbs will be lower cost, making ours unaffordable. So high rises along the Johnsonville train line make no sense. The city cannot afford them. They're not required. We therefore request that councillors give 4 directions to officials for the nominated district plan. 1, revise the draft plan to propose neighbourhood centre appropriate development along the Johnsonville train line. Engage with us and we'll be your supporters. 2, justify the required development in Wellington in a revised HPA, and identify the priority areas for immediate development in that HPA so you can meet your goals and our goals too. 3, confirm that these priority areas can be supported by infrastructure budgeted in the long-term plan. And 4, remove SNAs on private land. They make no sense. The city can't afford them. They're not required. Now, finally, I'd just like to say, I understand that the Chief Planning Officer has agreed to engage with us to consider our post-submission evidence. So thanks, Liam. We'll see you soon. Let's build a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very clear. Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you very much. And from what I'm hearing from your submission, especially on SNAs, you're thinking these could result in very adverse outcomes. And I just wondered if you could elaborate on that.
Yes. First of all, I think we have an enormous amount in our area of the city, particularly of SNAs on public land in parks and reserves that money should be spent on developing the biodiversity. The perverse outcome on private property is, as you already heard from one resident in Kandala, it really restricts the use of the property, and furthermore, it devalues the priority. And here we have somebody trying to sell one right now that is seeing value $500,000 up to, at this point anyway, knocked off the price of their property, and people are just not interested in buying it.
Do you see outcomes in terms of people wanting to chop down trees?
I couldn't comment on that, I'm afraid.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? And can I just ask a question, Mr. Conlon, about how you think you can get some more housing in, or do you think that the rules allow for it?
We're not. We do want more housing in Kandala. Let me say that. We'd like to increase the diversity of housing in Kandala, but what we don't want is the essential character and amenity of our area to be destroyed by these inappropriate developments. So where can we do this? Well, we believe that's really the focus we all ought to have now. I mean, I'm astonished that only 200 more houses nationwide were released by Kaingaora last year against a demand for 25,000. I mean, personally, if I were Emperor, I'd contract 5 large development companies like Fletcher's and get them to come back with proposals to build 2,000 more houses each across the country, and we'd have 10,000. And you would then have to actually engage with the residents and talk about how do we need to change planning rules, but we'd have concrete proposals to work for. We get economies of scale, and we'd be more likely to get close to affordability.
Thank you very much for your submission. Really appreciate all the time you put into it.
Thank you.
Right, Steve West. Welcome to you.
Hi, welcome. Thank you, Tēnā koutou. Hey, I'll be talking about SNAs. There's quite a lot to cover. This is my submission coming up now. So moving straight on to slide 2, there's lots of good work happening in Wellington, and our birds are out now doing okay. Moving on to slide 4, instead of encouraging biodiversity, council has delivered SNAs, capturing commonly found bush, providing unworkable rules and destruction of landowner goodwill. Biodiversity outcomes will be poor. Slide 5. The RMA doesn't mention SNAs, but section 5 requires without priority balancing of physical and natural resources, enabling social, economic and cultural well-being, and providing for health and safety. Slide 6. The regional council policy also doesn't reference SNAs. Instead, legal fiction for requiring them is created via their website. Of note, while only 16% of Wellington's MF6 ecological district remains, none of the species in that district are actually under threat. Slide 7. This slide explains that the representativeness criteria is what triggers because there's less than 30% left. But with commonly found bush like Mahawi and Rangiora included, virtually all areas of native bush will be captured as SNAs. So slide 8. The timing for creating SNAs is wrong. As you will know, the National Policy Statement remains in draft and has been pushed out again to now mid-year, and the RMA is due to be replaced. Council should be putting SNAs on hold like other councils. So moving on to slide 9. Good policy should balance deliverables with costs and impacts. Now, some statistics. SNAs cover about 5,300 hectares of land, comprising 1,700 landowners. Of those landowners, 83% of them are private urban landowners, and yet they only contribute 6.6% of the SNA area. Even if 30% of that private land was destroyed, council would still be able to achieve 98% of the SNAs with only 17% of the landowners. So good policy, in my view, would exclude private land, instead allowing for interested landowners to sign up. Slide 10. In short, council has shown little regard for the impacts on landowners or our flora or fauna. Creating SNAs on private land will effectively dezone that land, rendering it incapable of reasonable use and creating RMA litigation risks for council. The only things SNAs will protect is council from litigation from forest and bird. Instead, SNAs will have a chilling effect on our biodiversity. Moving on to slide 12. The new rules will not permit landowners to trim SNAs of natives and SNAs unless these are within 3 metres of an existing building or are encroaching on a road. Even removing a dead tree will require an arborist to do that. Removing exotics, pest control and planting eco-source vegetation will be permitted, but all other activities will require resource consent and an ecologist's report. Slide 13. Trimming SNA bush to protect daylight or view shafts is not allowed, so iconic views like this one shown will be lost. Instead, the risk of SNAs expanding will discourage landowners from planting natives. If there's time at the end, we can talk about this view. Slide 14. New Zealand natives are large, with many over 10 metres in height, but trimming will only be allowed within 3 metres of a building. This rule is actually daylight robbery and will create fire risk. Slide 15. While council has permission to create paths, landowners will require resource consent and an ecologist's report. Yet our path, as shown here, gives access to difficult land, allows us to install traps and provides us with well-being. By restricting simple landowner activities, protection of Indigenous habitat will likely diminish. Slide 16. In short, the 2019 council letter promised to not interfere with daily use and maintenance. Instead, council has created unworkable SNA rules that require resource consent and an ecologist report for most activities. Rather than protecting our flora and fauna, these rules will erode goodwill, discourage native planting, and likely diminish protection of existing bush by private landowners. So slide 18. My key recommendation is that council rejects SNAs, or at a minimum, makes SNAs on private land voluntary. Failing that, council must amend the SNA rules to permit trimming for daylight and view shafts, increase trimming distances to 10 metres, and allow landowners to do simple things like create a path on their land. In closing, to paraphrase from my May 2021 Dom Post article, SNA is a bad policy that will provide mediocre outcomes for both Indigenous biodiversity and private landowners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. West. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Condé.
Thanks, Steve. I was really interested in your comment about the representative criteria being a particular issue. Could you quickly expand on that for us?
Yes, well, that certainly, because our property is an SNA, and that's what's been triggered as representativeness, which basically means that it's our commonly regenerating native bush that's only been there for about 20 years at best is considered representative of bush in the area, and as such triggers the requirement for it to be an SNA. There's nothing else of note on our property. In fact, it used to be a chicken farm.
Thank you. Councillor Young, we are out of time, but just a quick question.
Oh, just quickly, I wonder whether, Steve, you could make sure we have copies of your slides, please.
Yes, absolutely. The slides are actually the same as my submission, so they'll be in the submission.
Oh, fine. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for putting so much work into that, Mr. West. That's really helpful for us as we consider submissions. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Right, Dean Raymond. Welcome to you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Can you hear me well enough?
We can, thank you.
Now, I think also my colleague, Jamie Jacobs, who is the director of our Heritage New Zealand region, will also be joining us. And I am acting as the area manager and the area covers from Taranaki Hawke's Bay down to Nelson Marlborough. And in covering some 25 territorial local authorities, we get to look at a lot of district plans from the heritage viewpoint. And Wellington's draft plan is up there amongst one of the best. So our submission had a lot of positive things to say about the draft plan. So I wanted to say that at the outset. We made comments on the heritage chapter, obviously, as well as other comments on and submissions on points such as infrastructure, signs, subdivisions. The submission covered quite a few rather technical details, which I won't go into at this point. One submission point was the rule for demolition, which is historic heritage. Sorry, I'm talking about the policy for demolition, policy 16, which talks about demolition, alternatives need to be explored and demolition needs to be a reasonable option. Our submission is that demolition shouldn't be seen as one reasonable option among other possible options. It should be more of a last resort, more of the only reasonable option after other things have been exhausted. The other point I'd like to make is regarding the extent of the character precincts. We've looked at the Boffamiscal 2019 study, and that actually had a lot larger areas identified as contributing and primary character, which haven't been brought through into the district plan character precincts. We also submitted on the spatial plan in a similar vein. So the submission is that there's areas that could be considered to be included within those areas. Mr. Jacobs would make a couple of points regarding Old St. Paul's property, which is a property that our organisation is responsible for managing, and also several specific places that we'd like to add to the heritage schedule.
Morena koto, nice to see you all. Yes, so right now in the plan, we support the site-specific height limits in and around Old St. Paul's, which is a historic reserve vested in Heritage New Zealand and managed by Heritage New Zealand. But the third point of the standard doesn't protect the views of Old St. Paul's when approaching the church from both directions on Mulgrave Street. That was a previous protection for sightlines along Mulgrave Street. And the reason why we really would like to have those maintained is that there is a great deal of development pressure in that part of the city, and I think we run the risk of having Old St. Paul's kind of overwhelmed by adjacent buildings, particularly with the upcoming rebuild of Rivera House next door. So we just asked to have that sightline along Mulgrave Street maintained. As far as new additions that we are asking to be added to the list, one is McLean Flats, which Gordon Wilson Flats is already scheduled. McLean Flats has been identified in a new Category 1 historic place listing by Heritage New Zealand, along with Gordon Wilson Flats, as a very, very important piece of architecture and social history for Wellington. McLean Flats has a history very similar to Gordon Wilson Flats, but is an earlier manifestation. So they were built in 1943, 44 to provide state rental housing in central Wellington. And the pair of buildings have outstanding historical significance because of their association with the state housing program, as well as the use of modernism in the case of McLean Flats, something more akin to European modernism, and Gordon Wilson being international style modernism, which is a later variety of modernism. We're also asking that the Wellington Central Library, Te Matapihi, is added to the list. That was made a Category 1 historic place by Heritage New Zealand not long ago, and we are currently working with the design team on that project to have the building strengthened and reopened to the public. So we would really, as the first postmodern building on the list and as a benchmark in Ian Athfield's career, we think it's well worth being recognised in the district plan through scheduling. Three other places are Hurston and Island Bay. which has architectural value as a well-preserved, a representative example of a timber two-story Victorian villa. It was designed by William Charles Chatsfield, who's a regionally important architect in the founding presidents of the NZIA. And since 1953, it's been the home of the Missionary Sisters of Peter Claver, with the former living room converted to a chapel. And we had a great deal of support for our listing and would encourage you to consider that for scheduling. The Thomas King Observatory in Wellington was built in 1912 by the Wellington Philosophical Society, and has in a location that has a long history of Maori settlement as well as Maori astronomy. So it's designed by the Society member and government architect John Campbell and located in the central city suburb of Kelvin, which was the epicenter of the city's astronomical activity in the early 20th century. And finally, the Truby King Historic Area. This has been this is a collection of individually listed and scheduled places that has since been made a historic area on the New Zealand Heritage List, and we encourage the creation of a heritage area in the district plan to recognize the fact that these individual places are actually part of a larger landscape that Truby King developed in the early 20th century. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councillor Young, do you have a question? Or was that from last time? No. All right, I have got a couple. Thank you very much for your comprehensive submission, and I know you've got a lot to do all around the region. I just want to be absolutely sure that we have listed everything that we need to, because as you know, it's too late once the bulldozers are coming in to stop it. Are you confident that our lists plus your additions capture what we need to have done?
I mean, I could speak to the 5 places that we've recently listed to, and I'll let Dean focus on the other elements since he has been working on the plan. But I think we are confident for the time being. Of course, we'd love to see lots of things listed, but we also have to be rational in how we approach it. But I think we're comfortable with the numbers that we're proposing are being proposed in the district plan. Dean, any?
Yeah, our listing team had it look through, the proposed schedules and things that we had on our database of what things that we have already put on the New Zealand Heritage List and things that are potential. And those are ones that Jamie has just mentioned, other ones we would like to focus on too, that you would add. Of course, there are others, people from time to time approach us and with nominations for places that haven't been considered before. So there's always room for movement, but what you do have is quite a good variety of different things within the schedule, and it's beyond just the New Zealand Heritage List. There's things which are identified with local significance, and there's also the heritage areas which are also significant.
I mean, we're constantly always working on diversifying our own list, and I know that the council also runs along those lines. We'll be focused again on modernism and postmodernism, but also the rainbow list in coming years. So there'll be more to consider moving forward as well.
And there's always potential, I think, for more Māori heritage areas and places to be recognised.
Of course.
Thank you. That was just what I was about to ask. And then just the other question, obviously the issue of character and heritage has been contentious. So I just wondered if you wanted to talk to that, and then also how you can get more housing into heritage and character areas without undermining their integrity, but also being inclusive. So they're big issues.
Dane, do you want to start and then I can?
Yeah, so I recognise the there's a distinction within the RMA framework of between character and heritage, although there is also, in practical purposes, there is an overlap of things that are historic but are heritage that also has character, of course. There's scope for, of course, things that are recognised as heritage that comes under a qualifying matter under the NPSUD. And it's also important to look at the edges of historic areas and historic buildings so that they're not overly overshadowed, or the bulk and location and the height is recognised. And if you're in a residential area, that is a different set of rules or criteria than in a commercial area. And we see some examples that are going a bit far, and there's others that there's some design solutions where buildings can be pulled back from a heritage item to an extent which is acceptable.
And I just to add a couple things. I mean, heritage and character do overlap in many ways, but character exists for places without heritage. It's just in heritage precincts, heritage is a key part of character, and to focus on massing, scale, materials. There's for any new additions to an area, you don't want to overwhelm a street of, for example, small one-story railroad cottages, or with 4-story apartment buildings or 8-story apartment buildings. And it's just a matter of creating useful transitions, and also just thinking about kind of streetscapes and that sort of thing. I mean, heritage and development are not necessarily mutually exclusive.
Again, thank you very much for your comprehensive submission. We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora.
Right, Dr. McIntosh and Mr. McSorley, warm welcome to you. Thank you very much. Look forward to your submission.
Thank you very much. Thank you for hearing us. I'm John McSorley. I'm speaking on behalf of me and my partner, Pierre David. We live in San Sebastian Road. We've been there about 50 years. Started off as just a flat we rented, and we've just lived there since then. And we've been very active in trying to preserve the very highly vegetated area around us, especially in Clifton Terrace and down on the corners of our street in Clifton Terrace, and other issues around here as well. Now, we're acting on behalf of, or we're presenting on behalf of, we call it the lower Kelvin area, which is really the area from Kelvin Park right up to Bolton Street, right up to the cemetery, in fact. And we've had quite a bit of support, what support we asked for in the area. We're particularly concerned about the height restriction being lifted up to 21 metres or 6 stories. And we really object to that because it's going to impinge on the particular character of our area. And in our submission, we've tried to define that character over several pages, and yeah, I hope you're aware of what we've written or will be. But in summary, the area is very close to the city. It's true. It's an inner city area, but it's just so overwhelmingly residential, and it's low rise. I mean, there are 2 big student residences, and there's also the Samoan High Commission. But apart from that, it really, I can't think of any other large buildings, and they don't impinge on that residential character. And also the look of the area, I mean, because it's so close to town and it's actually on a slope, then it can be seen through buildings, it's true, or between buildings, but there are certain view shafts where you can see it, say from Mount Victoria or on the other side of the harbour, or even much closer. And you can see just how much a part of the character of Wellington itself the area is. It's an important connection between the city and the botanical gardens. It's also the physical character probably inhibits large developments anyway. It's just so steep and inaccessible, which is why it was so developed so late. I mean, even though it was so close to the original settlement of Wellington. It was only really in the late 1890s that, as I understand it, I believe, that people started to build houses up here, and streets were developed, and they were never developed very well. They're very narrow. They're often one way, de facto, not de jure, but also it's just no footpaths, or footpath on just one side. San Sebastian Road has no footpaths except right at the bottom. Everton Terrace has only lately got footpaths developed. Aurora Terrace has areas or stretches down the road, right down to goes to the terrace, where there are no footpaths on one side. It's just, and it'd be very, very difficult to build footpaths because of steep slopes and areas falling away quickly. So yes, what else? It's probably not very accessible to public transport. Yeah. And also, just the last thing I want to say is that it's very highly vegetated, and we like to preserve that, and we don't think that would be very easily preserved if we have large residential developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young and Councillor Matthews, thank you.
So thank you, John. Of course, I'm very familiar with the narrow, twisted streets of your area. Tell me, quite a lot of the land around there is the leasehold. Is it the hospital that owns it, or around Clifton Terrace?
No. In fact, that's correct. That was correct historically, but I think a lot of it has been freeholded now. I know, including the one where I'm talking to you from, which belongs to Rosalind. That's been freeholded. She did that 45 years ago.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Matthews.
What's that?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, John. I guess I've got a question for you. I'm just thinking as you speak, because we're hearing from a lot of, lovely people who are, for a variety of reasons, talking about what they love in their neighbourhood and how they don't think it's an appropriate place for more housing or for higher density housing. And I guess my question for you is how do we deal with that cumulative impact? Because honestly, if we kind of didn't allow development in all of the places people have said that they love as it is, it's got character, or it's not, we literally would have run out of places to build in the city.
Yeah, but there's lots of options on flatter areas which are more central to public transport. Now, I remember from the 1980s, which was probably a period a lot of us would like to forget, but there was a great proposal to build a platform over the marshalling yards of the railway station and develop there. Build buildings, that was Chase and people like that. I mean, it just is a matter of imagination. What about way up Thorndon Flats? And of course, the area towards the hospital's probably been mentioned a number of times. The problem here, as I see it, is it's a physical problem on this area. It's so steep. It's as I describe in the submission. But look, I'm appearing here with Rosalind. I've got 5 minutes, and I believe she's got 10 minutes. So I think I've gone well into her time, and she was going to cover these issues more. So would you mind now if I hand it over to Rosalind, because we agree on everything?
Okay, no, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, and thank you very much for this opportunity to present on the draft district plan for the 56 members and building of the Lower Kelvin neighbourhood, which was earlier known as Lambton Ward. We are delighted that the government and Wellington Council are taking steps to remedy the severe difficulties that many of our resident whānau are having in providing stable, warm, dry houses for themselves, their children and their multi-generational families. In our beautiful land, surely provision of such homes is of the utmost priority as we seek to heal the inequalities and the disruptions with which many of our citizens and their children struggle daily and lifelong. And I know that from a lot of volunteer work with Decile 1 schools. On our first recommendation to council is that they take leadership in setting clear priorities and appropriate time development of the district plan to ensure that well-designed, affordable housing and community spaces are built first, using all available resources. It seems that for the foreseeable future, there is likely to be heavy demands on supply of building materials and qualified builders and on provision of necessary residential infrastructure. To the residents of Lower Kelvin, access to resources and the building of communities that are vibrant, affordable, socially just and healthy must be given the highest priority for appropriate regulations in the district plan that we don't see are there. There are many rundown and underused sites near Wellington CBD close to transport routes. We list them in our written, some of them in our written submission, and all Wellingtonians would benefit from these sites and the other ones that are already being started in these areas being fully completed as soon as possible. But instead, it seems that the district plan is intended to hand over large parts of the city to developers and property investors to decide where they would prefer to build new apartments and homes. If I were a developer or an investor with shareholder profits as my primary focus, I would not build affordable housing. I would use available resources to develop first the most expensive sites that yield the most profit. And as a result, rundown area of the cities will continue to deteriorate and there will be increasing numbers of homeless families and dissident alienated younger adults, thus defeating council's primary objective. Please, may the council take leadership on this issue of timing and availability of resources. Our second recommendation is that council reinstate appropriate regions within Lower Kelvin as special character areas in the district plan, which is what John was talking about. The maximum proposed heights of these buildings should be 11 metres rather than the proposed 21 metres. Our third and final recommendation is that within these character areas, appropriate sites be selected that are suitable for taller, densified buildings, and there are quite a few. These sites should be decided by the residents of the area themselves using expert advice and with support of council in a similar way to the splendid densification design currently being spearheaded for Newtown by its own residents and property owners. There are many points I could talk about the special character area, and I'll try and limit it. As John said, it's an exclusively residential, hence mostly well-maintained and well-renovated two-storey houses constructed in the late 19th century to the first third of the 20th century. The old homes have many original details, like mine, and are crafted from the trees of the ancient forests of this region, which will not be replaceable. The draft district plan encourages blanket bulldozing of these often historic homes and neighbourhoods, ignoring cultural and heritage value and whether or not they have been maintained to the highest building standards. The draft plan proposes these be replaced with densely built apartment blocks up to 6 stories with no requirement to consider detrimental effects on neighbouring houses, properties or quality of life. And as John talked about, have you taken a stroll recently along Aurora Terrace or Everton Terrace to see how all this would pan out? And the answer is probably not, because these roads are so steep, narrow, single lane at times, no pavements, and they fall off the edges very steeply into the valleys. And while we have many fitness adepts who love to use them during the lunch times, bless them, access for building operations in much of the area is quite impossible. There's also currently limited parking, exacerbated by large numbers of residents without on-site parking, and no public transport routes go here, and most of it except immediately next to the terrace. All but the fittest residents will need cars on the steep slopes, including families with children, the less abled and elderly. So in such a landscape, a single tall building in the wrong place would severely downgrade many others by removing privacy, sun and views, thus making damp, mouldy and derelict buildings out of existing high standard dry homes that for over a century have elegantly and robustly survived everything that Wellington's wind, weather and earthquakes have thrown at them. Demolition of well-functioning old houses and neighbourhoods will fill land sites, while carbon emissions from new building will skyrocket. Let us retain and repurpose old buildings where possible. In relation to people's sense of connection and place, these are not disposable commodities. The unique character of our city is defined by its connection to the sea and the sweeping views of green hills, with houses dotting the lower slopes. Tall buildings in Kelvin will eliminate these valued sightlines as well as block sight of the harbour from the Botanic Gardens, which would be a sad loss. Residents, particularly children and elderly, will be stressed by being uprooted from homes and gardens into which they have invested much of their resources, creativity and life meaning, some of them, such as myself, over many decades. There is no increase in the paper dollar value of my home that could compensate for the major disruption of packing up and leaving it now in my 80s because of unaffordable rates, loss of privacy and sun, and being surrounded by major building sites for long periods. Demolition controls are needed to protect also old trees and plantings, such as John and Pierre invested in greatly to our benefit, avoid heat islands from paving and concrete, and to enhance the quality of life and the feel of the city for the whole city. Character protection of suitable parts of our neighbourhood is in accord with the National Policy Statement on Urban Development 2020, which says that buildings should not come at the expense of nationally important cultural heritage and identity. For example, it is astonishing to discover how many of the most influential people shaping New Zealand's history over the last century have lived in our neighbourhood. In the Wellington City Council 2019 document, Pre-1930 Character Area Review is the title. At page 26, 2 areas in our neighbourhood were included as additions to the buildings of heritage values. These were removed from the draft spatial plan last year when the council voted to create the draft district plan.
Dr. McIntosh, we're now out of time now. Are you just able to wrap up?
Yeah.
Final point.
The third one, getting the community to get involved in deciding where quite a number of places within this area could have high-rise buildings. Also, the RMA allows for densification within the current, 3 buildings on each site, as I understand. To keep the community together, we need to have these conversations, and the decision needs to help everybody, not just the developer or investor who's building the building. In summary, the 56 members of the Lower Kelvin neighbourhood group support the aim of the council to provide for a greater density of housings in Wellington, but our area is not suitable for supporting this objective with the regulations described in the draft district plan. Our recommended modifications of the plan, however, will increase expensive dwellings here without destroying the valuable and specific contributions the area makes to the vibrant life of our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive submission. Unfortunately, we really are over time now, but do appreciate all the work that you put into your submissions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, now just the last person before our break, Neil Deans. A warm welcome to you.
Too much, eh?
That's all right. Kia ora tātou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I have a presentation. Thank you, Hedy. Hopefully we'll keep this brief. Ties Stream Facebook group is a grouping of people mainly based in Kandala with Ties Stream flows. And thank you for the opportunity to present this. Next slide, please. We're a grouping intended to try and protect and restore Ties Stream and its catchment, particularly that part in public ownership and regenerating native habitat. It's ecologically and historically significant for the residents of Kandala. Next slide, please. The issues we wanted to draw to your attention include, and this is, I guess, any stream catchment reflects its catchment, and the water quality is a reflection of what goes on in the catchment. Some of the issues are to do with the state of infrastructure, which is not good in Kandala, being an older suburb. And we've got things like breaks in pipes, which can be rather spectacular, and sewage pipe failures, etc., stormwater pollution. It's also rubbish finishes up in the stream, although one thing seems to have improved with the latches on recycling containers. That seems to have reduced recently. Water quantity is an issue, particularly because of development and increasing flashiness. That's low flows and high flows. I'll talk a bit more about that, and some of the photos you have there illustrate that. The blowout that occurred in the water led to the pollution you can see on the right-hand side of the image, and the flashiness is represented in the sort of build-ups that you get in the lower part of the catchment as a result of recent floods. Obviously, there are biodiversity issues as well. The other illustration there is of the height of the floods we had in July this year, completely submerging sewage pipes down the system, which is not good. Biodiversity, obviously, weed, kirsch and pests are an issue, and some of those are being managed by local community groups and regional and territorial councils. We also do some revegetation work in the reserve and public access to the reserve, which is actually quite tricky, but we're keen to work with the council and others to work on our local biodiversity opportunities. Next slide, please. I guess to summarise the submission, and before I say too much more, the map there, just to orient you, and for those of you not familiar with Kandala, the purple is the Ties Stream catchment. It is part of the Greater Waitohi catchment, which flows into the Nauranga. You can see the Nauranga Gorge on the right-hand side of the image, and the freezing works and quarry. Running through the centre of the image is the railway line, and through the centre you can see the yellow stream and some green bits, which are where it's covered over. And I draw your attention to the adjacent Broadmeadow subdivision, which occurred during the 1970s and 80s, where almost the entire area of what would have been waterways have been covered over and are piped in that area, whereas most of Kandala that is not so, which is why we have biodiversity and other values retained. The other thing I'd draw to your attention in this is that at the upper end we have Mount Coco and the Kandala Park, and at the lower end is the Ties Stream Reserve, which is actually very inaccessible. We're seeking to improve access to. So our submission summary is really that we wish to retain and recognise the values of the reserve and its surrounds, both terrestrial and aquatic. We're not opposed to densifying and enabling further housing development, and there has been some of that in the Kandala area. We're just concerned that the risks to the stream are exacerbated by this, and we've certainly seen a decline in water quality and increase in flood flows and reduced flows in summer as a result of this. And so we're looking for stormwater neutrality for new development. As much as possible, we'd like to see the opportunity for the public to engage with the stream and be part of it. Most people, when we gave a public talk on this, were unaware that there was a stream in Kandala. it's actually quite hard to find. You have to look hard to find it, but in many places it's a lovely stream. So we're keen to make sure its natural character is retained along the riparian margins, and would urge the council generally to think carefully about how much streams should be covered over. We're contemplating spending lots of money to open up streams. I know how expensive that is. My expertise is in freshwater management, and it's much better not to do it in the first place and to provide room for streams to exist as streams. So whilst we're not opposing these things, we just want to make sure that the stream is recognised and provided for in the planning provisions, and we've got some recommendations there, and including things like building on legal roads, which provide in some cases access to the stream, makes it difficult for people to get there. So I'll stop there and happy to answer questions that the panel may have.
Thank you very much. A very helpful submission. Councillors, any questions? Well, I have one then. It's great that you've got this expertise. I did manage to get an amendment through to talk about getting the officers to do some more work on positive stormwater outcomes rather than just neutrality. I presume you would be supportive of that we would try and do better rather than just maybe average or adequate.
Look, I agree. And the reason I mentioned and showed you the map of some other suburbs which haven't had this consideration is that risk is, and look, I'm not opposed to getting more housing or any of that. It's just it has to be done in a way that is ecologically sensitive, and that actually makes sense not just for the biodiversity, but also for the reducing risks of flooding and of failures of infrastructure, which we've got seriously close to on several occasions in the Kandala area with both the ageing infrastructure we have and also because of the increased flashiness and increased inputs. I mean, most people don't realise that if they wash their car on the street, that finishes up in the local stream. And so there are things that the council, little things, just putting next to stream stormwater grills and things, that this actually flows to the stream and out into the harbour. And that kind of getting information across to the public is another important benefit. So there are lots of ways we can do this, and we've got to work carefully, but certainly when development occurs, it can occur in a neutral way and as much as possible. One of the difficulties with an area like Kandala is that most of it's quite steep, and the options that are available to you to do better than stormwater neutrality are quite limited. So, and yet at the top of the catchment, we do have a good area of public reserve, and in the lower catchment we just really want to join the dots, as it were.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Councillor Finn, you don't have a question?
It was just, thank you, Neil, and I really appreciate what you're saying. We've got another presenter later on this afternoon, talking about our well-being for our waterways. Have you got any examples, or are you aware of any developments that are supporting what the direction you want us to take? Just a couple would be good.
You're talking about in Wellington or elsewhere. Obviously, for example, the development of the park adjacent to Papa is one where they've tried to aim for stormwater neutrality. That's one. There are examples. Certainly, Auckland is spending a lot of money on this in its development. A lot of that's retrofitting, and it's very expensive, which is why it's far better to avoid that need later. And I mean, most Wellingtonians don't realise there are streams flowing underneath the city, in the central city. And that's something where we've still got a stream in Kandala. We've still got streams in Kaiwharawhara and Kororori and other parts of the city. There aren't that many streams here, but most people don't think that there are any streams at all in Wellington City. Well, that's not so. And some of them, for example, carry significant biodiversity, such as the longfin eel you saw, which is quite a big fish, but also banded cockapoo, koaro. These are threatened species and not recognised by most of the people here, but are valued even in, for example, the central city. There are areas where people go and feed eels and things. It's important for children to have access to that sort of opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deans. It's been very useful, and certainly water quality is a big issue for us. Right.
Okay, thank you, and I wish you well in your work.
Thank you so much. Councillors, you have deserved your break. So we'll see you back at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Kia ora everyone, I hope you had some time for morning tea and we've got people back. Great, okay. Ms. Richie, how are you today? You there?
I am. Now
A warm
I am.
welcome to you. You
Hi,
know the
thank
drill
you.
better than I do, Ms. Richie.
Oh, I don't know about that. Okay. Do you want me to go?
5 minutes, thank you so much.
5 minutes. Well, kia ora koutou katoa, Madam Chair and councillors. Not very many of you, but there we go. I just make a few brief summary points. This is my own personal submission. There's a further submission of the Civic Trust that I'll talk about later. My comments are brief. The only matters of principle. I make no comments on the majority of other matters which are covered by many others. Most of my comments are related to Tanako, Civic Centre, especially the MOB and the CAB, green open space, the town belt and the waterfront. The main thrust of what I want to say is that I would like to see an investigation into the repurposing of the MOB and the CAB for affordable housing. And if there is no other space, then also to ensure that the civic functions, including administration, return to our civic centre. Affordable housing. The MOB and the CAB, and actually the City to Sea Bridge, should be listed as contributing buildings to the Heritage Centre, Heritage Precinct, which is the Civic Centre. The objectives of the Heritage Centre are in my submission and also in your current district plan. And they say that, for example, all existing buildings should be retained. This is your current policy. That there should be low scale buildings and so on. Excuse me, I want to focus on the affordable housing issue. There has been a significant clamour for affordable housing. The Civic Centre and the CAB building and MOB are ideal for a range of reasons. And I have consulted with an architect and he has said, ballpark figures, that nearly 1,000 people could be housed in those two buildings. That certainly would activate and enliven our civic centre. This proposal is completely consistent with council policy in relation to waste, and the proposal at the moment, which is to demolish. It would revitalise the civic centre. Of course, all facilities would be well within 15 minutes walking distance. And there may be a very cost-effective way of repurposing these buildings. I don't know whether councillors are aware, but I have made some inquiries of council, and there have been at least 10 reports from 2011 related to repurposing the MOB, including some recommendations from Homes Consulting and some recent initiatives to strengthen the MOB in particular. Those design plans have already been started, and have been taken to quite some degree. I would leave that for councillors to consider at the moment, and just focus on a couple of other points. First of all, I want to say that I think it is inconsistent with the Act and unnecessary and complicating to have the town belt a separate zone. The Civic Centre Trust will make some more comment about that later. The reality is that the Town Belt Act and the management plan make for clear, transparent governance of the town belt. But the other difficulty with a zone is in relation to land parcels. LINs required Lynn's, not only Lynn's maid ensured that all the land parcels of the town belt are attached to the Act. A zone would make that difficult and unnecessary, and possibly would even ensure that the Town Belt Act would need to be amended, which is almost impossible to do. Finally, I make some comment about Frank Kitts Park and the fact that this is identified in your policy as the highest priority green open space on the waterfront as a destination park, but your district plan appears to be contrary to that. I'm asking that the green open space plan that you have approved be embedded in the district plan, and the Civic Trust will make additional comments about that. Finally, I just make some comment in relation to an SNA 494 Ohariu Valley Road. I don't live there anymore, but there are now trees, kauri, rimu, totara, kahikatea, kōwhai, and so on, which we planted, which are now 50 years old, and they are magnificent, should be protected. And the other is 117 Wilton Road, which should be heritage listed. That is a fine example of the architect, Robert Fantle, a partner of Pliska, and just to declare a possible conflict, he is my uncle, was my uncle. Thank you. I'm quite happy to answer any questions if I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Look, we have run out of time, but can I ask you a quick question?
Yep.
There is some view that we should free up the town belt, like around Berhampore, for housing. Do you want to give your view?
Oh, it would be contrary to the Act.
Okay. Okay.
Would be quite
right.
contrary.
And do you think the Act,
problem?
Oh yeah, no, and of course I know it's contrary to the Act, and you wouldn't support a change to the Act to allow it.
Oh, I think that would be ridiculous. I think any proposal to try to change an Act, which you and I were involved with over 6 years in developing, with 259 submitters and one against, would be plainly crazy and would undermine not only the Act, but the town belt and the free access and the public recreation aspects and the natural environment aspects and so on of the town belt. The council cannot sell any land on the town belt. That is very clearly stated in the Act, and we made sure that that would be the case because we had lost as a city 1/3 of the town belt to alienating all sorts of ways from the time that it was founded in 1843.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate all the work that you've done on your submission. There's obviously a lot of work there. Really appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Right, Ms. Allen, a warm welcome to you. You're, of course, also familiar with our processes.
So just, and just before Sylvia goes ahead, Sylvia's going to take the lead here, but I did want to just say a few quick words about the Civic Trust, and if I can find it, which I can, and the submission, but I don't want to take up a lot of time. First of all, we endeavour as a trust to work constructively, very constructively with the council. We have on our trust engineers, planners, architects, environmentalists, local body specialists, former politician who happens to chair the trust, myself, and a climatologist, and so on. Those people are all on the board, and we act in the public interest. So we are not representing, as perhaps some of your submitters will have, personal interest. I just want to say something about Sylvia. Sylvia leads, first of all, our submission was developed by the board in a workshop exercise. Sylvia leads as our expert in the Resource Management Act, District and Regional Planning. She is based in Wellington, but has nationwide experience over 45 years with a BSc Honours, Diploma in Town Planning, and Fellow of the Planning Institute. So I give you Sylvia to represent the Civic Trust. I might sum up a little bit at the end, we'll see.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, councillors and officers, for the opportunity to present our submission. We made a very comprehensive submission. We tried to make our points straightforward so that they become easy fixes for you to consider. It is always daunting when you see your comprehensive submission broken down into a small number of submission points, and we do hope that both you and the officers will read the submission and take it as a whole rather than just the detailed submission points. So just run through quite quickly the main areas of our submission. We concentrated firstly on the former Lambton Harbour area. It's a very special place for Wellingtonians and nationally and almost internationally. It's now a special purpose zone, but it's got a looser framework than it ever has had before in a district plan. It's good that the Wellington Waterfront Framework is mentioned, but it is an old document now, and it was only ever the first part of 3-stage detailed planning processes. So it doesn't really carry much weight. What we're seeking is an undertaking, a specific undertaking in the plan through policy that all applications for significant new development down there will be publicly notified. We want natural hazards, which are many down there, identified and cross-referenced in the plan. We want 2 activities, and they're generic activities, public transport and visitor accommodation, but they're not provided for as enabled activities. There's a problem with the comprehensive definitions that the government has delivered you to work with. We think these can be narrowed down so that only those that are appropriate on the waterfront are accommodated. So visitor accommodation, for instance, above ground floors in existing buildings, and public transport limited to through routes and pickup stops, not public transport stations. We're seeking industrial activities and not accommodate in that area because they're incompatible, basically. We would like to see the 0 height limit that's in the current plan carried forward. We see issues with extensions to existing buildings as of right, and new small permitted building activities in public space areas. We've also identified issues with the open space mapping. We do see Lambton Harbour as an area of public open space with buildings within it, but that doesn't come through in the mapping of the open space areas, and we're concerned that some key areas of open space have been left out. We're very concerned that part of the current usable area of Frank Kitts Park, for instance, has been omitted. We're also looking for heritage recognition of the water's edge in the Lambton Harbour area due to the way it became a public area through a special act, and it also has tangata whenua significance. So we'd like the council to have another look at that. Then moving on to the special purpose port zone, there are 2 precincts within it, both of which are very important. One because it's the gateway to Wellington at Kaifora, and the other because it butts right up against the central city. We think that the as of right opportunities in these 2 precincts are far too substantial. We do understand that master planning is proposed for both, and we'd like to see that brought forward, and reduction in height limit and development capacity until these master plans are actually in place. We've mentioned around the Kaifora area that we would like to see protection of the Kaifora stream as it runs through that area, and also an Esplanade Reserve kept as green space to the extent practical. we know that there's a lot of development pressure, particularly at Kaifora, but we don't think that should be a reason for the sort of planning that we're seeing here, which is basically carte blanche. We did have stuff to say on Te Tinakau, the Civic Centre. Helen's kind of covered that. That rose out of the seminar that we held about 10 months ago. We'd like to see better recognition of the existing buildings in there and better linkage, open space linkages with the rest of the city centre. We've also commented on the Wellington Town Belt Zone and how it's mapped as a special purpose zone. We don't have a problem with that, but unfortunately it shows up as grey on the planning maps, and that kind of conveys the wrong reason. We've also noted 2 specific permitted activity rules there that we think give too much opportunity for change without public scrutiny. And we are aware that there's also other legislation and management plan that has to be met. But to make all permitted footpaths and tracks and vehicle access and car parking areas entirely permitted activities, we think is inconsistent with the purpose of the town belt. We're also concerned about the maximum building coverage rule, 5% of the whole area. That doesn't make sense. That would be an awful lot of building. Helen mentioned our concern about green space, and obviously that's already shared by the council, and you do have a green space network strategy for the central city, but that is very generic. We would like to see the plan actually identify some pocket parks in the central city and actually designate them. And that's a technique that's quite possible for the council to undertake at this stage. So that's basically the guts of our submission. We have commented on other aspects, but you'll be able to read about those. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions, unless Helen's got anything to add.
Not at the moment. Let's see what happens.
Thank you very much.
We trust this bunch.
Again, you put a lot of work in there, and that's really appreciated, and the officers will be able to make good use of that. Councillors, any questions or comments?
Very happy if there's no questions.
Well, no, I do want to ask something. And Ms. Richie will be able to help me here. I have been helpfully challenged by one of our colleagues about the town belt really being a colonial construct and an alienated land. And this is someone who's, proud to protect it, though I find that a useful challenge. And really about how we, as we decolonise, how we think about that land and what we should do to put the past right. Now, that is an enormous issue, but I just wondered if you had any initial thoughts on that challenge.
I have. I'm not quite sure what the point of saying it is a colonial construct. Our city is a colonial construct. New Zealand is a colonial construct. I think it's a kind of, it's a no-brainer. It doesn't make sense, particularly. The second thing is that the Act itself ensures that there is co-management with mana whenua. We recognised very clearly the role of mana whenua. The third point is that the introduction to the Act clearly spells out the mana whenua role historically, whakatauki, and also the other, you want to call it colonial construct. I think the term colonial construct is actually a bit overused, but I would say that Wakefield was a naughty man. He wasn't a particularly good person, and there were problems around the way he lived, but also what he did. He made a plan for our city from a foreign country, England, and drew up fortunately, later, as a result of associated, the town belt to be protected and never to be built on. That came a little bit later with the town belt deed of 1843. So I'm not quite sure, and perhaps somebody can elaborate what the point is of saying that it is a colonial construct. What was the point of that comment or question? I don't understand.
I don't have time now. How about I take that offline with you, because it is a very big issue and we are thinking deeply about
it. Absolutely is a big issue, but I think it's an overused word that most people don't actually comprehend. I think it's better to have some kind of description related to that if you want to use it in relation to the town belt or the city or our existence or a relationship with mana whenua or a relationship to tiriti or whatever.
Yeah. All right. Look, thank you again for your work, and we will go through it in detail.
I hope you look at our submissions, our written submissions as well. We're a little bit more detailed. This process is slightly daunting, and believe it or not, and unfortunately, we really scrambled with the timetable that was given to us. And I have to say that Sylvia and the Civic Trust put in an enormous effort at the end of last year to produce this for you. Okay. And finally, I just want one other thing.
Right.
We want to work constructively with the council. However, when you go through our detailed submission, you'll see that there are points of friction. Our reason in making this effort in relation to the draft is to avoid legal challenge with the council. But the points of friction are related to the waterfront and open space on the waterfront, Frankett's Park, which should be designated as a whole, the Civic Centre and the contributing buildings, the green open space, and the need for rules to protect trees in the suburbs. There are points of friction that we identified in the written submission. We would like particularly those to be attended to so we don't get into ongoing friction. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much again. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right. We now have a number of the retirement villages doing a combined submission. So a warm welcome to you from Raymond Healthcare, Somerset, MetLife Care, and also the Retirement Villages Association. So just wondering if you put your cameras on and then maybe if you introduce yourselves, that would be incredibly helpful.
Right. Luke, you want to start? Good morning, councillors. We've got Luke Hinch from Chapmanship here in Auckland, and I've got Mr. John Collins from the Retirement Villages Association with me. And we've got three other members online here, which if I just get them to introduce themselves and then we'll know that they can be heard.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Brown. I'm New Zealand Development Manager at Raymond Healthcare.
Good morning, guys. I'm Oliver Boyd, the National Development Manager here at Somerset.
Kia ora. I'm Joe Bartley, Senior Development Manager at MetLife Care.
Right, thanks. And we have some slides, I think, Luke.
Yeah, I think I've got my colleague running slides, so hopefully you'll be able to get those up on the board. Just briefly, the time allocated, I think, to the retirement village participants is about 40 minutes. And the presentation we're about to give you is a sort of a combined presentation from the RBA and also the operators. So what we're proposing to do, hopefully this will work with the timing, is go through the submission. John will speak first. I'll give you a brief overview of just some legal points, and then we'll hear from the operators after that. And hopefully that'll be about 25 minutes. And we've given around about 15 minutes, hopefully, to give you plenty of time to ask questions. Just as a general point, I guess this is sort of an introduction as much as anything to the retirement village industry and some of the issues it faces with planning processes. And the industry is very keen to continue working with the Wellington City Council
planning department to ensure that the provisions ultimately that come through in the next round of the plan are kind of fit for purpose in terms of the industry's needs. Hopefully give a flavour of what that is through the presentation. So with that general introduction, I'll just hand over to John and he'll take you through a couple of points in terms of the general industry position.
Okay, thanks, Luke. My name is John Collins. I'm the Executive Director of the Retirement Villages Association of New Zealand, and the RVA welcomes this opportunity to provide feedback on the draft Wellington City District Plan. The RVA represents the interests of the owners, developers and managers of registered retirement villages across New Zealand. Our members operate around about 401 villages, providing at least 34,200 units, which are home to approximately 47,000 older New Zealanders, roughly the population of Timaru, and that number goes up at a rate of about 100 people every week. Now, the RVA's key interest in this process is to ensure the district plan adequately recognises and enables the necessary housing and infrastructure to address the major demographic changes the country faces. It's no secret that New Zealand's population is ageing rapidly. Wellington is no exception. The over 75 demographic in Wellington City will almost triple between 2018 and 2048, from under 9,000 people to almost 24,000 people in that time. The wider Wellington region is the third largest contributor to the growth of New Zealand's over 75 age bracket. It's also well known that New Zealand is facing a housing crisis. But what is less known is that we are also facing a retirement living and care crisis. Demand for retirement village accommodation is far outstripping supply. This gap will continue to grow. This trend is due to the ageing population and more people wanting to live in retirement villages due to their many health, social and amenity benefits. I note that the government's policy statement on housing and urban development 2021 recognises the ageing population as one of the key housing and urban development challenges facing the country. There are currently only 5 retirement villages in Wellington City, with 5 more under development. Current and planned retirement village capacity will only accommodate around 5.8% of the over 75 demographic in 2048, compared to a current national demand of 14.3% of the over 75 population. Many more villages will be needed in the short, medium and longer term to accommodate this demand. Thus, new retirement villages and increased and more efficient use of existing villages will be critical to address the crisis. We believe that the new purpose-built housing stock will provide much more appropriate accommodation and care for many older New Zealanders who need it. Older people will be able to continue living in their established communities while downsizing to a more manageable property, that is, one without stairs or large gardens, for example. There will be reduced pressure on the public healthcare sector, given that villages will cater for many healthcare needs on site. Shortages of residential housing will ultimately be significantly reduced. We believe that as an industry, we release around 5,500 family homes back into the community across New Zealand every year. But we need planning systems to also keep pace with these pressing needs. To date, the resource management system has thrown up a number of significant challenges in planning for and constructing retirement villages, such as there's a lack of suitable sites for villages to enable people to age in place, that is, aging in the community they already live in. Wellington has some unique challenges given the lack of greenfield sites in existing urban areas, its hilly topography and ocean interfaces. And an obvious answer to this is based on other cities to go up rather than out. However, current planning regimes are too inflexible, in our view, around height and bulk. Similarly, there is a disconnect between existing property owner desires of maintaining the status quo amenities versus the practical need for communities to develop and change over time in response to the diverse and changing needs of the population. It's important to acknowledge that retirement villages are different to standard residential topographies in order to properly cater for resident needs. Thirdly, the inconsistent and complex consenting pathways for retirement villages that do not recognise the significant benefits of villages and are not proportionate to the effects to be managed. Too often, the consent process focuses on design minutiae rather than the outcomes of the community needs. This district plan review process presents an important opportunity to address the consenting challenges faced by the retirement village industry and to enable Wellington to respond to its ageing population challenges. Turning briefly to the specifics of what we're asking for, the RVA acknowledges that the draft plan was prepared before the new Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Act 2021. Council has a great deal of work ahead to develop appropriate provisions to address these new requirements. In line with that, the RVA wishes to assist Council by working together on a tailored and fit-for-purpose retirement village specific policy and rule framework. We've done a lot of thinking on how this regime can work, using our experiences from other districts and cities. The framework would recognise the unique characteristics and needs of retirement villages in all relevant zones. Importantly, it would also address the requirements of the new legislation and existing national policy statements. The elements of the approach have been developed by the RVA's independent planners, Mitchell Daesh, adopting learnings from recent plan-making processes and the applicable national policy statements and new housing legislation. The RVA is very keen to engage with Council from here forward to further refine their approach. And for example, we've offered a village site tour for relevant officers and all elected members at some stage in the next few months. I'll now pass over to Luke Hinchley from Chapman Tripp, who will address relevant legislative aspects in more detail. Luke.
Thank you, John. I'll just touch on a few of the legal aspects that are relevant here, acknowledging that there are many other considerations going on with this plan review process. I just wanted to touch on the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, the requirements of the Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Act, the new piece of legislation, touch on the Wellington Spatial Plan, and then just briefly canvass the planning framework sought by the RVA for retirement villages. So turning to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development 2020, as you will no doubt know, national policy statements sit at the top of the planning hierarchy, and the draft plan must give effect to national policy statements. The Supreme Court has established that this requirement is a strong directive, creating a firm obligation on the part of those subject to it, and that's well known now. Some key themes that the industry would point to in terms of the NPS and relevant particularly to its submission in Tier 1 cities such as Wellington are that the NPS is intended to enable residential and business development, and even more so than its predecessor, the NPS on urban development capacity. And the NPS-UD was designed to remove unnecessary development restrictions and barriers. It recognises that urban environments require a variety of homes to meet the needs of different households, and clearly part of that mix is housing for the ageing population. The document also requires more development capacity to be provided, and as part of that sets highly directive intensification requirements for Tier 1 urban environments. As well as setting minimum height requirements for centres and walkable catchments, it also requires building heights and densities to be commensurate to the relative demand for housing in all areas. And as you'll hear, the industry has different demands in terms of its locational requirements and where people want to continue living, as John mentioned. It's acknowledged that urban environments, including amenity values, develop and change over time to meet the needs of people and communities, and that comes directly from the NPS. But these types of changes are not to be considered adverse effects of themselves, even though they may detract from amenity values that people currently appreciate. In doing that, the NPS-UD has sought to de-emphasise the focus on amenity considerations and in terms of current district plans, which often seek to maintain status quo amenity. In that sense, amenity in urban environments is expected to change to meet critical growth needs. And finally, the NPS also requires local authority decisions to be responsive in relation to proposals that would supply significant development capacity, and retirement villages are examples of those sorts of proposals. In its current form, the RVA does respectfully submit that the draft plan doesn't adequately provide for the range of housing types needed, including retirement villages.
and also fails to enable the necessary intensification to address retirement living needs in areas where there is high demand, and that is essentially in all different residential zones, allowing retirees to age in place. From that point of view, and this is not intended to be a criticism given the timing of the enabling housing legislation coming into effect and the council not being able to respond to that with its draft plan having already been well prepared, but the industry does submit that the plan will need to be materially amended in order to give effect to the NPSUD and this new piece of legislation, which I'll speak to in a minute. And it is seeking a more nuanced planning approach for retirement villages, given their different locational, functional and operational needs compared to typical housing. So turning then to the Enabling Housing Act, this legislation requires councils, including Wellington City Council, to undertake intensification plan changes to enable more medium density housing and to give effect to particular policies in the MPS that I've just mentioned. The Act prescribes medium density residential standards, or MDRSs as we're calling them, and it contains a number of rules to address notification presumptions, activity status and resource consent considerations. And as I mentioned quite fairly, the draft plan hasn't accounted for the medium density residential standards, and therefore much of the current residential zoning and rules will clearly need to be changed. I don't think that's contentious. But the MDS, RS and related rules also generally capture retirement villages under the umbrella of residential activities, but the Act has not attempted to expressly provide a more refined regime for villages, and that's because it's really a one-size-fits-all approach at this stage. The Act is also not that clear as to how it addresses integrated residential developments on larger sites where there are residential units and shared amenities, infrastructure and other services. And retirement villages are an example of those. In particular, they have a varied accommodation from independent townhouses and apartments through to service apartments, hospital beds and dementia rooms. Some of those residential units do not have full kitchens, bathrooms, lounges and other household amenities, given the sorts of activities that are going on there, largely driven by the care needs of the residents. Retirement villages also often include a wider range of amenities and services for residents' needs and convenience, and that could include things like communal, internal and outdoor amenity areas, pools, gyms, libraries, reflection spaces, hairdressing services, cafes and the like. Given these retirement village industry nuances, it's submitted to be essential that Wellington's intensification plan change uses the medium density residential standards and related rules as a guide, but refines the provisions further to address specifically retirement villages, and that's what the RVA's proposed planning framework is tailored to do. Turning then to the spatial plan, the spatial plan provides strategic direction on how Wellington City will grow over the next 30 years, representing how the city will respond to the anticipated increase in population, as well as housing supply, choice, and affordability issues. When preparing its district plan, the council must have regard to the spatial plan to the extent that its content has a bearing on resource management issues of the district. The draft plan appears to be much less ambitious than the direction provided in the spatial plan. And the RVA submits that the updated plan, which will flow through no doubt in the later version of the plan, needs to realise the full potential of the spatial plan. And otherwise, intensification opportunities will be lost as lower density, inefficient developments proceed in the short to medium term. And as an example of that, at Raymond's Pūroro site, which Mr. Brown will speak to in more detail, the spatial plan provides for 3 to 4 story apartments as a future zoning proposition, yet the draft plan enables only low density residential development of heights up to 8 metres at the moment. Councils suggested restrictions are required in the short term due to infrastructure capacity issues, but as Mr. Brown will explain, that is not not the case at Raymond's Pūroro site. In any case, the industry submits that infrastructure capacity issues shouldn't trump the requirements of the Enabling Housing Act, and that more targeted methods will be needed to manage those sorts of issues. It's submitted that the district plan must provide for the level of intensification in the spatial plan as a minimum, and recognise that the Enabling Housing Act does now require the council to go further in many cases. So turning then to the planning framework that the retirement village industry is seeking, I just wanted to acknowledge that Mr. Richard Turner is also online, who is, as John mentioned, the planner for the RVA, and he's really just here to listen and take any feedback through the question process. But we would anticipate Mr. Turner engaging in a lot more detail at the next stage with the council planners. In general summary, the RVA seeks a specific and enabling framework for retirement villages across Wellington City. The framework needs to recognise the unique attributes of retirement villages and be proportionate to the effects that need to be managed from those villages. In very broad summary, the regime would include objectives and policies that address the critical needs of the ageing population and accordingly support and enable retirement villages in residential zones and other relevant zones, and rules that generally align with the permissive nature of the Housing Supply Act rule package, but are appropriately modified for retirement villages, as I mentioned. And as I said, the RVA does wish to engage further with the council's planners on the proposed details. One specific point on the draft plan as it is the opposition from the industry on the assisted housing chapter, and in particular options 3 and 4, and that's the chapter dealing with proposed financial contributions for multi-unit developments and other developments which essentially seek to use increased use of building standards and the like. These draft provisions would require many retirement villages providers to, in their submission, justifiably pay increased financial contributions, and this proposal would create another barrier to providing much needed housing. Retirement villages have much lower demands on council services than typical housing, and financial contribution regimes need to recognise this fact. There is also, in my submission, no obvious direct connection between a retirement village proposal and its impacts and affordable housing issues that are already a current issue in the city. And in that sense, the provisions are not warranted using the normal RMA tests. The RVA has submitted separately on the council's current development contribution policy review, and its submission provides further detail on the industry position, and I would just simply encourage the councillors to review that in evaluating this particular issue. And with that, I'll hand over to Mr. Brown from Raymond. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke, and good morning, everyone. And thank you for hearing from the retirement village industry today. My name's Matthew Brown. I'm the New Zealand Development Manager at Raymond Healthcare. So Raymond is the largest operator of retirement villages in New Zealand. We currently have 38 operational retirement villages in New Zealand, providing homes for more than 11,000 elderly residents. We have 5 retirement villages currently operating in the broader Wellington region, and these are located in Petone, Waikanae, Kundala, Kilburnie and Avalon. Ryman is planning 2 further villages in Wellington City, one located in Pūroro and one in Newtown. We expect to continue developing new villages in Wellington City into the future to meet increasing demand. Ryman fully supports the RVA submission on the draft Wellington City District Plan. The purpose of my presentation is to provide some practical comments on the draft planning framework as it applies to Ryman's proposed villages in Pūroro and Newtown. I understand the Pūroro site is zoned general residential in the draft plan with a height limit of 8 metres. The planning controls for this site need to be more ambitious to recognise the development potential of this site. Based on the inputs from independent experts as well as discussions with council officers, we understand this large site, which is just over 3 hectares, can accommodate a greater height and density without significant effects. I also understand the draft zoning is inconsistent with the spatial plan, which anticipated 3 to 4 storey apartments, despite the site having no infrastructure capacity issues that would potentially hinder intensification. Accordingly, Ryman considers that medium to high density development should be enabled on the site. Of course, this will need to be addressed through the Enabling Housing Act plan change process, and Ryman is keen to engage with the council throughout the process. With respect to Newtown, I understand that the Newtown site is zoned local centre in the draft plan, with a height limit of 22 metres. Like the Pūroro site, this site represents another rare opportunity to provide for desperately needed high quality retirement accommodation in Wellington City. The draft planning framework, however, does not address retirement villages specifically. Ryman has faced difficult consenting hurdles around the country, where villages have had to be assessed under general rules for residential activities. We are seeking to avoid those same issues here. Ryman is keen to engage with the council further on the most appropriate planning controls for retirement villages in Wellington City, including our Pūroro and Newtown sites. Our background in planning and consenting processes around the country is extensive, and we have a wide range of experiences and body of evidence which we are keen to share. Thank you, and I'll now pass over to Oliver Boyd from Somerset.
Thanks, Matthew, and good morning, councillors, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'll take our submission as read and just talk to, I guess, the themes of our submission in the RBAs, and I would just say that we fully support the RBA submission on the draft plan. So Somerset's been operating for more than 20 years and second largest owner and operator of comprehensive care retirement villages in New Zealand. We're committed to the care and wellbeing of elderly New Zealanders, with nearly 7,000 residents living within our villages throughout the country. We look after an older elderly demographic, with the average age of residents entering our village close to 80 years of age, and across our entire portfolio, the average age is more like mid-80s. Somerset has 6 villages operating or under construction in the Greater Wellington region. Those are located in Waikanae, Paraparaumu, Aotea, Kenepuru, Trentham and Lower Hutt. Somerset has an established reputation within the Greater Wellington region for creating beautiful retirement villages that cater for the full continuum of needs of our residents. A new Somerset village creates a positive social and economic contribution to the local community. Typically, we're investing $150 to $400 million in a new village, providing jobs, flow and economic benefits to the local community, construction industry, and that wider economy more generally. A new village creates 40 to 50 direct full-time equivalent jobs when fully operational, as well as several hundred jobs during that construction phase. A new village releases approximately 200 to 400 family homes back into the market, which obviously helps alleviate the housing crisis. We have a standing watch, I guess, on the Wellington region. There's, as we've just heard from John and the RVA, there's unprecedented and unmet need for high quality purpose-built houses for elderly residents in Wellington City. That unmet need is certainly going to get significantly worse in the city, and that's going to force residents to relocate away from their communities. I don't think I need to tell you guys that Wellington's topography is quite challenging. Having lived there myself in Brooklyn for several years, I've experienced that firsthand, and the challenges that a compact city has when it's set, set within a hill setting. For some context, typically in the regions we're looking for 7 to 10 hectares for a new village. In Auckland and Wellington City, that requirement might reduce to something like 2 to 4 hectares. As the site area reduces, by necessity, the village needs to get taller. And with that comes a direct correlation to how difficult consenting for a village is. Somerset considers that the Wellington District Plan does not adequately recognise the need for retirement villages or our unique attributes and requirements. And an example of that might be common amenity spaces in lieu of private spaces, and giving adequate weight to the benefits of creating a new village versus protecting historic amenity. A new Somerset village in Wellington would enable the elderly residents of the city to remain in the community that they've spent their entire lives contributing to, allow them to remain close to family and their loved ones, and provide them with a home that's close to their local amenities. I just thought I'd cover a few examples, recent examples of our RV developments in the Greater Wellington region and some of the challenges we've had. So at Lower Hutt, our resource consent phase there became extremely prolonged. So more than a couple of years to obtain consent, and certainly several $1 million worth of consultant and council fees to secure consent for that village. And a lot of the uncertainty with that development was created by council's changes to the private plan change for the site, which created ambiguity and subjectivity at the resource consent stage, and particularly around assessing perceived impacts to amenity. And I also would like to mention our Kenepuru village, where resource consent again became protracted. And that was due to the lack of specific recognition for retirement villages in the design guide. It was archaic, I guess, is how we might describe it. Particularly, it gave no recognition to the fact that common amenity spaces within our village are open to our residents, you know, at all hours, and that's provided, you know, by the fact that it's a communal living in lieu of expansive private open space that usually attracts to, you know, traditional residential development. So that's all I really wanted to talk to today. I'm happy to take any questions before I hand over to Joe at MetLife.
Thank you. We'll just hear from MetLife Care and then have questions at the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Māori and good morning. Thanks, Oliver. MetLife Care does appreciate the opportunity to speak and fully supports the RVA submission. Also, having heard from sort of Matt at Raymond and Oliver at Somerset, we also sort of share, you know, similar concerns, but also, you know, sort of opportunities for the future of Wellington. We currently have a growing, or MetLife Care currently owns and operates a growing portfolio of villages, including in the Kapiti and in Pūroro. We currently have 7 new villages under development and are seeking new opportunities across the lower North Island. Our new developments have followed what we call an urban village model. This design philosophy aims to reflect the surrounding neighbourhoods in which they are located. While many buildings tend to be larger in scale, they are often grouped around a street network that enables residents to circulate easily within the village, as well as connect with the communities around it. This approach does require a careful balancing of urban design outcomes as required by council, ensuring the safety and security of our residents and the commercial realities of development. Despite the pursuit of urban design best practice, there are still challenges we face in the consenting process, especially where district plans do not provide a clear pathway for retirement village developments. The unintended consequences could mean our unique and special offering is assessed by proxy against a set of traditional set of rules, objectives and policies that are designed for 2- and 3-level townhouses, rather than the higher intensity of integrated development that combines buildings typically up to 5 stories, hospital level care, independent living, and associated amenities all in one space. Not recognising the benefits of an integrated planning and design approach has potential to lead to perverse development outcomes. And so to that end, MetLife Care supports the RVA in its submission to enable more suitable sites and a nuanced planning approach that provides clarity in the development process and better outcomes for future Wellington retirees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we do have some questions and we've got about 7 minutes, but so ask concise but comprehensive questions, councillors. So Councillor Matthews and then Councillor Fring. Thank you.
To be hard to be concise because I was so excited by that submission as an advocate for denser housing. I just, you know, I wish I had known about this advocacy in the spatial plan process because I feel that there's a great opportunity for us to work together to show the benefits of this kind of living for the wider community. So hello and love it. Sorry, Iona, I'll get to a question. I guess my question is I'm also interested in universal design and housing that's appropriate for disabled people and, you know, older people in their who are living in their, you know, private rental or their own accommodation. So I'm wondering if there's any opportunity for you to share some of what you know about sound quality with us. Sorry?
Well, we missed the last bit of the question.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Councillor.
My question is just, is there anything, would you be willing to sort of show us about universal design and, you know, how to do more in housing for disabled people and people to age in place? Because I'm sure that's an expertise that your industry has in spades.
Yeah, thank you. I'll have a first crack at that if I may, Councillor. Thank you for your enthusiasm. I mentioned the possibility of a village site tour, and you'll be top of the list to go on that. Just very quickly, obviously retirement villages are designed for older people at all stages of mobility. And there's a design standard put out by an organisation called LifeMark. I know a number of operators subscribe to that, but maybe the 3 operators present could quickly say what they do.
Yeah, so Raymond puts a huge amount of time and resource into into the design of the village to ensure that special amenity requirements for our residents. So we do follow a number of the principles from the LifeMark that John spoke to, and but other than that, we have specialist teams that advise our design teams on all requirements, and also just continuing research on special care. We certainly have a big focus on dementia care, and so looking at providing the right environment based on most up-to-date research for their living is really important. So yeah, so there's a lot of time and resource goes into that.
Yeah, I'll just add that all of Somerset's villages are LifeMark certified. Certainly, I think having a competitive, healthy competitive industry that we do in the RV industry, we're constantly challenging ourselves to kind of go above and beyond and do better. And there's that feedback loop of back to LifeMark of the innovations that are going on within the industry. So I certainly think that goes a long way to improving the lives of our residents, and I think is an indirect benefit to other akin industries like those looking after disabled people. They get the benefit of that research and that innovation.
Thank you, Councillor Foon.
And MetLife Care is sort of very similar as well. We have specialist design teams that work, sort of internally and externally in the design and development of our villages, down to sort of the flush curbing on our roads or access ways through to the way in which you can manoeuvre a wheelchair around someone's bathroom. And more recently, we've sort of invested quite a bit of time looking at Green Star care buildings as well. And so we hope to roll out the first Green Star 6 sort of care building out at our Red Beach development in Auckland. But yeah.
Apologies, Mr. Bartley. Right, Councillor Foon.
Kia ora all, and thank you for coming in. And we're looking at the development contributions policy again next week. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Just 2 questions. One is for Matthew Brown, but I'll ask both questions if that's okay. I'm the councillor for Kawakawa Southern, so Newtown. And so I just wanted to know what the vision is for the space in Newtown and a rough timeline on that, and just how officers can help progress that if you're running ahead of this district plan. And the second question is a general one. Part of the mission for our compact city is to build community. So I guess one question I have for all of you, just in a couple of words, if you could describe how your neighbours would describe the sense of community you bring.
Certainly. So just to respond to the first question, Newtown, our consultants and design team are working on that project at the moment. We are just managing priorities on that at the moment, and so we're also working on the Karori site. So haven't got a time frame on Newtown just now, but yeah, there's quite a bit of work going on in the background. So the vision for that is once again a full comprehensive care retirement village with amenities on site for the residents, and looking for that to be a village that integrates into that community as an attractive building and a really high quality addition to the Newtown suburb. As far as sense of community goes, I guess one of the big things with our villages is we in the area that we're in, we, you know, before we even build a village, we spend time in the community. We get to know who's, you know, the groups in the community, and we involve them in the process of working through designs and, you know, and then getting through the construction of villages. And then once our villages are up and running in a community, there is a significant amount of involvement from different parts of the community in the villages. So we quite often engage with local bowling clubs, schools. We create opportunities for schools to come in and deliver a show to residents and things like that. So yeah, that's just a taste of it, I guess.
Matt, I might just add, and I do like the question, Councillor Fane. I think that's a common misconception that, you know, these villages are forced into the neighbourhood and then there's a walled community in which they have no interaction. Well, I think by its very function, the people that are moving into that village are generally coming from within a 5 kilometre radius, and that is the community. The number one thing that comes out on all of our surveys is security, and I think if you put yourself in the shoes of an 80-year-old, 85-year-old, when you go to sleep at night, you want to know that, you know, there's not going to be bumps in the night outside, and so having that security, and generally that means a gated, you know, perimeter, is the number one priority from all of our surveys. So, you know, that's a function of our villages, and I guess some say we don't apologise for that. That's what our residents need and want. But by its very function, our residents have contributed to the community and remain in touch with the community. And as Matt said, we encourage interaction with all of the community groups, and schools is a really nice example of where they come in and often, you know, entertain our residents, and our residents, you know, look after and foster that relationship. So I think it's just a misconception that's often out there, but we're certainly about busting those misconceptions.
And lastly, from MetLife Care, and completely agree with Oliver, I think, you know, engaging with the local community and neighbours are an important and integral part of the development process for retirement village developers. And, you know, to put another example out there, we've got some land up in Clevedon in East Auckland where we're actually part of the local community group and are members of the local community group who eventually supported our application. So I think not being disingenuous and doing meaningful engagement is almost sort of par for the course, really, for any development that goes on in MetLife Care.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your answers.
Councillors, we just do have half an hour for lunchtime, but if you two would like to ask questions, I'd welcome that because it is an important topic. Councillor Condi.
Thank you. Very quickly, we've got, I'm a councillor for the Northern Ward, which includes Johnsonville, where we've got Stride doing, looking at a new resource consent for a retail development there where they're hoping to do more residential. So it's a quick pitch to encourage you all to think about whether you might want to pick up the phone and talk to Stride about partnership opportunities of putting more residential on that site, because that's certainly an ambition that council has for that site. But my actual question is, how do we support you to do more building up to the more kind of 6 to 8 stories kind of apartment buildings that we've seen, because that's something that's really an ambition for the city, and that we would, given our geographical constraints, would be a great thing for both of us, I think.
Maybe quickly, Luke could do that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly why we're here, really, is to provide a planning regime which enables that sort of intensification, and probably, you know, without being critical of the draft plan, it just hasn't gone far enough. I mean, there are large swathes of the city that are in the general residential zone, and some of those areas are exactly where retirees want to live, and they've got huge opportunities because there's a potential to amalgamate sites or pick up, you know, brownfield sites and that sort of thing. But at the moment, with an 8 metre height limit, you're carrying a significant consent risk going in there trying to build something of a 6 to 8 story nature. Probably another point to be aware of is that retirees don't necessarily follow the same model as a typical resident, in that they don't necessarily want to live
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free, did you have a question?
No, my question was actually quite similar to Jenny's, so thank you, Jenny. Yeah.
All right, could I just ask one quick question? And I did challenge you at the development contributions hearing. So I'm well aware that the retirement villages are generally pretty expensive. Like, you might be paying $1,400, $1,600 a week, which for many New Zealanders will be out of, that will be out of reach. I appreciate also, of course, that you can get into one if you've got a very low level of assets. Given all the housing crisis and all the issues, are you confident that you will be able to build affordable rest home care if people don't own a house into their retirement? And also, will you be able to provide more culturally diverse offerings as well, because they do come across as being quite Pākehā centric? Kia ora.
Thank you. I'll have a go at that one very quickly, if I may, Councillor. On the question of affordability, generally speaking, a retirement village pricing reflects the average freehold home price in the area it's built in, less, say, 25-30%. So someone sells their home, moves to a village, and is able to release the equity and add the difference to their retirement savings. $1,500 a week for a retirement village is very, very expensive. I would suggest you may be thinking of care rather than village.
Yeah, I am, but just given the average age you were talking about, that's pretty likely.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
The average weekly fee for a retirement village is probably closer to $150 a week rather than $1,500. But of course, if someone needs care, then they can buy the care in, or if their asset level is below that of the government's threshold, the state will fund the care. But it's important to remember that we're talking specifically about retirement villages, although retirement villages will often have a care component built as part of it. The care itself is under a different financial regime.
But my point is that you're wanting to build a lot more of these, which may be inaccessible to many New Zealanders. So I'm just trying to understand if you've done some thinking about how you can develop a business model that would be more affordable. And of course, I don't need to tell you that we know that there is, growing rates of dementia and all that sort of stuff, so that people will need care.
Yes, we do appreciate the point, and certainly affordability is a crucial one. I don't quickly, guys. Does anyone have a view on the affordability question and rentals and that sort of thing?
I can probably field that, John. I think the actual care part of the business doesn't make a lot of money, and it's essentially subsidised by the independent living units that come along with a comprehensive care retirement village. So, you need that critical mass to pay for the initial capital investment in the care. And then I think in terms of affordability, for us, it's all about choice, having the option to buy into your care unit, or if you can't afford that, then the government stepping in and making sure that residential care subsidy covers the cost of the care, by definition is affordability. As John said, we price our units generally below the residential market. So if you do have a paid off house, you're coming into the village and you're releasing not only the equity in your house, but there's some left over. And if you're at the other end where you don't have any assets, the government are covering that cost of care. So I guess you've got both ends of the spectrum covered.
Yeah, sorry, the cultural appropriateness of the villages.
Sorry, Councillor, what was?
Well, they strike me as being, just even in terms of the kind of food that they provide. Are you thinking about how to meet different cultural needs into the future?
Yeah, I mean, We already, I guess, within Raymond villages, there is already a fairly diverse range of cultures in the village, in the villages and in care. So that's certainly already considered and more and more. So obviously, you know, one of the things we look at when we're looking at a new village is what is the demographic in the area, what are the various cultures in the area, and how can we work to accommodate that. But I just also emphasise the points that Oliver made. There's, you know, within a comprehensive care retirement village, there's a range of choice around the type of unit that you might have, and if you're still independent, there's you know, there's obviously the independent units which are priced generally below the median house price for the area, and then once you get into needing care, it's exactly as Oliver said, you can either afford to pay for that, or if you meet a certain threshold, then the government steps in and helps cover the cost of that.
All right, thank you very much for your time, really appreciate it, giving us some food for thought, and we will take those on board. Right, councillors, sorry, it is a tight day today, so we'll be back at 12:30 now, and feel free if you need to bring some lunch back and turn your camera off, because we do need to look after ourselves. Thanks everyone, see you at 12:30.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Rhea Ali and I'm representing the New Zealand Motor Caravan Association. Today, I want to briefly touch on 3 points made in the NZMCA submission. Firstly, how the plan allows for freedom camping. Secondly, how the plan treats non-motorized caravans as a building. And lastly, the definition of sensitive activities and visitors accommodation. The NZMCA represents some 110,000 members who enjoy exploring New Zealand in their self-contained motorhomes and caravans. Roughly 40% of the NZMCA members own non-motorized caravans. Our membership is growing rapidly and we are noticing more and more New Zealanders are purchasing caravans. In relation to our submission, the first point is the Freedom Camping Act. Enacted by Parliament in 2011, the Freedom Camping Act is a permissive statute that generally allows for freedom camping to occur on public land, save for defined areas that may be restricted or prohibited by a bylaw made under that Act, or a provision that reflects or restricts freedom camping under any other enactment, for example, district plan rules made under the RMA. The relationship between the Freedom Camping Act and the RMA is slightly complex, and the process for reconciling conflicting provisions between the Freedom Camping Act and district plan rules is not straightforward. Roughly half of all territorial authorities in New Zealand have adopted freedom camping bylaws under the Freedom Camping Act. If the draft district plan is adopted, the catch-all rule will require council to apply for multiple resource consent in order to give effective permissive regime provided under Section 10 of the Freedom Camping Bylaw. This has been a source of confusion and frustration for NZMCA and many other local authorities who endeavour to adopt bylaws consistent with Parliament's intent. To simplify matters, we recommend the Council cures this conflict by excluding freedom camping from the district plan. One approach is Dunedin's second generation plan, which explicitly notes freedom camping is not managed by the plan, rather it is managed through a freedom camping bylaw. The second point I want to touch on is the definition of buildings. We have a number of members living in Wellington region who own caravans. Most of them live in rural and residential zones and may require resource consent to store their caravans at home in between their weekend excursions and road trips around New Zealand. Our members' caravans have no effect on the receiving environment than self-propelled motorhomes, which are exempt from the definition of buildings. Our submission is further supported by legal advice from Simpson and Grayson. We also note other proposed plans have used subcategories. For example, the recently notified Pūroro City Plan and the New Plymouth District Plan have adopted the NPS definition of educational facility. Both plans have decided to include a separate definition of the term childcare services on the basis that this subcategory is required to assist with plan interpretation. The third and last point I want to touch on is the definition of sensitive activities and visitors accommodation. The definition of sensitive activities, which includes hazard, less hazard, and potentially hazardous activities in the draft district plan, only provides a list of activities rather than the actual definition or a set criteria which define why or how an activity may be sensitive. For visitors accommodation, since the draft plan does not include a specific definition for camping ground, this activity can be classified under the definition of visitors accommodation. We note that visitors accommodation has also been included in the list of sensitive activities. We recommend creating a subcategory to exclude camping grounds from sensitive activities. Camping grounds are transitionary in nature and provide accommodation only on a temporary basis. People can be moved quite easily. The NZMCA have systems in place to forewarn members of any potential risk and natural hazards. As mentioned in my original submission to Council, the NZMCA operate their members-only certified self-contained campgrounds in several zones across the country. These are provided for the enjoyment of people while also supporting local communities and the local economy. People enjoy camping in areas of natural sceneries, such as near coastal areas, the beach, lakes, and any other natural landscapes. They also want to be located close to central business areas where they can walk to quite easily or bike and explore the local activities and the goods the local community have to offer. I recommend the Wellington City Council reconsiders the options presented in our submission with a view to change some of these provisions. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have to the best of my abilities.
Thank you. A very interesting submission. Any questions, councillors? Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that submission. Are you saying that it's not clear that you mentioned camper vans and caravans? Are you saying that it's not clear the distinction between the two, or that it's that some of the legislation is not clear what they apply to?
If you are talking about the definition of buildings in the draft district plan, at the moment, the definition of building includes caravans, but not motorhomes. And we want to make sure that there is there is an exemption that also applies to caravans. The submitting advice that I've provided from Simpson and Grayson in support of my submission actually talks about how we could create a subcategory which defines, which exempts caravans, and it could be for a period of time. Say, for example, members who use their caravans for traveling as opposed to people who use it for storage purposes. So basically, we are just because in our, basically the business that we're in, motorhomes and caravans are both used by people for camping purposes. And we can't see how a caravan, if somebody has a caravan parked on their property, is different from somebody having a motorhome parked on their property. The only difference is that a caravan needs to be towed by another vehicle, whereas a motorhome doesn't.
Okay, thank you. That clears that up. Thank you.
Could I ask two questions? So a few years ago, we had some big debates about freedom camping. It seems to have quietened down a little bit here, but I was just wondering if your members were finding it easy to visit Pōneke, and also your point about removing references to freedom camping from the district plan and using a bylaw instead. Are other councils taking that approach?
We have, just to answer the second question of yours, we have put this forward when I've actually made submissions to a few councils when they are reviewing their draft district plan to put this forward to exclude it. I know that the Dunedin City Council has excluded it from their plan, and some of the other council have. I just have to go back and double check which council are, but yes, certainly we can see councils are taking this approach on board and explicitly excluding freedom camping from their district plans if they are doing this review. I'm still currently engaged with a few other councils working along through the same process. And just with regards to your first question, I didn't quite catch that. Are you talking about freedom camping in the local Wellington area?
Yeah, that's right. Just curious how it's going.
I don't know myself, but I can come back to you on that. I can check with the local team and come back to you.
Yeah, because we hear obviously about real holiday destinations having ongoing issues sometimes, and yeah, so just interested.
Yeah.
Any final questions, councillors? All right. Well, thank you. That was a useful perspective to bring. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Right now, Mr. Fraser, are you there?
Hi.
Kia ora,
Hi.
welcome.
Kia ora and sunny greetings from Newtown. Thank you
Always
for this
sunny,
opportunity.
right?
Sorry?
Always sunny over there.
Yeah, sunny and warm, yeah. Thanks for the opportunity to again, put forward our view from We Are Newtown. And rather than read out our written submission, which includes our well-known positions, I would like to make another last-ditch appeal to councillors to please listen to submitters and reject the argument that they are to be disqualified because they represent only a demographic that make the time or have the time to be engaged. This Orwellian approach to democracy has angered many in our community who are now disillusioned with the consultation process, especially as a compromise put forward by planners was thrown out under instructions by our representatives from Party Central. Newtown submissions, public meetings, walkabouts, workshops, etc. were ignored, adding to a history of loss of housing through zoning changes over the years for Newtown. And any number of quotes from the summary of submissions compiled by global research to the draft district plan reject random tall buildings in amongst our homes. And here are a couple or a few. Raising maximum building heights in residential areas was largely opposed, with submitters citing significant potential impacts such as loss of light, privacy, and amenity. Or design guide submissions focused on outcomes such as extending character areas, protecting and promoting aesthetically pleasing streetscapes, including heritage, limiting building heights in character areas, and limiting the damaging aspects of development. And finally, submitters opposed the new height limits and cited loss of sunlight, shading, wind tunneling, loss of character and amenity, and accompanying pressure on infrastructure from new residential developments. A member of our campaign has put together a shading video, which I hope to share with you, showing the negative effects on random tall buildings here in Newtown. I'm just going to put, hopefully I'll be able to screen share, bear with me. Whoops, hang on. Oh, no, bear with, I'm sorry. Whoops.
Are you able to email it to us, Mr. Fraser?
Hang on, let me just try again.
Okay.
No, bear with, I'm sorry.
It's not a problem. Do you have a document you can send us?
Yes, I have
Are you
it.
able to
Yeah.
email it to us, Mr.
Yeah,
Fraser?
sure. Hang on, let me just try again.
Okay.
Oh dear. And okay, I'll carry on. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah, and then send it to us. Thank you.
Yeah, we here in Newtown have a plan put forward by Red Design that allows for even more housing than council targets and many good
That's no
ideas.
problem. Do you have a document you can send us?
Yes, I have it.
To
Yeah.
email it to us, Mr.
Yeah,
Fraser?
sure. I'm just repeating it. And okay, I'll carry on. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
Yeah, and then send it to us. Thank you.
Yeah, we here in Newtown have a plan put forward by Red Design that allows for even more housing than council targets and many good
That's no
ideas.
problem. Do you have a document you can send us?
Yes, I have it.
Sorry, Mr. Fraser, sorry, there's some background noise which is disturbing you. There seems to be a
It's just repeating.
It is repeating, isn't it?
Yeah.
So can you just everyone make sure their microphone is off?
Carry on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and then send it to us. Thank you.
We here in Newtown have a plan
on YouTube at the same time.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Fraser. Can we just need to
cancel targets and many good.
Heidi, are you able just sorry, this is really not helpful. Okay, so now it's silent. Very sorry, Mr. Fraser. We'll give you a bit more time because it was just a bit messy. Right.
I think Heidi was saying possibly that Mr. Fraser has the live stream, the YouTube live stream on the background, and that might be causing the.
Oh, okay. Do you want to just try again, Mr. Fraser, and hopefully we'll get there. Sorry, you're on mute.
Yeah, okay, I've closed that. I've closed that.
That sounds good.
Rather. Should I try again live streaming?
No, I mean, just you continue with your submission, yeah.
Showing the video.
We'll have a look at it another time. You just send it to us.
I'll email it to you. Okay. We here in Newtown have a plan put forward by Red Design that allows for even more housing than the council targets and have many other good ideas for development without destroying the rug of Newtown, which includes streets such as Owen, Balmoral, Minerva, Green, Lawrence, and Harper that had a primary and contributory character status in the Boffa-Miskell report. We all agree that there is a housing affordability crisis and densification is necessary. And we want to see not-for-profit initiatives such as housing trusts and associations get off the ground to provide housing for essential workers such as nurses with a hospital here on our doorstep. Not just handed to private developers. This group has been left to market forces to find housing as they do not qualify for social housing. Dwell Housing Trust and the Simplicity /Kiwibank program are good examples of this. And here is a slide showing the potential of such a plan. No, it's not happening. I'll have to email. Sorry, I'll email with that as well. I'm a Zoom virgin on this one. Okay, this Newtown plan gives us an example on how we can win-win with the community who want to see Newtown grow and develop without cooking the golden goose. I grew up here in Owen Street on a small section with our house cheek by jowl with our neighbours, and can tell you that they are, in the most part, already density done well and ideal as family homes as opposed to 6-story apartment buildings. And we also take a pressing note that climate concerns are also high in submissions, where a policy of encouraging demolition and high carbon construction is at odds. Newtown's biodiversity is also at risk from the proposed changes but I'll leave that to our neighbour Paul Forrest's more detailed submission later this afternoon. Many thanks, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Fung, thank you.
Kia ora, Mr. Fraser, thank you for coming in. Just my question is, your submission to me sounds as if there's the perception that the council is forcing people to sell up their homes when that is not the case. So can you, just let me know what your understanding is of this part of the plan?
I think it being, that is true, but it puts at risk by allowing high developments, particularly on the northern boundaries of existing low, 1 or 2 story, pre-1930s houses. And this is, at odds to what we can, we are at the mercy of our, neighbours selling up and putting a 6-story apartment building on our northern boundary, which would, alter the microclimate, etc., light, sunlight. That's what is, apart from the streetscape, the general look of the area, the feel of the area, it's just not in keeping with what is here at the present. If that answers your question, I hope.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions, councillors? Mr. Fraser, just curious about your views on mass rapid transit, which is, very likely to go through Newtown. Do you think the plan that Red Design put up can accommodate the development that needs to happen along there, whilst retaining the heritage and, obviously allowing for the hopefully for light rail?
I would think so, although I'm not an expert. We look at the Red Design Plan as a really, is potential, and then there are other potential development sites, not only along the main spine, which can be developed without, like I say, destroying what we call the rug of Newtown, and that is up against, the town belt, etc. So, I do think that can deliver the numbers. I mean, who knows whether it'll be mass bus transit or, light rail. It's yet, that's way down the line. But in the meantime, we are keen to get development happening here. We're not anti-housing or anti-development. We are keen to make it happen, and there are shovel ready. And I think Red Design really, tell us, what is the potential at the outset.
Great. All right. Well, thank you very much for your submission, and we look forward to seeing that material that you had.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. So we now have Andrew Cumming and Hamish Daya. Are you there?
Yes, Hamish, I'm here.
Thanks. And Hamish, I'm sorry, did I pronounce your surname correctly?
Daya, yes, that's correct.
Daya, right. Thank you very much. All right, we look forward to your submission.
Thank you, Councillor. Good afternoon. My name's Andrew Cumming. I'm a planning consultant acting for Escape Investments, which owns 6 Hay Street, Oriental Bay. Just by way of disclosure, I was part of a team of consultants that provided advice to Council on the transport provisions of the district plan. Also here today is Hamish Daya. So the submission of Escape Investment supports 6 Hay Street being zoned medium density residential with a building height of 21 metres, as shown in the draft plan. Now, as a council, you've responded to the housing crisis and central government requirements with a comprehensive spatial plan that clearly identifies areas suitable for more intensive housing and areas with constraints of various types, including ecological and heritage. And you've taken that spatial plan through an extensive public consultation process, confirmed it as council policy, and you've then looked to implement the spatial plan through the district plan and reflect those spatial areas and implement the national policy statement on urban development in the zoning, the overlays, and the provisions of the district plan. And that's a complex task, and I think you've done an excellent job. If we look at Oriental Bay, your approach has been logical. The bay is clearly within a walkable catchment of the edge of the city centre, and we're aware that you've taken a robust approach to determining and testing walkability. So the starting point is 6-storey building heights, and the government requires that that should only be constrained where there's good reason to impose those constraints. I'm aware of a group of residents of the area. They've presented you with an assessment of heritage values. I read the report and found it an interesting history of the area, but hardly compelling in terms of demonstrating that the area as it is now should be considered a heritage area. In its key section, which is section 4, assessment of heritage significance, I think the report starts to run out of steam a little bit, and itself admits that the area is not entirely consistent in that new housing and infill have altered the overall appearance of the area. It says coherence is achieved, but with the obvious exception of the apartment buildings on Oriental Parade, overall the level of integrity is moderate. The study area is not especially old by Wellington standards. So that's the report itself. So a quick look at the area on Google Street View, and there's been distributed just a couple of images from that, which I think flipped up a moment ago. So those give a good impression of the area's buildings. Look, I'm not a heritage expert, and I'm not claiming to be at all, but I don't see how an area with a mix of so many modern buildings can be considered one. It's not one of the 6 heritage areas of the district plan. I think the reasons for that are fairly clear. Another matter being raised as a potential qualifying matter is slope stability. Now, the district plan includes overlays for various natural hazards, and slope stability isn't one of those. Now, obviously, much of Wellington is steep and fairly challenging, but all development on steep sites, is subject to specific engineering design, and that will be in the future just as it is now. Look, in summary, I think Council's done a good job of giving effect to the NPSUD, and there are no qualifying matters that should change the proposal in Oriental Bay as it affects 6 Hay Street. So look, at this point, we'd like to open for questions that you may have. And I note that Hamish has some interesting local knowledge about walkability, driving habits that he's observed, and geotechnical issues, for example. So over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions? Well, could I just start with one then? There has been quite a lot of opposition to the idea that Hay Street is rezoned, and from neighbours just because of its topography. I was wondering if you could provide a response to that.
Yeah, I'd like to say, Michelle, I see there has been some opposition from some of the residents of Hay Street. I noticed the opposition, the issues with stability of the ground, walkability, and character. In terms of stabilisation, I've had a geotech report performed on the site where my property is, and I can word for word, it's come up as there is no significant topographical features indicating deep-seated instability observed on the site that would otherwise preclude development. I think each site has to be dealt with on its merits, as opposed to just having a blanket uniform, an area cannot be developed as a whole. In terms of the walkability issues, I noticed there was a bit of opposition just on it not being within a walking catchment of Courtney Place. And we've had over 100 occupants in the multi-unit property that I own over the past 10 years. And after checking with the property managers, only a handful of them have only ever requested for resident parking. So it is an area where many residents do walk to work. Over 40% of the Oriental Bay residents walk to work from a recent council report I noticed. I think Lower Hay Street is absolutely suited in fulfilling the NPSUD objectives. In fact, I think it couldn't be more suited. I do agree with the Oriental Bay Residents Association. They did mention that individual sites could be assessed, maybe further up Hay Street as it does get narrow. There is some challenging manoeuvring from vehicles and trade vehicles going in and out, but certainly not the lower part of Hay Street. I think that's it's absolutely ripe for a rezoning and to fulfil the objectives of the NPSUD, which is to provide a variety of households, so it can become an area where not only a certain few can live there, but open for all age groups and all types of residents. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your full answer. Any other questions, councillors? Right, I know the officers are making up a list of individual rezoning requests, so those will be looked at in the Section 32 report. So you will get a response on that. Oh, sorry, Councillor Young, you'd like to ask a question?
Yes, just thinking about Hay Street, of course, one of the issues is not just the stability of the ground and the topography, it's also the narrowness and tortuousness, if that's a word, of the road, and the complexity over a lot of the land ownership, cross leases and things like that. I mean, it's a very complicated street.
Right. Would you refer that to the entire street, or more so the upper side, or the?
You'll be pleased to know. I'm not an officer. I'm just relaying. But I mean, I think it certainly kicks in pretty low down in Hay Street, because a lot of the properties originally were designed to be accessed from roads that don't exist anymore, or they're paper roads. I mean, it is because it's one of the oldest parts of the city. There are some very odd ownership issues over the land.
Right. I mean, if I ever did anything on the site, I would definitely consider having no parking as a part of, and no space for parking, simply because the occupants of my properties that I've had there over the last 10 years just simply don't have vehicles and they walk to work. So that's something, and I imagine that's in line with the NPSUD as well, of not providing parking. That's something.
What happens if you have a tenant who has disability issues?
The property that I have has a driveway which has been consented for a car park on the site. So they would just use the driveway to exit out to Hay Street. I don't foresee any issues for accessibility there, and especially if we're going more than 3 stories. So make sure we'd have a lift as well, which would help with that. But good
luck with your neighbours.
Well, that's. I mean, I guess that's part of from what I understand, the NPSUD is at the top of the planning hierarchy, where it removes those development restrictions and barriers to be able to actually provide a variety of housing and more capacity. So I imagine that's something that and all sensitive neighbourhoods have to get used to. And I think the council's done a fantastic job of indicating that there's certain areas around the inner city that are within the 10-minute catchment area to transport.
So just remind me, how many stories you're thinking of putting on there?
Oh, I haven't even thought about it. It's just more, it gives the ability to be able to plan for 6 stories. That's my understanding of the plan. Right. But quite often, 3 stories is really where 3 to 4 stories is where is more suitable, just given the construction costs and having a whole new level of construction.
You don't have to have a lift.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right, well, thank you very much. We've now had all the questions. Really appreciate your contributions, and as I said, you'll get a response on that request. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Not a problem. Right, Claire Bibby, a warm welcome to you. You, of course, know everything about the way we operate, so you have, I think, sorry, are you here on behalf of the association or as an individual?
As an individual, and Eddie, would you put up the slides, please? And what I'll do is I'll go through these quickly and just go next slide so that she knows when to change them. So, hi everyone, kia ora. My name's Claire Bibby and I'm a heritage gardener. I'm just going to put my timer on so I know as well what I'm doing here. I lead a heritage garden group on at the historic halfway house at Beamside. It's listed on the district plan and it has gazetted historic reserve status. Next slide. We're a Duke of Edinburgh Award provider for gardening skills for locals and Wellington East, we hope. And we're a Moths and Butterflies New Zealand Trust accredited garden, and we feature in New Zealand's national journals and magazines. Change the slide. The draft district plan proposes a 15-metre height, which is 3 to 5 stories along the boundary of the historic reserve. And you can see the house area is outlined in light green. Next slide. What will happen if this takes place is it will get no afternoon sun. We already have limited sun because there's high hills on the north side. There'll be no recreational privacy. The flower gardens and house will be cast in shade. The gardens actually won't survive. And it turns a flat, sunny reserve into a cold, damp, shady reserve. It actually doesn't fit with the proposed heights for protecting heritage under the RMA, which says protect historic heritage from inappropriate subdivision use and development. Next slide. And it doesn't actually follow the draft district plan heritage guide, which, because it doesn't respect and respond to the scheduled heritage site, the heights are not positioned to enhance the open space surrounding it, and the natural landscape heritage structures are not considered. Next slide. That wooden fence that runs along the boundary is where it's proposed to be a 15-metre height. And there's the Pūroro stream runs through the middle of the area that's proposed to be rezoned 15 metres. So that you'd actually see none of what you can see in these slides at all, just be vertical building. Here's another example. What we're recommending is that the actual zone is limited to a single story on the boundary of the Greenside Reserve, and any second story has a recessed plane or is set back from the boundary, and restrict it to a maximum height of 8 metres or 6. It's a bit confusing what those metrages are because US stories are different sizes to what New Zealand's using, so I don't know what New Zealand's using. I think 6 metres standard suburban height. Make it a condition, like have a caveat on this particular site that that complies with historic heritage design guides of the district plan. So it gives people a red flag or a warning that they need to consider the heritage next door. Next slide. We've lost a lot of our heritage in Greenside and Church Park in the last 20 years, and I just want to speak about another site we're concerned about. It's a survey marker for the centre line of the railway tunnel. Next slide. This was the land that the Marshall Ridge line that council has taken out of the district plan. It was in there as a special ridge line to be protected, and they're now proposing extensive cut and fill 3 roads and up to 150 houses within the hilltops and ridgeline protected area. That yellow dot is roughly where the survey marker is. It will probably get destroyed if this takes place. Next slide. We've been making submissions since 2005 to have this protected, and no one seems to be taking any notice of us in council. Just last year in December, Tawa Historic Society and the Rail Heritage Trust of New Zealand also put in submissions to say, please protect this site, and that white line is an indicator of the view shaft. What makes it special is it was before they had all the technology to do this. They actually got that centre line done through visuals, through putting total pegs up, which is pretty amazing. It's New Zealand's longest double track tunnel, 4 miles long, I think, 4 miles, 4 kilometres. Next slide. There's no reference in the draft design guide for heritage to protect rural heritage or heritage in greenfield subdivisions such as Churton Park and Glenside, and there's no reference at all to view shafts anywhere else except in the central city. In fact, in your design guide, all your photos are of the central city except for one. And it sort of seems like they're ignoring the outer areas and the rural areas and greenfield areas. So we're asking, could you please ask them to have a view shaft protection and district plan included for rural greenfield sites? and include the survey marker in the district plan schedule of heritage sites, which we've been asking for more than 16 years, and prioritise heritage sites threatened by a greenfield subdivision in Glenside. I'll probably put Churton Park there too, because the developers hell-bent on changing the boundaries to Churton Park. So if you include Churton Park as well as Glenside, it covers both. Incidentally, the view shaft couldn't be built out. We were asking for it to be done. It overlooks the Middleton Road and the railway, and you can't build on it. It's almost a cliff. So it would be really cool to have it actually marked as a view shaft to make it a destination area for people to walk to. Thank you. I just want to one last slide. I actually support the Glenside Progressive Association submission on large lot residential for this block as an alternative to the intense subdivision. There's a track you can see along the top there. If you make it large lot residential, that becomes an asset to council. Currently, they propose to construct a new track along there. They won't need to if you look after the asset that's already there. And it would also, changing to large lot residential would mean there's more opportunity for that interesting national piece of heritage to be protected. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Bibby. That is incredibly helpful. Any questions, councillors? Okay, well, just as one of the heritage advocates on council, I will be following that up just to make sure. So that was really helpful to give that kind of detailed feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pan. I just want to ask one question, because we had a meeting on Monday with our community over flooding down Willowbank and down through Tawa, and we were told by the field worker for Greater Wellington Regional Council that they're running on a watercourse agreement, which dates back to 1970, and their budget for managing the erosion and the flooding on that stream is only $48,000, and he used $27,000 of it to clean up after Dovey or the preceding stream. And we were wondering if council, I don't know if it comes under district plan, but the Hutt River Valley have a Hutt River Valley flood scheme that the Upper Hutt, Lower Hutt and Greater Wellington Regional Council contribute to. And it's probably time that the councils looked at that for the Pūroro one, because the sediment is phenomenal that's flowing down there, and it's causing all sorts of problems from the subdivision approvals and the consents that are being approved. And that would enable Pūroro City, Hutt, Wellington City, and probably central government to contribute funding, because it is the railway line runs along there, the national gas pipeline, and it's the only alternative motorway link between Takapū and Johnsonville. There's no other road. So can I just throw that out there as something as a takeaway? I've mentioned it to Anita Baker, the Mayor at Pūroro, and to Chris Kirk-Bernard in an email, but that was just sent this week, so I haven't had a chance to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. No, we are looking sometimes through different mechanisms to look at funding arrangements, so it's helpful. Thank you.
I'll forward the email essentially.
Yeah, if you could, that would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Stu Ferrant, welcome to you.
Kia ora. Can everybody hear me okay?
That's perfect. You've got 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for the time. I'm here representing the Sustainability Society, which, for those of you that don't know, is a technical interest group of Engineering New Zealand focused on how the urban form can be done in a way that supports more regenerative outcomes and generally a more sustainable future. So just getting into it, it will come as no surprise to everyone here that our fresh and coastal waters are in a perilous state. Our streams and harbour are subject to uncontrolled stormwater every time it rains. Our unique freshwater ecosystems have been decimated, and the modi of these once vibrant waterways is denuded. It is also no surprise that our climate is changing, with a future likely to be characterised by extended hot, dry spells, interspersed with short, sharp downpours. Our communities, iwi partners and professionals have all raised alarm over this perilous current state. As cities across Aotearoa and globally have taken action to protect urban freshwater environments, Wellington has largely sat on its hands. We lag up to 20 years behind other cities such as Auckland and Hamilton, and even further when you look across at Australia and the US and Europe. This district plan is intended to support a reset for urban development across the Wellington region, or the Wellington City region. Density done well. Urban intensification is intended to support resilient and livable communities, but the current lack of rules or controls to support the maintenance let alone the improvement, of water values will undoubtedly result in the future collapse of streams, such as the Kaiwharawhara, Owhero, Karori, and Pūroro, to name a few. There'll also be the continued steady contamination of the harbour and the south coast, which obviously includes the marine reserve, and the continued desecration of our piped streams which once flowed, such as the Waitangi, Waimapihi, Kumatoto, and Pipitea, to name just a few. As our environmental regulator, Greater Wellington Regional Council are the agency responsible for defining water quality targets, in-stream values, and resource consent requirements at catchment and large development scales. The Whaitua process, as many of us know, aims to achieve this and is starting to slowly move things in the right direction. But the reality is that it is Wellington City Council that has the vehicle, the district plan, to ensure that development outcomes align with water quality and environmental aspirations. And it is Wellington City Council that holds the consenting requirement to meet ongoing standards. Realistically, without clear rules to govern infill and greenfield development, the substantial burden and costs of this will in the future fall on Wellington City Council and the ratepayers. As currently drafted, the district plan will provide no means to ensure that our ongoing urban growth doesn't directly translate to ongoing degradation of the environment. Regardless of legal requirements, it is via the district plan that other proactive local councils take a role in ensuring appropriate protection of the environment and the taonga it supports. At a technical level, the current objectives and policies need to be significantly strengthened to ensure that Three Waters infrastructure includes the environmental and ecological outcomes and the importance of Te Mana o Te Wai. This also needs to firstly recognise that no areas of our city currently have capacity in terms of ecology and any further uncontrolled development will be at the expense of these ecosystems. The reference to the Wellington Water Regional Standards for Water Services does not address this, given its lack of specific detail on water quality or environmental flow management within that guideline. It is also important to note that the term hydraulic neutrality is a bit of a misnomer, that in practice refers only to the peak flows for the purposes of flood protection. It does not address environmental outcomes. To appropriately address stormwater-related impacts of urban development in line with other councils across New Zealand and internationally, the district plan therefore needs to, and I've just got 4 short points here. It needs to address development at all scales, as the regional rules only pick up large-scale sites. So we're talking about intensification here. We're talking about small lots being subdivided, which ultimately results in fairly large changes to the imperviousness across our city. It needs to include clear rules relating to the retention of stormwater volumes for stream protection. This is different than detention. It needs to include clear rules for water quality that can easily be understood by regulators and developers alike. And it needs to also reflect the long-term vision to one day return functional urban ecology to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, very clear. Councillor Foon.
Thanks, Stu, and apologies. My question was, what were the top 3 things we needed to do? So you came in with 4. But just another challenge that we seem to have is with the ownership with the Greater Wellington Regional Council. Like there seems to be a really grey area there of accountability. Could you give us any advice on that, although you have made it clear that we are in control of development standards?
Yeah, look, it's the regional council's role to define water quality targets and what environmental outcomes need to be achieved. But the achievement of those really rests with Wellington City Council, because you're the ones who are in control of the development and your own personal activities that also get done. And so at the moment, resource consent is only triggered by development of a 3,000 square metre site or above. And that's only through earthworks consenting. So at the moment, anyone who subdivides their land or purchases a couple of side-by-side houses and knocks them over and does townhouses and things, those, unless they're over 3,000 square metres, never even go to the regional council. And that incremental development is really where the biggest risk lies with this current district plan.
Sorry, you're not finished?
No, sorry, just trying to think. And part of you know, like part of the challenge with this has been trying to free up the rules so that people are able to get on with it. But really what you are telling us that if we don't get tighter on the rules, we're going to have a disaster.
Yep. And my short answer to that is that unfortunately we need rules because our development community has shown us that they don't do things on their own free will. But also anywhere else where there is rules, and you know, this is across New Zealand and internationally, when there's rules in place, developers work to those rules. If there's a clear playing field, they're quite comfortable with that. So you don't need to be, I guess, afraid of developers. They're going to put up a bit of bluster, but at the end of the day, they work to what rules they have in front of them. And this needn't, the cost of not doing anything is significantly more than the cost of putting it onto a development.
Right, and can you just repeat your third point, please?
The third point was include clear rules for water quality that can easily be understood by both regulators and the development community.
Right, thanks, Stu. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Can I just ask one question, which is perhaps goes a little bit deeper, that about how we actually manage to meet the human needs within ecological constraints. And so you've talked quite heavily about rules, but are we sort of looking at it from the wrong angle about what constraints there are and then fitting around the environment?
Yeah, look, I think there's an element of, in a utopian world, we wouldn't need to be in this rules perspective, and at the same time, I think any rules need to be supported by proactive community engagement and methods to connect people with the community, with the environment, and so forth. But what we see around Wellington, and it's across the Wellington region, not just Wellington City, but what we see across Wellington is that our natural environments where they do remain are so degraded that connection's lost and has increasingly been lost. You've only got to look at Ōwhiro Stream or places like that to see that connection is lost. And so we need to find a balance of improving practice, and that's, yeah, typically does require rules, and that's the only thing that works elsewhere in the country. But at the same time, I completely agree that we need to have behaviour change and education and all of that. But that alone won't do anything.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Condie.
Thanks, nice to see you, Stu. I just want to talk about the Mayoral Task Force report, and which had a number of recommendations about the district plan and stormwater management. In your view, does the draft district plan meet the recommendations of the task force in its current form?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, and do you think if we were to address the 4 points that you've made, would we then be in a better position to be addressing those recommendations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Very succinct. Right, is that all the questions?
I will just add on that, and I think that there is an issue with that responsibility between the regional council and the territorial authority, and so yeah, the widely held perception around the area is that all of these responsibilities are the regional councils, but elsewhere in cities like Hamilton, Auckland's a bit different because it's a unitary authority, but other cities, and Tauranga is another good example where they are recognising that they need to be in control of their destiny, I guess, and have rules that are appropriate, and a district plan that supports good development.
Right, thank you very much. We appreciate your expertise.
Okay, thank you. Ka kite.
Ka kite. Right, Ruth Paul, many apologies. Sorry, I was using old notes, but you did have your slot now. So a warm welcome to you. It's been a while.
Right. Kia ora, you can hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I'll just sail into it. My name's Ruth Paul, and I'm a member of a family trust that owns land and shares a boundary with Te Rewhiti and Meridian Westwind Wind Farm. And I'm here to just talk about the renewable energy chapter of the draft district plan. My interest in that specifically is I was an original member of the New Zealand Standard for Wind Turbine Noise, NZS 6808, which is in the plan. I chaired the community board for about 6 years during the original resource consent for West Wind. I sit on the Meridian Power Up Community Fund in Makara, and I was a successful appellant in the West Wind court cases. So I think it's just been largely missed by the rural community, the impact that this chapter will have, and that it overrides all the underlying rural area rules and the natural open space rules. But firstly, I'm going to address it in terms of how it comes up in the plan and Meridian's submission. So I want to cross-submit on what they've submitted. Firstly, in terms of the high coastal natural character designation that's on the whole basically southwest coast of Tirafiti around to Makara Beach, and further, Meridian is saying that that should be removed because as this plan starts, there's already built infrastructure, there's already turbines on that landscape, and therefore it doesn't need to have that special requirement on it. But I need to remind you that at the court hearings for the original resource consent, the court really carefully considered coastal natural character and said that turbines were okay to go in that space because at the end of their lives, they can be decommissioned and removed from the landscape. So they're not creating a permanent infrastructure on that landscape. So I strongly object to that, I don't know, designation of natural character being removed from the coastal landscape. As part of that, there's definitions that aren't in the plan that I think are really important. And also, for instance, Meridian has asked that ancillary facilities become part of the definition of a wind farm. And I would argue that because everything else is already in that definition, an ancillary facility can only really be, you know, maybe a teaching facility or an accommodation facility or perhaps a tourism facility associated with that generation. And they should definitely be applied for as individual resource consents, not just lumped in with basically the definition of a wind farm. The second most important, I think, definition would be upgrade. There is no definition of upgrade in the plan. Meridian proposes one, which is basically anything within the footprint of the existing wind farms, potentially a height limit, and anything that suits NZS 6808 that fits within that. I would argue that that's not an upgrade. That's basically a new turbine. An upgrade should be in the same location as an existing turbine. It should be no higher than an existing turbine, and it should not be any louder. Both the Court of Appeal and the Environment Court, when they were considering these wind farms, assessed every single turbine and its impact on the community that live alongside. And they took away 6 from West Wind because of that impact. They took away 5 from Mill Creek because of that. So to just say now you can, you know, increase the height of your turbines and call it an upgrade, I think is a real disservice to the local community. I need to say that the community has a great relationship with Meridian at the moment. And part of that is because it's been hard fought for by Meridian and by community members. And it's really up to the council to make sure that there is parameters around what generators are going to be able to get away with in the future in terms of all the residents who live alongside. The next definition I want to address is in Policy 10, adaptive management, offsetting measures or environmental compensation. I mean, frankly, that's so broad, I get really confused about how it works with the biodiversity offsetting compensation language. And it sounds to me, it's like saying, you know, if there's an adverse effect from a turbine that's twice the size of a current one on your property, say it's a shadow flicker that you get regularly, don't worry, we've planted native bush somewhere over here and that's our offsetting measure. And that's simply not acceptable. It has to be in terms of the person or property it's having the impact on, or the community. And I do note that Meridian's asked that in one section, the word community, I think it's objective 2, be removed. And I think that's crazy. You've got to keep community in there as part of the assessment of an activity. I also think all big generators are required to offset their carbon emissions by the government, by law, and they can't have it both ways. Say, look, you know, we know we'll have an impact on this community with new turbine development or infrastructure, but don't worry, we're doing our carbon offsetting by planting bush over here. You know, it's a win-win from a generator if that's the case. Reverse sensitivity is the other big concern I have. At the moment, the rural area rules allow certain landowners to do things, and if because of a potential increase in generation in the future or size of turbines being increased, there is potentially a person who can't build a house on their vacant lot because it might have an issue with the turbines. Basically, reverse sensitivity, which comes up in quite a lot of the things. I think it's Objective 2, Objective 3, Policy 15. That needs to be assessed on the existing wind farm and the existing rules. You can't kind of say that in the future Meridian gets to override any potential activity of a rural landowner. I know that very clearly Meridian is, and generators in New Zealand in general, are keen to grow their activities. That's fine, that's fair. It needs to be with the consent of the communities they're in, or you'll go back to the bad old days of people getting up in arms with their neighbours. I'd like to ask that there is definite communication channels for when resource consents are applied for by generators, that the community gets to hear about that and be notified before they're decided. So yeah, clear lines of communication. As landowners, we also submitted on SNAs and the Rural Area Design Guide and the Rural Area Rules, but it was really the renewable energy rules I wanted to raise with you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really helpful. Any questions, councillors? I do have one. So just given we are in a climate and ecological crisis, you're saying that we can still keep generating energy in sustainable ways, but really you're just looking for some quite tight rules and sort of consent from communities to,
yes,
to stop very, very adversarial court cases going ahead and all the rest of it.
Yeah, and I think you have to acknowledge that any into the future, the wind farms in Wellington will only their infrastructure, their turbines will only double in size. They're very keen to have much bigger turbines and to have solar, and Meridian's very clear about that. So that is going to have a much bigger impact on the community in terms of noise is established with line of sight and with proximity to a turbine. So the more you can see it, the more you can hear it. So noise will become more of an issue. The visual, elements of that will become more of an issue for a lot of neighbouring properties. And it's a major omission that the Makarahareru Community Board has not submitted on this. And I think basically they've either missed it or, I don't know why, but it's just huge for the rural area.
Okay, that was incredibly helpful. Thank you for coming along and sharing that, and we will definitely look at that issue. Right, Lynn Cadenhead, apologies that we are running late. So you do have your 10 minutes. Look forward to hearing what you've got to say. And I think you did write the longest submission, so thank you. You've obviously put a lot of work in.
You're and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the whole council. And yes, I'm sorry, it is a very long submission written by quite a few members of the group. And we are quite a big group, and everybody, had particular areas of interest. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work that council officers have put into writing this draft district plan. It is a huge effort, and well done to get a draft out there. Your comment relates to my first point. The submission technology really wasn't up to the task, because in a district plan, every single word counts. So you need to be able to track change, and did have that function, but you couldn't leave it and then add to it, which is why you got 17, I think, online submissions, because every time it was worked on and saved, it then turned into yet another submission. So for the next round, for the proposed district plan, need much, much better technology so that you can go in there and keep saving it. Different members of the group need to be able to go in and add to it. And initially it kept being lost. We eventually got the technology working, and the staff, the council officers did their best with it, but there were certainly some teething issues. So that was point one. Point two is right through the plan, there's a lot of sloppy wording. For example, the word practical. You can do it or not do it depending on where practical. And the other term, if there's no practical alternative, like and other things like under biodiversity offsetting, for monitoring over an appropriate time frame. Now, if it's actually biodiversity offsetting, then it needs at least 10 years of monitoring. Like another example is under the general residential zone, GRZ P2, are adequately serviced by Three Waters infrastructure. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean X number of wastewater leaks is acceptable in a year? Does it mean a certain water pressure is acceptable? Does it mean that Stu's example of the impact of stormwater is acceptable? So there's a lot of stuff in the document that needs to be tightened from the developer's point of view so it's clear, and also from the staff officer's point of view, so they're not having to make an individual assessment on lots of things as to whether or not they're practical or whether or not they, it's just too many decisions to be made. So that's my second point. My third point, and I'll try and speed up because I have a few, all objectives, policies and rules need to be assessed for their effect on Wellington's zero carbon goals. And a very obvious quick example is if there aren't enough bike storage places for residents of apartments, then they're going to use their car more. If there isn't a local supermarket, they're going to use the car more. So it all has to be assessed for its effect on the zero carbon rules. My fourth point is a one-liner. The EIG supports the SNA overlays, and I won't go into the details. You can read the detail in our big submission, and you can always come back to the EIG. My fifth point is a compliment. I thought the hazards section was very good. The rules clearly followed from the objectives, which clearly followed from the policies. It was very clear what it was trying to achieve, and it set a nice balance between the protection of life and property and private development, private property rights. My final point is Three Waters. I totally agree with what Stu was saying, and it's clear from the Mayoral Task Force Three Waters report and the Wellington City Council Spatial Plan Three Waters assessment that there are significant problems, as we all know, with the capacity and maintenance of the three water infrastructure. The draft district plan proposes to allow developments in areas where there's absolutely no capacity for growth in one or more of the Three Waters infrastructure, and it's far from clear how this is going to be managed through the current draft district plan to safeguard drinking water supply, prevent wastewater spillages, overflows and leaks, and protect waterways and flooding. We agree with Stu that stormwater retention is the word, needs to be a rule for all developments, big or small. Basically, in Auckland, stormwater retention means that you have to retain the first 10 mils of rainfall, and that rainfall is then put into soak holes, or it can be used to flush toilets. So then it isn't, so at the moment what's happening in Wellington is you're getting, every time it rains just even a little bit, the streams go up really quickly because the pipes go straight in. So they're up and down and up and down. And then when they're destabilized, so when you get a big flood, you get a ton of erosion and you get a ton of, it's terrible for the in-stream biodiversity. So, you know, Stu's stuff gives a lot more detail, but that's what it is in a nutshell. And of course, water sensitive urban design. Basically, think of the land as a big sponge. And if that sponge is covered in plastic, i.e. asphalt, concrete and roads, it goes straight into the streams. If it's a sponge like plants and soil, it absorbs it and then lets it release slowly into the streams. The most exciting thing I read in this plan was part 2, district-wide matters, strategic direction, natural environment, the mana whenua overarching principles for the management of the city's water in the future. I was so pleased to see these principles. They are so great. And I don't think at this point in time they are properly embedded into the district plan. If they were, there wouldn't be several kilometres of proposed piping in the Upper Sebbings plan. And I think that will do for me. There was dozens of things I could have talked about, but we don't have all day, and you or the council officers can read our lengthy submissions. So questions, if you've got any.
So any questions? So I guess I would just ask, do you think overall that this will work to really achieve a good environment for future generations? Or is this just yet another incremental improvement?
You mean the actual current plan?
Yeah, no, the proposed one. Just as an overall question.
The draft district plan as it stands will not, no.
So
it's not managing stormwater.
Okay, yeah.
For a start, I think all of the overlays are good. None of them are perfect, but they're all pretty jolly good. I was actually pretty impressed with the flood overlays, the ponding overlays, the secondary flood lines, the heritage stuff. I thought actually the peer-reviewed heritage character area was better. But overall, the overlays are good. There's some good bits in this plan. Like I said, the hazard stuff I thought was particularly good, but the management of the three waters, is a significant problem, and it almost undermines all the other better things.
Okay, and look, we did get an amendment through to look at positive stormwater solutions rather than just neutral ones. So, but anyway, the feedback is taken.
Yeah, look, positive would be better, especially with regard to the pollutants in the waterways. There's absolutely nothing in the plan to try and get the water a bit cleaner. And actually, Stu was telling me that there was a survey that was done, and something like 70% of people in Auckland thought that stormwater went through a treatment plant. So there's a huge education for a start so people understand exactly where this water is coming from and going to. Yeah.
Right.
Actually, one final point is, in also what I'd call the livability things, the size of apartments and the facilities that are provided, there was a really strong lack of evidence to back up what was in there. Now, I know some of this is changing with the government's latest tweaks to housing and outdoor yard areas and all that stuff, but it didn't flow well like some of the other sections. It seemed that they just plucked a number out of thin air for apartment sizes or number of bike parks, or that they may well not have done, but there's not it doesn't flow. There's not the backup. There's not the justification for the size of a bed sit, or the lack of a balcony, or all the other let's call them livability, daylight, sunlight. They're not justified.
Okay, feedback taken on board. Great, thanks again, and if you could pass our thanks on to the whole group for all the work that's been done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, welcome Dave Stewart. Apologies, we're running a little bit late now, so a warm welcome to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you all today. I'm here to represent Te Haupai Trust Board and to talk specifically about a historical anomaly regarding our land and hopefully prevent a future one. I don't know if you're aware, but the Te Haupai Trust Board is one of New Zealand's oldest charitable trusts. We were founded in 1888 and were deeded 4 acres more or less, as shown in the attached photograph there. And that lot in its entirety is lot DP 44405. This was given to us by a special act of Parliament. And the land is accessed behind Wellington Hospital, accessed by Hospital Road and also by Owen Street. For about 127 years after being founded, Te Haupai operated a rest home, hospital and dementia residential care facility on approximately half the site. As shown in that photograph, you can see the buildings there, being the lower northern portion accessed off Hospital Road. In 2015, we constructed a bed hospital wing using the upper southern half of the land, which you can see in that photograph is actually car park, but now has quite a number of buildings on it. The southern part of the site, access from Owen Street, was leased for several decades, both formally and informally, by the Wellington Hospital CCDHB, and was used for car parking, including road access to Hospital Main Street car park and buildings. Roads across the Te Haupai land also allow access to the Otago School of Radiation and the Total Energy Centre, and those access ways are still used by the CCDHB at the kind discretion of Te Haupai with no current formal agreement or compensation. In 1994, the current council district plan was promulgated, splitting the site into two zones, as you can see in that photograph, or in that picture there, with the northern half zoned in a residential area in the yellow, and the southern half zoned institutional precinct hospital. At that time, the Trust Board was not made aware of the changes, and it only became apparent when in 2013, we applied for resource consent for our hospital wing expansion. We believe this incorrect splitting of the site occurred due to the misinterpretation of the CCDHB leased car park and road as being hospital land, which is totally incorrect as it remains owned by the Trust. The zoning of special purpose hospital zone is also incorrect for the usage for which the land was originally deeded to Te Haupai Trust for all future needs and development. It's now our intention to develop the southern portion further for residential or aged care and not for public hospital purposes. The intention is to provide long-term financial stability for the Trust Board core business of residential care for the elderly by creating an income stream from developing for lease and potentially licensed to occupy residential apartment style accommodation, similar to the recent development of residential apartments by Mary Potter Hospice in neighbouring Main Street. And just as an aside, our view is that the current private residential aged care villages are very much being priced out of the market, and there is a real area of concern for aged people who want the village environment but don't have the ability to afford to pay for a villa and a commercial residential care facility. So we're wanting to fill that niche market and fulfill our aged care and needy charter. So we request that our entire property be zoned medium density residential zone and not split into the two proposed different zones, general residential and special purpose hospital zone. The Trust Board also requests that a single height limit apply to the full 1.4 hectare property and not split into two different height zones as proposed in the draft, and you'll see that in that second image. In support of the request for medium density residential, we wish to make the following points. We were previously only one zone, the residential C zone. There can be no justification for proposed downzoning of the northern half of the property from the operative inner residential to general residential, with a consequent drop in permitted building height from 10 metres to 8 metres. In fact, part of our building on the current northern site is in excess of that 8 metres. The building heights on the properties adjacent to Te Haupai range from 50.4 metres down to 16.8 metres. In the Trust Board's opinion, a 21 metre height would be more appropriate and consistent with the National Policy Statement Urban Development 2020, which encourages intensification. An 8 metre building height, as indicated for the northern half, would be a clear anomaly given the building heights applying to the immediately adjoining properties. Conversely, a 21 metre height limit would be consistent with the 21 metre building height proposed for the neighbouring residential properties in Main Street and Owen Street. New Zealand has a dire housing crisis and a rapidly ageing population with increased need for aged care services, especially in the charitable sector. Allowing Te Haupai fair and equitable opportunity to develop our site to specifically meet these needs, we feel is the only appropriate action. So in summary, we would request a single site zoning being medium residential density residential with 21 metre building height across the entire 1.4 metre hectare property. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Young.
Thank you, Dave. So I do know Taihopai pretty well. My mother was a trustee during her golden era in the 70s and 80s, 1970s and 80s, not her 70s and 80s. And of course, both my parents were there in their last years, and the care was fantastic. My brother said he wanted to check in straight away, but we suggested he wait. So, you know, you are an exemplar of old age care. So does this have to go through a whole district plan change, or can't it just be tweaked by officers, because it seems such an obvious thing to do?
Well, I guess it's the timeliness of it. So the draft came out and we noticed again that splitting of the zone, and we suddenly realised that institutional precinct hospital gives some parameters that may limit what we can actually build. And because it's incorrect in the first place, we felt that now was a really good time to change it and make it more consistent.
Well, anything you can do for the level of care you provide to so many people, and for so many, what is it, 120 years, did you say?
Well, it's over 150 years now, since 1888 that we've been running, and running in the same way. And our charter is to help the aged and needy. So as a charitable trust organisation, we fulfil a need that is not met by the commercial organisations who are profit driven. But at the same time, our goal has always been to meet those same quality measurements. So it's not a lesser service, it's a quality service for those that would not otherwise be able to afford it.
Yeah, no, it's outstanding. So thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Very helpful.
Insightful. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry that you have to come and make a submission on something which should have been relatively straightforward.
We hope.
Did the officers come and talk to you?
No, and I guess the issue is when we discovered it back in 2013, because we were building a hospital expansion and it fitted within that hospital precinct zone, we didn't realise that this was going to potentially limit us. It was then that when Mary Potter Hospice developed their land, the light bulb went on and we thought, you know what, we could do that, except we can't.
Okay. And look, I do have a question too about, so we had presentations from the commercial retirement.
Your voice is very foggy.
Oh, sorry, is that better?
A little.
Apologies, sorry, it might be broadband, it's obviously under too much pressure at our house. I'm just wondering, to be able to be on a level playing field with the commercial operators, is there anything else we need to do to make it easier from a planning point of view, so that, like, if you wanted to expand operations, what would be helpful?
Well, it's a really interesting thing. We, as a board, we constantly look for the future and what else can we be doing. We've been in discussions with the DHB prior to the changes to their board about actually purchasing some of their land additionally. One of the other areas that's a small anomaly for us is the Owen Street extension. And I say extension because in 2013, we asked the council to extend Owen Street to meet our land. There was a bit of a gap. But there is an anomaly that the council currently uses part of our land to access the water tower behind our site. And again, we've been happy to allow that to occur, but we'd flagged that as a potential area of concern. Later, if we wish to develop our site completely, the council would need to think about how else to access that part of the green belt.
Thank you, that's very helpful, appreciate it. All right, Jane O'Loughlin from Live Wellington, warm welcome to you, and apologies again for keeping you waiting.
No problem. Hopefully you can see and hear me, and hopefully there's some slides going to pop up in just a moment. So thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. I'm representing the Live Wellington group. There we go. So I'll just very briefly summarise the main points from our submission. So Live Wellington is a group of around 80 people from across Wellington, and we are growing. We support density done well, and we are opposed to the sort of deregulate and hope approach to housing. And we are opposed also to the one-size-fits-all upzoning. So it's a brief summary of who we are and what we do. We have a vision, which I won't go into in detail, but if you are interested, you can look at it on our website. And I have also emailed councillors a copy of a summary document around Live Wellington's purpose. In terms of the current trajectory, our submission on the next slide, please. Our submission identifies our concerns about the district plan, that the blanket upzoning across Wellington will result in 6-storey buildings popping up randomly, and that we'll lose the cohesion and continuity of valuable heritage and character areas, and that the radical changes for our suburbs will occur with no ability to object and little design direction to soften the impact. Those are our fears. We have some strategies that we would suggest could counter this in terms of sequencing development. This intensification in sequence could be in line with the spatial plan's timeline for critical infrastructure across the 30-year horizon. This is a no regrets approach that means focusing on building up the no-brainer areas first before the more sensitive areas. The next strategy is involving communities through community-based planning and making greater provision for limited notification as opposed to non-notification in relation to light, shading, privacy and wind effects, so we can enable fair compromises between neighbours. The next strategy is leading by engaging, whereby the council takes a stronger leadership role in creating public-private partnerships to see more development take place, to realise a higher proportion of development capacity. And planning for quality, we want to see design guides with a more granular approach to local character and other matters, and ensure these are more likely to be adhered to by adjusting the height limits, etc., so that resource consents are triggered, because unless the resource consents are needed, a design guide can't be implemented. And finally, protecting experiences that matter. We want to see better recognition of the value of heritage and better protection for it. We want to recognise the link between character and heritage, and potentially consider making character qualifying matter under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. Finally, I guess just the message I'd like to leave with you, if you just click on the bullet points there, thanks. Oops, yep, there, thank you. I know that for many of you, you're concerned that the NPSUD has set the rules and we don't have much ability to influence it. I would just urge you to look again at the qualifying matters. It's very important that communities are able to design their city. And at the moment, what we have, unfortunately, is a situation where some of these central government rules have taken that power away from our communities. So we need a say in how we develop. And we, at the moment, it doesn't seem like we have that, but there are some tools there that you can use. The qualifying matters are key, and they seem to be the only way we can introduce some nuance into the planning regulations. So I would urge councillors to look again at qualifying matters and how they could be used to introduce more nuance into the way we can design our cities. And that is all I have got to say. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, very succinct. Councillors, questions? Councillor Condi.
Thanks, Jane. I was just wondering where you think the no-brainer areas for development are in the city.
Certainly. So just in line with the spatial plan, where the infrastructure is first going to be developed along the central city, TRO, and Newtown, those areas, as I understand it, are first where the pipes and the other supporting infrastructure will be put in place. So it would make really good sense, even from a financial point of view, if the infrastructure could first be focused in those areas, and hopefully we can start to address the housing issues we've got through that kind of investment. And then we can look at the next areas on the infrastructure list. And that means we don't upzone across the whole city at once, which just has that potential to lead to as I say, there's sort of 6 stories popping up randomly. If we could ideally choose an area and with community input, just decide how we could get that density done well in that area first, and then kind of move to the next area.
Great, thank you. And Councillor Matthews.
Thanks, Jane. I've got 2 questions. The first is the sort of sequencing that you're suggesting. How I don't understand how you could do it without massively driving up the cost of that land. So I'd be interested in your, that's, you know, why you have to upzone more widely, because otherwise you only allow development in a certain area, that land becomes insanely expensive, even more so than it currently is. And my other question is, why do you think the government has tried to centralise these powers rather than leaving so much discretion in the hands of local government?
2 very good questions there. So if you go back to the spatial plan and some of the underlying assumptions, when we looked at the population that we would need to accommodate, and I think you may recall the council looked at the capacity, that the actual feasible development of the land, and I think it was quite low. It's something along 17%. So in other words, if you upzone an area, the assumption is that only 17% will actually get developed. And that is, I think, based on previous experience. What that means, though, is that you effectively need to upzone a vast amount of area to get the development you need. And what we're encouraging is that if the council could take a more of a leadership role, you could up that capacity. So rather than leaving it fully to the market, drive more development, drive real expectations of what we want to see, so that we can actually focus that development more. So that's the answer to your first question. Why has the government stepped in? Goodness me. I think what I've heard is that some of these solutions were created perhaps for Auckland or for Christchurch, not necessarily for Wellington. But it feels a little bit late. I know that Auckland has gone through a unitary plan and solved some of those problems already. And I think with the council we have here in Wellington, certainly we were on track to create a city that already was on track to develop, to deliver a higher degree of development. So I'm not quite sure what problem that the government was trying to solve, but I do wonder whether the policy train started quite some time ago and actually it doesn't need to happen now. But that's the question.
Quickly, the first question, you didn't really answer how that doesn't drive up the cost of the land. I mean, yes, local government could be involved, but it would still be massively expensive for us to acquire land if we were to sequence development in the way that you're suggesting.
Do you mean it would drive up the cost of land because people know that the council is going to buy it?
And because there's not upzoning in other areas?
Well, there would still be upzoning, definitely. I think you'd be signalling it over time, but there already is quite a lot of, and the problem is at the moment, there's already quite a lot of land that is upzoned. If you look at Te Aro, there's a lot of areas that have quite, central city zoning and yet they're not developed. So it's not necessarily an issue with the land not being there. I think there's a real assumption underlying all of this that freeing up land will lead to cheap housing, and we're trying to question that. I think there are a lot of other things driving the housing problem that aren't just to do with the planning laws. And what we've kind of seen actually in action over the recent times is that the financial instruments that the government has or that come through rates increases make a much bigger impact on housing prices and housing uptake than planning laws.
Right, thank you very much for your time and for all the effort that you've put into your submission. Really appreciate it.
Thanks very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Right, and now just before the break, we have Catherine Wilson from the Property Council. Welcome, Ms. Wilson.
Kia ora. Gerard is actually going to do our presentation today, so I'll hand over to Gerard.
Right, thank you very much.
Kia ora, councillors. Thank you. Good afternoon. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. My name's Gerard Earle. I'm the chairperson of the Regional Committee for Property Council. Obviously, Catherine's also here with us. She's the head of advocacy for the Property Council. Look, property is the fourth largest industry in Wellington and provides a direct contribution to GDP of around about $4 billion or 10%. We're employing over 20,000 Wellington residents. We connect property professionals and represent the interests of 134 Wellington-based member companies across the private, public and charitable sectors. We've got three key areas that we're going to focus on with what we're going to discuss today, being climate change and sustainability, lack of connection to other plans, and building height limits. In respect of climate change and sustainability, Property Council supports the Council's commitment to reduce net carbon emissions to zero by 2050, and acknowledge that the property sector has a very important role to play within this. For emissions reductions to be successful, clear national direction and joined-up approach from local government is required. Unfortunately, we don't think we're seeing this sufficiently in Wellington. Council's proposals to remove private vehicle use directly contradict some of the government commitments towards electric vehicles and the opening of Transmission Gully, another contributor of large significance in the area. These were to allow for better private vehicle use and access to the city. What we want to see is councils work with the government by introducing further EV charging stations and car parks throughout the city, and to positively encourage the transformation towards EVs and hybrids. Some of the things that we've considered in this area relate around the incentivisation of transferring private vehicle car parks from being standard car parks to EV car parks. Further emission reductions for emissions reductions to be successful, a whole of system approach to the reduction of emissions is required. The draft district plan as it stands seems to narrowly focus on the elimination of private vehicles. We recommend adopting a whole systems approach that looks at the entire transport system rather than solely private vehicle use lens. This would see the council consider a range of wider issues such as encouraging the use of hybrid and electric vehicles, introducing congestion charging, developing a freight movement plan, and introducing incentives that encourage sustainable building designs and development. In respect of the lack of connection between other plans, the draft district plan lacks connectivity with other key plans such as Let's Get Wellington Moving, in our view. Both the draft district plan and Let's Get Wellington Moving consultation documents lack an overall vision and steps to achieve it. What we do actually want for the future of Wellington, and what do we want for our future city to look like, are integral parts of this. Another omission in both the district plan and the Let's Get Wellington Moving plans is the lack of supply chain strategy for continued movement of freight, which is integral to the development of our city. How will freight be transported from airport to port and from city to the north of city and outside of the city? With many proposed street closures and additional crossings being added to State Highway 1. The city and property council's members rely on roading connections and trucks to transport goods for development, prioritising public transport, walking and cycling over freight movements has a potential to result in further delays to buildings and building the necessary infrastructure and housing in Wellington. Put simply, time delays result in increased costs of doing business, which get transferred onto the end consumer, which ultimately leads for a more expensive development and costs on our people. Think about house prices as an example of this. We strongly recommend the council work with businesses closely to develop a supply chain strategy for Wellington. In respect to building height limits, in terms of development, the draft district plan recommends retaining the current height limits in most areas while increasing this in Pūroro along a portion of Adelaide Road. We support the recommendations, but do note that the intended development heights will likely not occur without tweaking the wind test threshold within the current district plan. For example, Wellington City Council have established a wind test threshold of 20 metres. This means that any building above 20 metres in height is required to undertake a wind test, which costs approximately 25,000, but more importantly, can add between 6 to 9 months to a project. This adds to the total project cost, which ultimately becomes passed on to an end user of that project, i.e. house prices again. The draft district plan, by proposing a minimum building height of 21.5 metres, will require any new building in TRO to undertake a wind test threshold. In reality, the proposal to increase the minimum height will have an unintended consequence of unlikely that there will be many new buildings, if any, in TRO. We recommend simply increasing the wind test level to create a buffer slightly above the minimum building height threshold, so that we do not have any unintended consequences and encourage that development in Wellington to cater for the expected 50 to 80,000 more people over the next 30 years. The draft district plan also seeks to introduce minimum size units. We're concerned that the minimum unit sizes, coupled with the increased height density, could run the risk of buildings that are smaller in floor plate but greater in height. With the increase in height also comes an increase in construction costs and engineering design. This could have unintended design outcomes of small, skinny buildings with ultimately less floor space. We have highlighted in our written submission our concerns that urban design is not included as an overarching principle within the draft district plan. This is even more important following the recent changes to the Resource Management Act and the requirements of the NPSUD, allowing for increased density. With intensification, it's important that good urban design is not only maintained but supported for our city to thrive. In summary, we recommend future-proofing the draft district plan by incorporating a whole system approach to the reduction of emissions. This would see plans for private vehicles within the city, such as electric and hybrids, and freight and transport movement strategy, and encouraging sustainable building designs. In relation to density, we recommend increasing the wind test requirements slightly to allow for buffer, to allow newly proposed minimum building heights and residential maximum heights. Increasing the wind test slightly will help avoid unintended consequences related to new proposed building heights to encourage density. And lastly, we would encourage urban design to be incorporated within the council's overall strategy direction. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, very clear. Councillors, questions? I've got two then to start off with, just until people have some. The wind test is interesting. Just curious about that. Climate change is going to see more intense winds. Do you think then that we should be stricter about requiring those wind tests rather?
I'm happy to answer that if you want, but I think what's important to note is what other councils around the country wind test thresholds are as well. So Wellington is significantly below other areas. I know that Wellington obviously is different geographically, but it's about 5 or so metres below Auckland. So Auckland's is 25 metres, which is about 90 k's of wind, and I think Wellington's being 21.5 is about 70 kilometres. Being 20 is about 70 kilometres. So if you just increase it by 1.5 metres, I'm not sure what it would be in kilometres. You would have to kind of look into that, but it wouldn't be so significant that that it would, I guess be of an issue. I think our main thing around wind test threshold is if you don't want to increase the wind test threshold, then maybe decrease the minimum height in TRO to below the wind test threshold, because if you've got the wind test being 20 but the minimum height being 21, any new building then has to get a wind test, which is actually a barrier to development. So if you didn't want to increase the wind test, could you decrease the minimum in TRO to encourage new development there? I guess that's another way of looking at it as well. Okay, interesting. And then the bigger topic, and we'll have further conversations with you hopefully, is about greening our building stock. So you may have heard that we got a $20 million fund through this week, which I'm open-minded on, whether that's rather than having the remission for green buildings. How do you think this plan should try and encourage greener buildings, given they're a major source of carbon? Yeah, I think that's a fantastic question. I'm really glad you did raise it, because that's something that we are wanting to talk to our members about this year and to council about in further conversations. We just I think you'll probably be quite interested in this, Councillor Pennant, but we did a member survey last year which surveyed our members on what are the key areas of advocacy work you want our team to undergo in 2022, and the environment was the top thing. They want to make sure that they are doing the right thing, that existing buildings are performing. We know that the property sector do contribute to 30% of emissions worldwide, and we're wanting to work out how can we actually reduce our emissions, but also work with council and government to incentivise new developments that will last, 50, 80 years in the future. Because once you build a building, it's up, it lasts for a very long time, and we need to make sure that, and the sector is really, really, what I think is really encouraging to see is that the sector really wants to create these fantastic green buildings as well, and work with, the public sector on how to do so efficiently.
Fantastic. Looking forward to having further conversations with you.
Yeah, I'd also just put in addition to that, looking at some of the, Wellington's greenest buildings, they end up being the buildings in Wellington that are also of the highest value, and therefore they do tend to have a bit of an attraction to being sort of at a much higher rating value as well. And that's one of those challenges for those buildings, because they don't tend to, they're not putting any more pressure on infrastructure. So the question would be is why should they be paying more rates? Simply because QV are assessing the market values at a higher number, and they're doing that on the basis that of perhaps a sale price for the building. When you look at, say, something like 20 Custom House Quay, the Deloitte building, is consciously built to a Green Star standard, designed to a Green Star standard, so that it is a resilient building from a green point of view. But it has that impost on it as a higher value building. So yeah, to that point of, is it remissions? Is it some form of incentivization for building developers to do this? Yes, that's something that could be looked at. That could help to increase the greenness of our building stock.
Great, thanks. Councillor Paul, quick question.
Yeah, kia ora. I guess I was just really interested to hear your views on the electrification of the private vehicle fleet, given that so much of the most valuable land is taken up by individual car parking. So, I mean, if your members' priority is the environment and I guess where there's potential to, have more productive uses of land than car parking, I mean, isn't that a tension there? Isn't there a tension there between those things?
I mean, in terms of the use of land in Wellington for car parking, I think from our members' point of view, we'd probably be looking at things like the car parks within the actual buildings themselves. So typically, I mean, I'm not sure how many on-street car parks are actually owned by Wellington City Council, but it's probably quite a significant number, and how those car parks are used is, I guess, to be determined by the council. From a commercial building owner's point of view, I know that there was a part of the Let's Get Wellington Moving side of things was touted to be a car parking, I guess, an additional charge for private vehicle car parks within a building. Look, I think there's a better way to look at that positively. When a building owner is, if we're to put use our buildings essentially as the petrol stations of the future, seeing people bringing their cars into Wellington City, charging them within the buildings, using solar panels that might be on the roof, that to me feels like a better solution. And how do we work with the council to see that this is something that's attractive to private vehicle users, because that's not going to go away. People are going to need to use private vehicles simply for how they live their lives. But how do we do that better is probably the way of looking at that.
Cool, thanks. And just recommending, there's a Gale report coming out at 3 o'clock today that might maybe challenge or develop some of those views. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you very much. That was really helpful, and I really look forward to having further conversations with you as part of the annual plan. There's a lot to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, you are due for a well-deserved break. So if we could be back at 2:25, that would be fantastic. And then we are on the home straight of this fantastic day. Cheers. Kia ora, councillors. If people are there, if you could turn on your camera, thank you so much. Oh, you're wonderful. Thank you. And you're all going to have, hopefully, a very relaxing weekend after a big week. A warm welcome to you, Stephen King. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Just speaking to the submission of Inner City Wellington as it relates to this draft district plan. As you'll see from our submission, Inner City Wellington believes that the draft district plan offers major improvements in clarity and consistency over the plan it replaces. As you are no doubt used to me rabbiting on about, we see the intensification of residential buildings within the city centre zone. That's current fact and it's a future certainty for us. And we've consistently highlighted the reality that the existing level of public amenities available to what is already the largest residential community in the city falls well short of an appropriate level, and that the current level of intensification already occurring is exacerbating that existing deficit in amenities that's available to inner city residents who are moving into the vertical streets as they are being developed. As it relates to the Green Network Plan, we believe that the draft Green Networks Plan that you adopted on the 27th of October is a comprehensive vision for the provision of green spaces, open spaces and community spaces. And we believe that the implementation of that plan will go a long way to correcting the current deficit within the inner city neighbourhoods and provide for the necessary increase in such spaces that's required to support the rapidly growing inner city residential community. However, we are gravely concerned that neither the city centre zone or the centres and mixed use design guides provide any explicit reference to the Green Network Plan. And we believe that for the Green Network Plan to influence planning decisions, it must be directly referenced within the city centre zone and the centres and mixed use design guides. It can't just hang out there as an aspirational document. We have, in our submission, we note a concern about CCZP13, Appendix 9, that looks at the city centre and waterfront zone areas with sunlight protection requirements. And while the lengths there range from 1.5 hours to 6 hours, 2 hours appears to be the predominant figure proposed. 2 hours is lunchtime. That's what that's based on, we believe. And it doesn't, in our opinion, offer appropriate support to the extended use requirements of residential users. And we believe that both existing green and open spaces and potential spaces identified in the Green Network Plan require sunlight protection at the higher end of the proposed scale. As it relates to diversity and design guides, ICW has consistently expressed our concern about the quality of the lived environment that's being delivered in the current intensification of residential building, both through conversions and through new builds. Our concern is that already Te Ara and Wellington Central are expected to accommodate an additional 14,000 people, which we are told will require around 6,200 new dwellings. We submit that it makes sense that a regulated maximum population density per hectare for a mesh block is an essential thing to be considered, so that you can monitor that and ensure that consent is not given to any new build or conversion that would result in that maximum being exceeded. ICW absolutely supports the inclusion of the design guides into the district plan because it is essential that they have statutory weight to ensure that we are developing thriving, diverse and sustainable residential communities. ICW supports the introduction of the city outcomes contribution policy where exceptions can be made to height restrictions if the result is a quality living outcome. ICW also strongly supports the introduction of the point system to ensure that contributions to that quality are made wherever there is an exception. We have been concerned for some time that one of the major obstacles to the creation of diverse inner city neighbourhoods is affordability. Therefore, ICW strongly supports the inclusion of the assisted housing provisions in this plan. And we note that the provisions such as these have been successfully implemented across many jurisdictions worldwide. And in our submission, you'll see that we provided a link to some of the consultation that the Queensland Lakes District Council did on this issue, and also a link to an article in the Urbanist which looked at the results, the differing results between South Australia and New South Wales as it was related to whether that assisted housing is mandatory or voluntary. So in reviewing the 4 options offered for the consideration of assisted housing, we maintain that due to its broad coverage, option 4 will result in the most assisted housing being provided. Socially, economically and generationally diverse residential communities in our inner city neighbourhoods are essential to meet the future population growth in our city. They are also crucial to support the economic diversity within our inner city neighbourhoods that reaches beyond hospitality and entertainment. We believe strongly that the council must act to ensure that public and private sector key workers and critical workers are able to live in the communities that they support. And so we commend and encourage the council to continue and expand the initiative to provide targeted rental accommodation through the long-term lease of apartment conversions such as 195 to 201 and 203 Willis Street. In summary, for us, we cannot see how the council in good conscience can advocate unconstrained intensification in the inner cities at the same time as claiming the reality of fiscal constraints and the provision of the necessary infrastructure that's required to support such intensification. You cannot uncouple intensification of residential development from the provision of the appropriate level of community amenities required to support such intensification. Whether or not in the future our inner city will support, along with business, hospitality and entertainment, socially, economically and generationally diverse residential communities that are the hallmark of successful residential inner city neighbourhoods across the world depends on this council's willingness to make some challenging decisions that will deliver development with the necessary infrastructure and amenities to support the diversity necessary for these communities to thrive. And finally, ICW would like to encourage councillors to take a broader view as they consider the impact of increasing residential development in your CBD with the change in work patterns that we've seen over the last couple of years of pandemic. We believe, and I'm sure that you guys are worried as well, that places, the people working from home places a real stress and a risk on the viability of our CBD and our inner city businesses. Having people work from home who live in the neighbourhood mitigates that. So the extra 14,000 people that we're expected to see in the next 13 years, that makes a big difference to the viability of inner city businesses. We believe that Wellington has got every opportunity to create a fantastic urban environment, which will see the diversity that makes neighbourhoods fantastic just happen in the city. Thank you for what we've seen so far in the new release that came out relating to Civic Square. And inner city Wellington was delighted that some of our concerns as to the amenity value of the green space provided appear in those initial drawings at least to have been heard. And so we would just encourage you in the work that you're doing. Thank you for the draft plan as it stands. But again, for us, our key points are that if you want to have direct influence on the type of neighbourhoods that are developing already in the inner city, you have to have the levers in there. And so we would encourage you to include design guide references to the green plan within the design guides as they currently exist. Thanks.
Thank you, Reverend King. So, any questions? can I just ask about the burden for paying for all this amenity, about where you see the split?
We have seen, and I think too, and there'll be some other people that will be presenting, I believe, on the from some of the other groups interested in density done well, who will be looking at what the rateable benefit is to the council of encouraging development of apartments rather than rating on the capital value that enables the land to be held as car parks and things like that. So I think actually your rateable value goes up as with that intensification, and we have also already presented in the City of Wellington about our belief that we need to take a reserves contribution from commercial development as well, because having a vibrant inner city with the green spaces that you are hoping to achieve it has now a direct benefit for the businesses within the inner city, because those people, if they're working from home, they're still upstairs. So their daytime spend will still occur in the inner city. It won't be occurring in our suburban centres.
Right, any other questions? Oh, Councillor Thune. Sorry, did you have anything?
Sorry, slightly losing it toward the end of the week. Stephen, thank you as always for reminding us of our priorities. But just in the way that you refer to the references to the Green Network Plan in the design guides, could you be more specific about the relationship you're wanting to see, or what you actually mean?
Our concern as we reviewed that was that there didn't seem to be a direct tie back to the draft district plan for the Green Networks Plan. And so if there is a planning decision to be made, our belief is that the planners will make those planning decisions based by what is explicitly referenced in the district plan. So our concern is your Green Networks Plan needs to be referenced within their design guides that relate to the city centre zone and the mixed use design. And I don't know what that looks like, whether or not that says whether it's a direct reference to the aspirations in that plan to either create specific spaces as identified in the network plan, or whether it is to do with the, hang on, I'm looking for the right language here, for the, in the area around city outcomes contribution, or where there's some trade-off going on, unless that the Green Networks Plan is specifically set there as a reference point. We don't think that it will necessarily provide the leverage that you are hoping that it will have. Does that make sense?
Yep, a lot. Thank you. And I really hope our staff have got that down, and I will be looking for it. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, as always, for your advocacy. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I'm sure, I'm not going to preach on it this Sunday, but I'm sure there is no Zoom meetings in heaven. You all have a good day.
Thank
But how many in hell, Stephen?
Yeah, I think it's mainly Zoom in hell.
Oh, gosh.
We have
and Microsoft Teams at the same time.
All right, thank you.
See you guys. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Sarah Westerby, a warm welcome to you, and I hope I've got the emphasis right on your name.
Kia ora. You do. That was perfect.
I was it West-Toby or so?
You had it right. It was Westerby. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Oh well, and I imagine I just take it away. Sorry, I really only just joined at the break.
Oh, sorry. Yes. So you've got 20 minutes, haven't you, for two organisations? So you can just speak to both of the parts of your submission, then we'll take questions. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks for having me on this Friday afternoon. Kia ora koutou, ko Sarah Westerby tōku ingoa. My name is Sarah Westerby. I'm up here in sunny Tamaki Makaurau, and on behalf of Z Energy Limited and the fuel companies, I'd just like to thank you all for this opportunity to speak. And I'm hearing it's been a long week, so thank you, in response to the draft Wellington District Plan. I'll start with Z Energy. Z Energy owns and manages approximately 200 service stations throughout the country. There are 10 service stations in Wellington City owned by Z. The network of service stations are important to the social and economic success of the district. It's important that the management of these networks are appropriately addressed in the draft plan in order to ensure that fuel supply is available for the district and beyond. Just as background, service stations, and you probably know what they all look like, and we use them, every week. They're designed in a particular manner to address things like access, safety, safe and legislative storage of hazardous substances and the associated drainage on site. And much of this is required by legislation such as the Health and Safety at Work Act, Hazardous Substances in the New Organisms Act, MFE guidelines, Ministry for the Environment guidelines, and general work safe requirements. So just caveating that what you see is a product of a large number of other requirements, if you like. Overall, I thought, on behalf of Z Energy, we thought that the policy regime looked pretty good. And thank you for proposing such a detailed policy regime throughout I've just really looked at the zones in this case. So Z Energy submitted on a number of policies in the centre zones in particular. This is the city centre, the metro centres and the local centre. Whilst there are distinct outcomes sought in each of those centre zones, there's the general theme in them that you're looking to provide for housing and business activities and community facilities, that you're looking for potentially incompatible activities to be avoided, that quality design outcomes should be achieved, that development should be undertaken comprehensively, and that development should have regard to the city outcomes contributions, which is detailed in Council's Guideline G107. These policies are generally supported, and they give a very detailed account of the design outcomes sought, to which Z has no principal oppositions. What many of them fail to recognise, however, is the existing environment, any lawfully established activities, or activities that have a functional requirement to be designed in a particular manner. The risk here, in my mind, is that upon consideration of a resource consent application for, if we go back to service stations, an activity for maintenance or upgrades, an assessment against that policy regime, which speaks to the future outcomes of, for particular and very specific design requirements, that assessment by a planner may well conclude that the application is contrary to the policy framework. And Z has a number of service stations in those centre zones where we see that as a potential risk. And so we've offered a number of changes to those policies that could overcome that risk. And I'm not going to get into them now, I'm just pointing you to that. Regarding some of the rules and again the centre zones, there's a particular rule in each of the zones I mentioned earlier for yard-based retail activities. The draft definition of yard-based retail activities means any retail activity which supplies goods or services in an open or partly covered yard and includes by definition service stations. So that's fine. The yard-based rule is a discretionary activity in the city centre zone, the metropolitan centre zone and the local centre zone. And if an activity is proposed under that rule, it must be publicly notified, and that's how we're interpreting the draft. Firstly, Z seeks clarification on that interpretation from the council. Secondly, I consider that's potentially inappropriate if it is applicable, because there could be unintended outcomes. For example, service stations being pushed to more sensitive environments. It creates an unrealistic expectation to the public and to neighbours that either no changes are going to occur on those sites ever, or that indeed applications will be fully publicly notified. So we just want some clarification around that. Yep, and in particular for an activity associated with maintenance, alterations, changes and upgrades to a service station, such as a replacement underground tank that might be slightly enlarged to meet demand, whether resource consent is required under that rule in those centre zones, or whether it doesn't require it. We're not sure. A couple of other points for Z. There are some veranda standards, veranda control standards throughout the centre zones by way of a sort of mapped control on the frontages of a number of sites. And it essentially requires a veranda to be constructed, and it's for, you know, pedestrian oriented outcomes, to which we don't disagree in principle. The issue is that such an outcome is not practical in many circumstances where, for example, there is a functional requirement to have and maintain a particular design outcome for a particular existing lawfully established service station, for example. We've then, or Z has then requested some changes to have an exception to such a standard. And I just refer you to Z's submission in that respect. A couple of other points of clarification are sought, but I don't think I'll get into them today, because I think that a lot of Z's submission is really just wanting to understand whether it's one or the other outcome. So that's really all I'll speak to for Z today, I think. Are there any? I'll stop here before I get into the other one.
Okay, yeah, and I think it'd be good to have a break for questions. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Young.
Hi, so I'm just wondering, I live in the centre of Wellington, and I'm just wondering, what is the likelihood of your building new petrol stations in the centre of cities?
The likelihood of Z Energy building.
Sorry, Z Energy.
Look, I couldn't speak to their commercial arm and their strategic arm. Given the fact that I guess the likelihood would depend on demand, would depend on the ease of and likelihood of getting an application through. However, first and foremost, they consider their existing sites as the most appropriate place. I think we'd all agree to upgrade or redevelop. Yeah, so I can't speak to their commercial arm, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a big picture question about where you see the future of petrol stations? Because given our climate crisis, one might hope that it would be a different kind of energy source. So I see that you actually don't work for Z, but do you have any view on that?
Yeah, I definitely don't work for Z, and I haven't been in the room when they've been doing research in this space, and I know that they have been. It's very well documented that alternatives are being researched and considered, and it's all about cost and safety, and to the point where do we move? So, I mean, I would still suggest that an appropriate place to have an alternative fuel source would potentially be an existing service station site. They're often already contaminated. They're an established activity. They've already got hazardous substances on and in them. And some often they are already set away from, not always, but they can be set away from more sensitive activities. Certainly not always, but some sites are. But I can't speak to their internal workings. Yeah, I am a planner from Foresight. And sorry, I didn't mention that at the beginning of this, so apologies for that.
No, that's all good. All right, do you want to go on to the second part of your submission now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring it up. Okay, so you might see OIWG or OIEWG, which is the Oil Industry Environmental Working Group. It's made up of BP Oil New Zealand, Mobil Oil New Zealand, and Z Energy Limited. I'll refer to them as the fuel companies. The fuel companies receive, store, and distribute refined petroleum products around New Zealand. In Wellington, their core business relates to retail fuel outlets, so their service stations and their truck stops, and they supply commercial facilities as well. There are 2 bulk storage facilities operated by the fuel companies, one at Miramar and one at Kaiwhatawhata. Within the Miramar, with the Miramar terminal, it's a major hazard facility, which is like a step up, if you like. Separate of this discussion, the fuel companies are in separate but on the record discussions with Hill Young Cooper, who are working on behalf of the Wellington City Council to draft the hazardous substances chapter. So I'm not going to speak to that today. But just in summary of the fuel companies' submission, I'd like to say that they support the contaminated land chapter as drafted. In terms of the earthworks chapter, they have a couple of questions, and it's mostly areas of clarification again. They seek that an exception is made in the earthwork standards for removing or replacing a fuel storage system. So there's national environmental standards for such an activity, which is removal of an underground fuel storage container, an underground tank, and either taking it out and not putting one back in, or taking it out and putting another one back in, if you like. That's covered at a national level. So the fuel companies don't consider that a district plan needs to control that activity, both in terms of contaminated land or earthworks, because all the relevant considerations are covered by the National Environmental Standard for contaminated soils. There's a draft standard for the area of earthworks that it appears that anyone can do on any site, and that's 250 metres squared. So 250 metres squared of earthworks is a permitted standard in the earthworks chapter. The fuel companies want to question that in terms of that upper threshold. Where did that come from? How was that drafted, and why is that the upper threshold? In my planning opinion, it seems like it could be a little bit small. Up here in Tāmaki, just as an example, in the residential zone, you can go up to 500 squares, and in commercial and business zones, you can go up to 2,500 squares as a permitted activity subject to the other standards. Also, that 250 squares doesn't appear to relate well to the 2,000 cubic metres that is also a permitted activity. So we've just got some questions in there around the earthwork standards and how they relate to one another. We've also got a question around the cut and fill heights, the maximum cut and fill heights in earthwork standard 2. And we want to clarify whether that is associated with temporary cuts, if you like, where it's not a complete cut and that's the outcome overall of the land. It's just a temporary cut and then it's filled in again. The fuel companies have the same question as Z Energy did around the yard-based retail activities, so I'm not going to repeat that. And finally, the other point of clarification from the fuel companies is on the trip generation standard in the transport chapter. Essentially, the trip generation standard says that you can't comply with the rule if you're a service station, from memory. So that we just wonder whether an activity to do something minor on an existing service station would trigger that rule, even if you're not changing the trip generation that might otherwise be going to the site anyway. Yeah, kia ora, thank you. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions, councillors? No, so I'll just ask my same question again, because if the fuel companies think we've got some things right, and if being under the current law, I guess because we've made a very big commitment to sustainability in the capital, I'm just curious to see where the thinking's going, but you haven't spoken to them in any detail about that either, I presume.
No, because our role as their planning advisors is just to review the what's happening in New Zealand from a policy perspective. And when we get more information from them in terms of changes to the industry, that's when we'll be in a position as planners to be able to look at policy from that eye as well, as in, and we've had an initial conversation, but nothing that's helpful to either myself or yourself today. I don't have the research, and I don't think anyone does have a conclusionary place to move something forward and set up a plan that's going to provide for those changes in the future. I don't know what they're going to look like.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, look, thank you for zooming in from Auckland. We appreciate your time.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Victoria, Stace, a warm welcome to you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to tell you why I'm asking the Council to reconsider the proposed upzoning for Hay Street in Oriental Bay. You will likely have seen from the summary of submissions document that many Wellingtonians are opposed to upzoning in Hay Street. There are multiple reasons given. First, there's the topography. In particular, an earthquake could cut off access to residents due to the very steep cliff on one side of the road. There's the narrowness of the road, which is already a potential problem for getting emergency vehicles up Hay Street, and the loss of the important special character of the area. I agree with all of those reasons. However, I want to focus on one issue that is a major concern, and that is safety. There is a private road that runs off Hay Street along the side of a very steep hill. It's about 150 metres long. The plan currently includes the houses on the downside of this road in the upzoning proposal. And I'm arguing in particular that it's not appropriate to include any of those properties in the upzoning to 6+ metres. You only need to look at this private road to realise that it's 6+ stories, 21 metres. You only need to look at this private road to realise that it is little more than a track. There are no footpaths. It is 1 lane wide. It has blind corners, and there is no turning area. Allowing 6+ story development of any of these properties accessed from this drive is just crazy. The risks to the safety of pedestrians and others, including kids on bikes, if you allow those properties to be redeveloped, is just too high. Already when a resident, for example, gets the roof fixed or a house painted, the number of service vehicles dangerously parked on this private road in nooks and crannies causes nightmares, especially for those of us with children on the drive. These problems with the narrowness of this private roadway, sometimes it's called the Hay Street extension, the lack of any footpaths, its complete lack of street lighting makes it actually outside the definition of walkable catchment in the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. But without getting bogged down in technical definitions, you only need to have a look at this bit of roadway to realise that it's not suitable for 6+ story development. So what I'm asking is for the Council to take a more nuanced approach. Please, can the Council consider site by site if there are any properties in Hay Street that are actually suitable for upzoning to 6+ stories. Properties accessed from this private road all have features that bring them within the other matters category of qualifying matters set out in paragraph 3.32 of the National Policy Statement. So I'm suggesting that a site-specific inquiry is required in relation, at the very least, to the properties accessed from this roadway. I suggest all of those properties are unsuitable. In fact, most, if not all, of the other properties in Hay Street itself are also unsuitable, and certainly any properties above number 11, because that's where the road gets very narrow and steep and the bank has the potential to slip down in an earthquake. There are already issues, as I mentioned, with access above that point, in particular to fire and other emergency vehicles. So what I'm asking is, please can the council have a closer look at this area, Hay Street, take off the upzoning proposal any properties with their access from the private roadway, and in addition look very closely at properties above number 11 with a view to taking those off the proposal as well. Other considerations such as character suggest Hay Street should be completely taken out of the upzoning proposal. And I've had a couple of photos which I'm going to try and show you so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. Too blurry. Oh no, there we go. That is I might
just see it. Yep.
You can see the side of the, it's very narrow. There's a vehicle coming down the roadway. It's incredibly narrow on either side of the driveway. Sorry, that's so poor, blurry. And then there's this other one which just shows you the narrowness of Hay Street, which you're probably well aware of. How does that work? That is what it looks like coming down Hay Street with that very, very steep bank on the side, which goes up and up and up, and there's only very little narrow street going along beside it. So that's all I wanted to say. Just please have another look at Hay Street. Think about taking off those properties that are accessed from that private road. Have a close look at any properties above number 11, because it's really not safe with the narrowness of the road. And look at whether Hay Street should come out altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. All right. Well, thank you. We had a submission from someone who owns number 6 Hay Street today, so we've had a chance to chat about that, and so the submitter was of the same view, at least of site by site. So maybe there's some common ground there. Anyway,
thank you. Appreciate you telling me that.
Yeah, so maybe there's some room for further discussion. Anyway, thank you very much for your submission, and that will be taken on board.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right, now, Mr. Forrest, a warm welcome to you.
Hello. Here we go. I'm in.
Am I allowed to say that's such a great name for someone who cares about the environment, or have you heard that a couple of times?
Thank you. Actually, it's 2 R's rather than 1, but yes, a lot of people comment on that. And I do live up to my name. Now, this is the first time I've done something like this, so I'm not too sure how many people would have actually read what I've submitted. And so I'm not too sure how much I should be reading word for word of my submission that I have sitting in my hand.
So just, can I just suggest, yes. I have had a chance, if you just highlight the key points, you've got 5 minutes.
Yes, okay, I will.
Thank you.
Yep,
just a few points will be very good.
Dive straight in there. A lot of what I've been hearing is very human-centric. I don't hear a lot of voices on behalf of the birds, bees, and butterflies and the local biodiversity. And we share Wellington with these creatures. They're an essential part of our physical and mental health. We live alongside them, and so I'm wanting to protect the trees in particular, as many as possible, not just the trees in the green belt or in parks, but as many trees as possible in backyards. there was a new build in Crawford Road between Kilburney and Newtown. It was built, I don't know, a year or two back. They designed and built this house around this exquisite old Nio tree that was 100 to 120 years old. It sold late last year. The first thing the new owner did was cut down that tree. And I can just see that happening with developers when they move in to build these large buildings. The first thing that will go is the trees. So I'm wanting to raise the awareness of for the general public as much as for the developers, the awareness of just how essential these backyard trees are to the local biodiversity, and also not just for the birds and the bees, but also for the our drainage systems. These trees act as natural sumps. When a property is developed, a lot of the surface area will be covered in non-permeable surfaces where the water will just run straight off into drains, not absorb into the ground and into the aquifers. The trees also act as filtering systems. I'm going to be just sort of jumping around here a little bit, but with trees on the greenbelt, I've planted myself and a group of people have planted nearly 6,000 trees on the greenbelt behind Newtown here. I am noticing a lot of and a great increase in bird life and butterflies and bees, etc. However, we do get kaka and even tui are long distance flying birds, but the likes of the pea-waka waka, the grey warbler, all of the smaller birds, the fantails, they follow feeding trails. They don't fly long distances for food. And so what I would like to see is some form of flight or flyways, I call them, running, connecting the parks and the green belts through backyards. In Harper Street, where I live, there's a 100 to 120-year-old lancewood. Now these trees are these large trees are doing so well because they are in areas where the water drains to those areas. And so what I'm proposing is there to be a little bit of a study done on the trees that are within 100 to 150 meters of the water and drainage network throughout Newtown, but also throughout Wellington. The water naturally follows the geography of the land, and the land is the same. It's the same geography that it always has been. There's been a little bit of flattening out when houses have been built, but they haven't altered the water flow. So I would like there to be some sort of education plan put in place, whether it's through the media or a dedicated ranger or person in the council that can be a go-to for property owners to have some awareness of the value of the trees that are on their properties. I'm not expecting every tree to be saved. I know it's not possible, and I know that the light pathways to these trees are going to be challenged. I just want to find some middle road where people can save some of these trees, and also for, if a developer comes in, they're going to offer to plant trees, but they may not be planting trees that necessarily are natural to that environment, or it could be a tree that's going to, eventually grow too big for the property. So that again comes back to a go-to person at the council that people consult about the tree planting, because I know, as I said, the developers will go, yes, we'll cut down all these trees, but we're going to do some planting. One, those trees are going to take 30 years or so to grow or more until they're feeding into the local biodiversity. But two, they may not necessarily be the right trees.
Sorry, your time is out.
That's okay.
Have you got time to take a question from Councillor O'Neill?
Anyone?
Kia ora, Paul. I agree with Councillor Pennant. That is a great last name, and I totally agree with you. I just wanted to ask you about, you talked about bird flight patterns, and yes. I've got some good news for you. We've got a green network plan which talks about those, yes, and a blue network plan. And I just wanted to ask you, I guess, your perspective on the significant natural areas and proposals, because I know that they can be quite contentious, but yes. Yeah. And then the second to that is, we've got a green network plan, but what can Wellington City Council be doing more to educate the public? What are some examples?
I think it sort of comes back to seeing what's right in front of them. A lot of people really don't register. Well, not only that, it's the people that are coming in here from that haven't lived here, who have really no idea of how important a particular tree is on a property. That's one of the areas that I'm really wanting to focus on, if possible. I don't even know if that answers your question, to be honest.
No, it does. I get it. And yeah, I can assure you that we've got some really passionate people who care and love about trees and educating people about trees, working on what you raised today. So thank you.
Yes, it's just not greenbelt. It's not just greenbelt and parks. It's the backyards are just as important. The backyard trees. Yeah.
Right, well, thank you, Mr. Forrest, for coming in. Okay. Your first submission, that was great, just to be reminded of the non-human parts of our community. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right, Patty Hannah, welcome to you. Sorry, we're just running a bit late.
That's fine. That's fine. It's good that everyone has their moment. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'd like to object in the strongest possible terms to the SNA designations, both in terms of in general and also how they're being applied to my property at 17 Meadowcroft Grove. My submission has 3 specific points. The first is that this is an unjust confiscation of my property rights. The argument that you're just restricting my use of land in the name of conservation, in my opinion, is just semantic window dressing. Second point is the legislation that this confiscation is based on is unfit and indeed is about to be repealed. The council's decision to use this legislation to confiscate my property rights makes no sense based on the stated need for this confiscation being the protection of unique flora and fauna. On the 3rd of December 1863, the New Zealand government passed the New Zealand Settlements Act, which enabled the confiscation without compensation of property rights from tangata whenua. Thus began one of the most shameful periods of New Zealand history. Land was confiscated for a range of reasons that suited the agendas of both government and settlers. Those who resisted this confiscation were imprisoned or in some case even killed. And thanks to the New Zealand Settlements Act, this shameful practice was completely legal. The fact that it was a bad piece of legislation meant very little to those who enforced it. History has not been kind to those people, and their legacy is one of deep shame and deep revulsion, not just by those who are directly affected by this, but by all right-minded New Zealanders. Now, 150 years later, you, Wellington Council, find yourselves in the same position as these early settlers in government. You are using an appalling piece of legislation called the Resource Management Act to confiscate property rights without compensation from their rightful owners. Your own cost-benefit analysis glibly states that the benefit to many outweighs the economic impacts to individual property owners. Your own report has no justification for this, only a statement of opinion presented as a statement of fact. I am sure that similar thinking prevailed in 1863. Here are some facts. Facts 1. The SNA designation removes property rights from the legitimate owners of this property without compensation. If we resist this, we face fines and possibly imprisonment, exactly the same as 1863. In my opinion, this is deeply shameful. Fact 2. The current excuse for confiscation of property rights is conservation. The net effect of this confiscation is no different to confiscation for colonial settlement, infrastructure provision, or just plain greed. If Wellington City Council go ahead with this unjust activity, I can only wonder how you will be remembered. I can't believe that you as elected officials actually want this as your legacy. History will remember you as the people who did this. The second point of my submission is the legislation being used for this is unfit and about to be repealed. Following a comprehensive review in 2020, Central Government announced on the 10th of February 2021 that the Resource Management Act is considered unfit for purpose to be repealed and to be replaced with alternative legislation. Yet you as Council are proceeding with these confiscation activities, knowing that the legislative basis for this is about to be repealed. I cannot understand why you would do this. At the same time that councils across New Zealand are using this unfit, unjust legislation to confiscate property rights, councils are also fighting the confiscation of council assets without compensation under the Three Waters reform proposal. To me, this is just blatant hypocrisy. At the absolute very least, this action should be paused until the replacement legislation is enacted. My third point is how my own property at 17 Meadowcroft Grove is impacted by this. As you will see from the slide prepared by Mr. Harding, my property borders another property, which borders a third property, which borders Johnsonville Park. The land that council is seeking to designate on my property, compared to the hundreds of acres of Johnsonville Park, is tiny. Why on earth does the council want to confiscate a tiny portion of land, albeit a significant part of my section, to add to the hundreds of acres of Johnsonville Park? There's no additional conservation value to doing this. It appears you are just doing this because you can. It is unfair and just plain wrong. Regarding the land itself, the land that council wishes to designate is regenerating scrub. This was grazing land which formed part of Johnson Farm 20 years ago. I needed to clear some of the scrub to comply with insurance requirements under the Wellington Regional Council guidelines for the protection from wildfires. The cleared area contained large amounts of pest species like old man's beard, gorse and blackberry. I had intended to replant this area with low fuel load native plants and indeed have already spent several $1,000s on landscaping design. Should this land be subject to an SNA designation, I will need to revisit this and look at planting in exotics to prevent a restrictive covenant being imposed on my property. I think this is exactly the opposite outcome to what council is trying to achieve under this conservation mandate, and indeed it's quite contrary to what I want to do. But if you force me to do this, I will have no choice. If you require me to retain a resource consent every time I need to manage vegetation on my land. I strongly urge council to think again about the unjustified, unfair and unnecessary seizure of property rights from individual voting ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Very clear. We are out of time, but any quick questions? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Hanna. We have had a number of submissions, so we'll be responding in detail to those.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, and now Bruce Harding, a warm welcome to you.
Thank you. So perhaps we could have that slide back up again. Kia ora, councillors. Good to be here this afternoon. My name is Bruce Harding and I represent the Bilar Family Trust, who are the owners of numbers 21 and 25 that you can see on this map that's been taken from the town plan. So we're in Meadowcroft Grove in Johnsonville, quite an elevated street. We wish to object to the imposition of a significant natural area designation on these two properties. So it's 21 and 25. For the life of me, I can't see what the council is actually trying to achieve by this imposition on private land. It achieves absolutely nothing. This is an area that's already zoned residential and is intended for houses. There is an extensive area of bush all around the area, which is known as Johnsonville Park. In describing this issue to family members who live out of Wellington, they're incredulous that a council elected by their citizens could make this designation, effectively taking this land for a reserve and yet not offer any compensation at all. In their view, it just goes against all common sense. Now, if you look at the map on my slide, you can see the impact of the proposed designation, particularly on number 21. The proposed designation impacts about 33% of the land area. The designation just allows a small wedge onto 3 properties, number 17, number 21 and number 25. The same area of bush that comes under this designation also encompasses numbers 9 and 11 in McClintock Street, just below, but they're not included. So we can assume that this area of bush is really not all that important, or these additional properties would have been included as well. This small wedge of bush has no environmental impact on any member of the public that I can see. They have all the scenery of Johnsonville Park to enjoy, which is extensive, as well as the greenery and extensive planting of many properties. We even allow free public access up our private driveway, just at the top of the picture there, so that people can actually access the park. So could we change the slide, please? There's a number 2 there. So at present, I'm permitted to build 2 dwellings on this land. This is number 21. But central government is directing the council to make provision for 3 dwellings of 3 stories high to allow high density housing, reference the Resource Management, Enabling House Supply and Other Matters Amendment Act of 2021. The proposed designation would stifle this provision and probably not even allow the building of 2 dwellings. The imposition of this designation would effectively ensure that only 1 dwelling could be built on number 21, given its really difficult geography and the need for workable access. Having this bush area so close to proposed housing presents a significant fire risk and may limit the ability to build even 1 dwelling to ensure that insurance companies give their approval. The proposed designation will significantly lower the value of these properties too, particularly number 21, with no compensation being offered and producing no real value to anyone else either. The usable area on number 21 reduces by approximately 33%, and this is patently unfair in my view. In these days, with a severe shortage of housing in our community, I would have thought that the council would be keen to promote as much housing as possible. And of course, the public actually have no access to these properties anyway, because they are privately owned. The present bush on particularly 21 is of poor quality and has just grown wild since the subdivision was established. But our track record at number 25, which has been developed, shows clearly that without any sort of designation, we still look after the land responsibly and provide attractive scenery. In fact, we love trees and birds that are attracted by them. So finally, should this designation proceed, it'll be unable to achieve its supposed aims because the land in question will then be without trees. I consider it's more useful to me as a vegetable garden so that I can share the produce with the needy in the community as well as for myself. End of presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Deputy Mayor Free.
So are you seeing that there'll be the perverse effect that people will want to cut down the native trees on their properties before this comes into effect?
I'm saying that the trees that are there at the moment could well be cut down.
Okay.
Because they can be.
Right. Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you for your submission.
We would prefer not. I'd have to say we would prefer not to do that.
Right. Thank you. As per the previous submitter, we've heard that, so we will be responding. Thank you very much for your submission.
Wonderful. Thank you. No problem. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Now, Katie Lethbridge, welcome to you. Sorry, we're running late.
Not a problem. I can appreciate that it's been a busy day.
So you can go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, so I just want to introduce myself. My name is Katie Lethbridge, and I was a submitter on the district plan process, and in particular my submission relates to the proposed change of zoning for the Hobson precinct area from its current designation as residential with character overlay to city centre zoning. And in particular, my submission relates to trying to understand why this would be proposed, given for a number of reasons outlined in my submission, it is unlikely, or it is impossible, that it would achieve the purported aims of increasing the amount of housing that is available within the Wellington area. So, my point of view, I submit that such a radical change in zoning that happen for this specific area, and I am just talking about this specific area, and I believe that, you know, where zoning changes are proposed, they need to be nuanced, they need to be reflective of what the underlying area is. It shouldn't be just something that's a broad brush, you know, straight lines on a planning map. You need to look at what exists currently and what the realistic chances are of achieving change in that area, and also what stands to be lost by making such a change. So I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with the Hobson Street area, but it is an area of made up predominantly of schools and also of residential housing. There's no commercial activity, there's no governmental agencies, there's some embassies, there are some multi-unit dwellings, but on the whole it is single or double story units, and overwhelmingly residential in nature. So when you look at that existing use and compare it to the definitions in the district plan for what could be considered city centre zone, which uses terminology such as principal commercial and employment centre for the city and commercial heart and a major employer, it's not really in the slightest bit relevant or appropriate to this area. By comparison, the definition for medium residential zoning is a total fit, predominantly residential activities, moderate concentration and bulk of buildings. So there's nothing in the definitions of the plan that would indicate that this is an area that would be appropriate for centre city zoning. When you look at the documentation that the council has, when they were looking at the central city spatial vision for Wellington City Council, and they identified 6 factors as being relevant if you were looking at an area for change that might be appropriate for being changed into the centre city zoning. Of the 6 factors, groups of poor quality existing buildings that can be repurposed, conducive land and property values, owner aspirations, infrastructure capacity, or renewal opportunities, none of those apply to this area. The only one that is relevant is the proximity to transport. And my argument is that to meet the National Policy Statement of Urban Density requirements for the proximity to transport, that would be met adequately or appropriately by retaining a residential zoning for this Hobson Street area. There is nothing in the National Policy Statement that requires a centre city zoning for this area. So I'm at a loss to understand why such a change would be considered. When you look at the practicalities of the type of development that is envisaged in a centre city area for residential purposes, you look at something like the example of the Sanctum Apartments that was used in one of the council documents. But that was a development with a site area of 6,500 metres squared, whereas all of the properties in this area are on average 500 metres squared. And so the chances of actually being able to get a block of land that would do anything appreciable to realise these aims of increasing the residential availability is unlikely to be realised in this area, and that's coupled with the Three Waters infrastructure costs that are prohibitive in the Thorndon area. So it's a case of the existing use, the impediments towards doing any kind of development that would meet the purported aims, neither of which stack up to justify this type of a change. Additionally, you have to look at what you might lose by doing this sort of change, and this is an area that was recognised by the planners at the City Council as having a nature that was worthy of protection. So in the second version of the spatial plan, the one that took into account what the council's planning team proposed, they recommended that this area wasn't included in Centre City. It was taken out of that area, and instead it would go to a residential zoning because of the more coherent character values in this area. And they proposed that instead it be identified as medium density residential. And it's my submission that is a far more appropriate zoning for this area, that a centre city designation that is zoning that is appropriate for areas like Courtney Place and Lambton Quay, and areas where you have large land holdings and existing large buildings that could be redeveloped into apartment buildings. It just isn't appropriate, and it isn't realistic to assume that any kind of developments of that nature would be able to take place in this area. So for what I don't understand is it seems to me that what is proposed is a radical change for this area. I haven't seen anything that gives any evidence-based rationale or explanation for why this is proposed, and I haven't seen anything that indicates the benefits and potential that will be realised or is capable of being realised if this change is allowed. And I submit that the loss of an area that is rich in history, is rich in some incredible examples of early heritage, early architecture, is predominantly green space. It just, I don't know. I guess I can't understand on what basis the council chose to ignore their own planners' recommendations in this area and then reinstate this centre city zoning for this area, which, as I've said, I cannot see any way that it can achieve any of the aims that are purported to be behind this, and I just see a lot of potential for loss that is irrecoverable. So I guess that's really my point, and I would be interested to understand how that decision was made, or if there is anything other than a ideological justification for not following the council's town planners' recommendations and putting this area back into centre city zone when, to me and to
Sorry, we are really well over time now. Is it all right if Councillor Young just quickly asks a question and then just need to go into the Thorndon residents?
No, I'll wait for Richard Murcott so we don't run behind time. But it's about the same area. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lethbridge. Really appreciate your submission, and it will be taken on board. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right, Mr. Murcott and Mr. Gunnarsson, a warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, councillors. We should have some slides for you. Thank you. We'll go to the next one. Lance is secretary and I'm the chair of the Thorndon Residents Association. Thank you for the opportunity for the association to represent the submission made. May we take it that you have the submission in front of you and that it's been read? We will, on that basis, just run through a few points quickly. For those who are not familiar with Thorndon, and the association represents residents from both Thorndon and Pipitea, this map simply illustrates where we are in relation to the city, at the gateway to the city. Thorndon Pipitea is a densely subdivided residential suburb. Its heritage comprises mostly small residential large land parcels. And yet we note during the the current operative district plan, Thorndon still managed to contribute an additional 700 dwellings under the current planning regulations. Besides the inner residential areas, the suburbs has the parliamentary precinct, the government precinct, and two significant fingers that run up Molesworth Street, Murphy Street, both zoned city centre zone in the proposal, and of course Thorndon Quay. And these areas comprise a significant number of apartment buildings as well. The inner residential zone of Thorndon is low-rise residential, and it's for good reason. Reasons like significant natural hazard, soil types, significant character and heritage values, three waters infrastructure and roading. Lance.
Historically, you'll possibly.
Slide, please. Yes, we have another slide. Thank you.
Thank you. Historically, some of you may remember the era of the motorway development, which took out over a quarter of Thorndon's built fabric, built environment. So Thorndon has already made a significant contribution to development of the city. And through the housing developments that Rich has highlighted, residential development of the city. It also contains a fabric that is worthy of preservation going forward. So we would invite the council to consider its proper role as kaitiaki of matters that are of national significance. The national significance provisions of Section 6 of the Resource Management Act still hold for the moment. And I think that the council will be well advised to consider the value of preserving what little remains. You might also remember the green politicians of yesteryear used to say something like, we're not trying to preserve all of New Zealand's native forests, only the 12% that remain. We're not trying to preserve all of the historic housing in Wellington, only our section of the 6.8% that remains, of which we've already lost a quarter. As Richard has alluded to, there is opportunity in the suburb to continue to intensify the residential capacity of Thorndon and Pipitea. We've identified areas where that could happen without the loss of any amenity or character or heritage for anybody. So it's an absolute win. There is no destruction, no loss, and only gain. I am astounded that you are not taking this opportunity that presents itself on a plate that will see, furthermore, a trouble-free path forward for your zoning proposals if you take that path.
Next slide, please. This triptych is in the association's presentation. When we're talking about the eastern side of residential Thorndon, we're talking about residential area Selwyn Terrace, Portland Crescent, and the Hobson precinct is the largest of the three, which is at the centre of these maps. This triptych communicates the confounding consultation process. The map in the centre represents what was recommended by experts. That's the city planners and also the consultants who had done a lot of previous work on the character of this part of Thorndon. And then just 3 months ago, citizens were formally presented with the map on the right, and suddenly the whole area is a designated city centre area. So hence is why there's a big emphasis on this massive change in this proposal. The centre map, the changes shown there resulted from 300 submissions in the spatial planning process. If we go to the next slide, we just see there was a character area proposed by the planners, and Lance, what you see before you are illustrations of buildings on the eastern side of the motorway, which the council is proposing to rezone as central city area, allowing 100% site coverage and 27 metre height limits. Evidently, these buildings are not worthy of consideration as character and heritage of national significance. Some of them are in fact category 1 historic places in Wellington already. So these two things don't reconcile. You're saying that these buildings, which fall outside of the limited character precinct on the eastern side of the motorway in Thorndon, in the Thorndon-Hobson Street precinct, are unworthy of consideration for preservation. Bear in mind, again, that we are not opposed to doing our bit to intensify Wellington. Along with Newtown and other communities, we've already offered a clear vision of where intensification can occur without cost, without conflict, and without a protracted legal process, slowing everything down and probably ending poorly for all concerned, including elected representatives. So really, you've got to do a better balancing act than you've done. Communities are working with you or striving to offer you opportunities to intensify Wellington that don't destroy anything. And we're also pointing out the illogicality, in fact, the irreconcilable position of saying buildings of this nature aren't precious, aren't character, are not of historic heritage value. Next slide, please. The question of intensification, a permissive laissez-faire approach to urban intensification is simply inviting trouble for the city. If this is encouraged ahead of a serious investment in the current infrastructure woes that we have. And Wellington Water has illustrated that Thorndon's got some serious challenges in terms of our infrastructure there. Next slide, please. And Lance has alluded to this by our own study of the area of Pipitea, the 1.3 kilometres along Thorndon Quay. It is the association's view that thoughtful upzoning that prioritises underutilised land in this area could achieve many of the objectives of the city. The average building height in this strip along Thorndon Quay is 2.5 stories. And the potential for apartment dwellings in that length of road is very high. And already today, there's one being built right now, a 10-story apartment hotel. So innovative use of the considerable space above the railway land as well, which is shown in grey there, would be the way that a modern city overseas would behave in terms of housing its citizens in that airspace. And that would be an enormous number of additional dwellings.
So that precinct that Richard's pointed to is an area that this community has studied in detail, probably more closely than any of you have, or indeed in any of your offices. Just like in Newtown, communities know their own backyards. We know where the opportunities are. That is a tremendous opportunity looking you in the face. To upzone in an area which doesn't impact on anybody's amenity, anybody's quality of life, anybody's sunlight access, anybody's mental health, through the stress of construction noise and being permanently overshadowed forevermore, for example. These are not trivial matters, by the way. They are not trivial. And yet we're offering here a solution that would allow several thousand new dwellings to be added through the upzoning of this part of our built environment. It's a section of road, 1.3 kilometres? Yeah, 1.3 kilometres with an average building height, let us remind you again, of 2.5 stories, many of which are earthquake prone. So they either have to come down already or be remediated. And in their present configuration, remediation is uneconomic. So those sites are crying out for better council-led enabled intensification. Take that option. would be my advice. And finally, just to conclude, our key messages, there are only 4, so bear with me for one more minute. We're asking that you do not rezone Thorndon east of the motorway for the reasons that we have submitted and previous submitters have also alluded to, amongst them Katie Lethbridge. It does not fit the criteria for inclusion in the central city zone. It is a complete disconnect really in planning terms. This is not an area which needs to be zoned that way. It's not an area where it's appropriate for zoning to occur in that manner. So we would suggest that you keep it as residential, inner residential, as it has been up to this point, which has served everybody well, and intensify only, upzone only in the areas where opportunities exist that don't impact on anybody else and actually will add, will lift the population of the suburb, will contribute to intensification of Wellington, and will give us all a double win. As far as the precinct, the residential precincts of inner residential Thorndon are concerned, you need to consider the character areas properly. You have not done so. You've taken submitters' views and expert opinion and professional officers' responsiveness to all of that and simply put it aside, overturned it in fact. That is simply not good enough, and it will probably not be a view that will hold much sway in other more rational forums. Again, observe the upsizing potential of Thorndon Quay and focus on where you can get, again on Thorndon Quay, greater return on investment from the costs involved in improving the below ground infrastructure. You've already got major infrastructural service lines running through there, the main interceptor, you've got all of the other water infrastructure. You've already made changes to Thorndon Quay that make it, dare I say, a less attractive precinct commercially. So it now becomes a more attractive precinct residentially. So some of your own planning moves are already pushing in this direction. Businesses are not going to thrive with the changes to Thorndon Quay. It's ripe for upzoning anyway. It's low rise, it's earthquake prone. Some of the sites, many of them are in fact barren, empty. So opportunity abounds here. Take the opportunity that prevents damage and destruction and keeps the community on side, helping you in your objectives, our all shared objectives of further intensifying Wellington to accommodate its likely population growth. I use the word likely advisedly.
Thank you very much. Right, we are out of time, so Councillor Young, a reasonably quick question would be great.
Some of you probably have others, I'm sure.
It feels a bit like Groundhog Day, and Lance or Richard, you'll have a better memory than me on this because I wasn't on council at the time. But haven't you taken the council to court over this and won before?
No, we overturned a proposal to turn the entire suburb into a heritage area.
Oh, okay, fine. That was my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
There's a bit of nuance there, Mr. Gunnison, but okay. Thank you very much for your submission. That's very helpful, and to have given us those summary points. Thank you very much.
Right. You seem sceptical. Have you got something to say?
Unless you want to ask a question, Councillor Matthews, or?
No, I've heard quite enough. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for putting so much time into your submission. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right. Jane, Melanie, Hurley, and Dominic. Hurley, welcome to you.
Oh, chance not me. Good afternoon. My sister's going to be addressing it. Is she?
Yes, I can see both of you.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm not experienced with Zoom. I'm speaking on behalf of my elderly mother. The council has designated virtually the entirety of her section as a significant area of natural Indigenous biodiversity. Now I looked up significant in the Oxford Dictionary, and it says sufficiently great or important to be worthy of attention. Now, this designation of the council in my mother's section includes a large chunk of the concrete path down to the house, the flower beds on either side of the concrete path, the camellia hedge my dad planted, a 100-year-old rhododendron to the side of the house,
and the sunny patch of the garden at the back where my dad grew his veggies, his beefsteak tomatoes and his runner beans. So I'm finding it hard to believe that that is a significant area of natural indigenous biodiversity. My second point is that you're punishing people like my parents who have kept the bush on their land. You're rewarding those who have chopped it down or have none, and incentivising those who have any bush on their land left to clear it as quickly as possible to avoid the punitive covenants that you intend to place over their land. My parents have spent over half a century in that house and they love the bush. My dad was a marine biologist and conservationist. That land has never been sprayed. Every weekend in Kandala, we'd hear the sound of chainsaws as other people chopped down trees and took down the bush. And my parents never did that. They never cut it down for the designated driveway. They never put in a garage or a deck or an entertaining area or a bigger garden. They loved the bush. But precisely because they did that, you're now planning to punish our family financially unless we clear fell it now before these provisions come in. You're expropriating virtually the entirety of our section. There used to be a stream down the bottom of our property, but development further up the street has meant that it's been polluted, it's been piped, it's been diverted, and now it's virtually disappeared. And where was the council while all this was going on? Well, you were the guys who were handing out the building permits. We have no problem with the bush on our section being protected in perpetuity. I mean, we'd absolutely love that, as long as you pay us a fair market value of the land if and when the time comes when we decide to sell. I mean, that seems only fair to me. Otherwise, I can't see how it's really any different from theft. Because it's the entirety of the section, you're just wiping out basically the whole of the land value. I have to note here that the council is very happy to sell off its own land to developers for luxury housing, even when that land, like at Shelley Bay, is in dispute with tangata whenua, and even when it impacts on the survival of the at-risk little blue penguin or Pūroro. My final point relates to density. As far as I can see, this plan is quite happy to sacrifice a great deal of Wellington's natural beauty and charm and heritage values for increased density. Well, my parents' section is large. It would be challenging to build on topographically, but then so is most of Wellington. I figure you could get maybe, I'm no expert, but I don't know, 3 or 4 separate houses with separate gardens on that section, and certainly a whole slew of townhouses. It's 7 minutes walk from the nearest railway station. It's 10 minutes walk from the Wellington bus service. You've designated the Johnsonville railway line as a rapid transit hub, which I think people overseas would be very surprised at, because I've been riding that line for 50 years and it's not increased 1 jot in speed while I've been riding it. So I just don't understand why, if density is of such high importance that you're willing to sacrifice so much of Wellington's history and beauty and charm, that you suddenly decided to expropriate the whole of my mother's residential section. You're alienating her from her mana whenua. New Zealand has a long and dishonourable history of land grabbing, and I just think this is more of the same. So that's my submission today.
Thank you very much. Any questions, councillors? Okay, we've heard a number of submissions on this point, so we will be responding in detail to them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming along. Really appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Joanna Newman. Welcome to you. Apologies for keeping you waiting.
That's fine. Kia ora and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for giving us time for Mount Victoria Historical Society to speak to you again. It feels like we've been here before, but it's such an important message that we want to get across, the case for Mount Victoria, that I'm really glad that we have another opportunity to come and talk to you. Mount Victoria is unique in Wellington. 85% of its dwellings are pre-1930, and a huge proportion of those are the original houses on that land. And they can still be seen and lived in. And this also makes it quite unique in New Zealand. And if it's unique in New Zealand, of course, it's unique in the world. So we have a responsibility to protect this. Next slide, please. So, this is what shows that it's appreciated and valued and part of Wellington's identity to the travellers within New Zealand and the international visitors who come. Next slide. Even the French publish scenes of Mount Victoria, showing how we value our heritage and how important it is in their guide to New Zealand. Next slide. So it's a visual statement of our identity. But one of the important things that I think I want to say is that in Mount Vic, heritage housing doesn't just exist in what council has defined in the plan as character areas or character precincts. These are pretty randomly assigned. And I can say that because what the council officers recommended as character precincts, with virtually the equivalent of a stroke of pen by council laws, was wiped out. So effectively, one day it was character and the next day it wasn't. But even if that was the case, heritage housing doesn't just exist in what are defined in whichever plan you look at as heritage or character precincts. Here we have two areas which show the impact of development, which would be completely inappropriate within the heritage areas which have no protection whatsoever. The other thing is that we risk losing iconic views from the waterfront and the city if we build 8 to 10 stories in a ring around Mount Victoria along Kent Terrace. But one of the key things we lose is some of the visible markers of our history, because a city gets its character and meaning from the layers of stories and the accumulated contributions over time. The fact that you can still be in touch with this in Mount Victoria is quite extraordinary. As an example, I'd like to share a couple of stories from Mount Victoria. Our own lives are lived around the harbour and we're dependent on it for so much. And it's always been the same for all of human history here, tangata whenua and European. So next slide, please. The example of a couple of Wellingtonians who regularly risk their lives to bring residents, visitors and traders in and out of the harbour lived in Mount Victoria, and their homes can still be seen. So at the head of the boat there, the rather portly gentleman is Captain Lancelot Holmes, and he was the chief pilot. For instance, in 1883, he rowed 20 kilometres out to a steamer that had lost power and finally brought the ship safely into the harbour after dark. Not only was he the chief pilot, but in 1874, he also sailed to Victory, the first real yacht that is built for racing and cruising, which had been built in Wellington. Holmes built his house in Stafford Street, which you see up there at the top, in 1886. And his wife continued to live there for 31 years after his death. Captain Schilling, who I believe is the fourth from the left at the back, he was appointed pilot in 1889 after the previous pilot drowned. He was involved in numerous rescues and never lost a boat. On one occasion, he boarded a bark at the Heads, but was unable to enter the harbour for 10 days because of strong shifting winds. Schilling lived at 1 Tutchin Avenue from 1896, and that's what you can see down the bottom of the screen. Under the current district plan, the houses that represent the history and the lives of these two men who helped build our city would be or could be destroyed. Next slide, please. And the thing is that none of this has to happen. The planning legislative background has changed significantly since the draft district plan was released in November last year. Wellington City Council is now required to enable 3x3 dwellings on every property, which will reduce the requirement for upzoning in an area like Mount Victoria. Legislation allows Wellington City Council to exempt from upzoning areas of historic heritage and other areas subject to qualifying matters. Staff recommended application of qualifying matters, i.e. protection against demolition, cover 50% of existing heritage suburbs. So we believe that the draft district plan must be amended so that at least 50% of Mount Victoria is covered by this. So I haven't got time to go through the detail of all our key submission points, but I'm sure you will have read our submission. But we would like reinstatement of the pre-1930s demolition rule, or call it something else, to the majority of Mount Victoria, or at a minimum, the areas recommended by Wellington City Council in its initial draft, or in the draft spatial plan, plus the areas recommended by Heritage New Zealand in its submission on that. We think that the edge of Kent Terrace should be rezoned Mount Victoria medium density residential zone, not in a city. The boundary of Mount Victoria is down the middle of Kent and Cambridge terraces, and that is the appropriate place to make that separation. So inner city should end at Cambridge Terrace, and Mount Victoria should be medium density residential zone. And then you also would not build a wall around it. The definition of character should be amended to include heritage. The only reason you have this character is because of the heritage. It's not because houses just happen to have a certain shape. It's the heritage that gives them that shape. The level of protection accorded to heritage areas should cover character precincts. And we, by extension, of course, we mean what Heritage New Zealand also would have recommended be included in those. We also think that the character precincts, the rules governing character precincts and in design guides are very inadequate, and they afford no protection at all. As one of the council officers said to me when I went to meet them, they're meant to be permissive. In other words, they're no protection at all. We are very concerned that Tutchin Avenue is a bizarre exclusion from the Porritt Avenue heritage area. This is Captain Schilling's home territory, and it should be included in the Porritt Avenue heritage area. Also, the Mount Victoria North Townscape Precinct should be made part of the adjacent existing character precinct. It always was a character sub-area, and it's another of those random, illogical exclusions. It was character yesterday and it's not today. And we don't think that we think that the minimum daylight access rule should be changed, and we oppose the granting of height exemptions for provision of assisted housing, because we just feel that will be abused by developers. That I'm sure there's no question. And for both of those, they are unworkable rules.
So we've nearly run out of time. Yeah,
well, I'll just wrap up and say that I know that you councillors have the mana to make changes. And I hope that you will seriously review this draft district plan and reconsider and go back to, as a minimum, what your council officers suggested. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Newman. That is very helpful, and thank you for all the work that you did, because you did another very big submission. Really appreciate that. Any last quick questions?
Oh.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Councillor Foon needs to leave. I'm sorry that we're just running a little bit late. Graham, James, Parker, then John, Bryce, and then Historic Places Wellington, and then we are finished for the day. Apologies, Councillor Foon. Thank you. Right, sorry, Graham, Parker, sorry, a very warm welcome, and you could just take yourself off mute, and we look forward to hearing what you've got to say.
Kia ora koutou everyone. I realise it's been a long day for you councillors listening to submissions, and so I will try and keep this as light as possible, but make my points. I'd like to have a shout out or thank you to Heidi Miller, who's really helped me kind of navigate the process of and been very helpful. Now, I do have a slide collection somewhere. Is that there? Do you want me to share that?
1 second, Graham, I will get that up.
Cool. Cool. If you just move to the next slide, Heidi. Thank you. Look, I'm really here today to talk about the significant natural area proposal in the draft district plan, and particularly as it relates to my property. And if you could make the next slide, Heidi. And look, the first point I'd like to start with is how we've run the process to date, because I think that the consultation process, particularly with me as a property owner, has been totally inadequate. I realise this is because you're progressing perhaps a large document in the district plan, and perhaps things don't kind of, in terms of the consultation process, go as well as the consultation process is not as comprehensive. But my main kind of things about the consultation process, it's a closed process, and by this I mean most scientific processes, such as the Ministry of Primary Industries runs a process for total allowable catches. And I could go into that process. It's completely transparent. I can see the data and the assumptions. And for me, a big thing about this process, I can't see how the desktop exercise was done and its assumptions. So I'm not part of the initial development process, and I do worry that there hasn't been enough scientific peer review of the desktop exercise, because I think peer review is essential to science. I'd also state that I received a letter which indicated that residents of Kandala were afforded the opportunity of a public meeting on this, and myself and the residents of Wilton and Northland have not been offered such an opportunity. But if we just move on now, Heidi, if you could go to the next slide. I think where I'm thinking of, in terms of, what is kind of my main kind of thrust here, is that the RMA, of which this is the significant natural areas as a provision, it's about balancing objectives, to come up with sustainable development. But this has not been, we don't have a good balance between protection and development. I'm supportive of significant natural areas, but I do believe this needs to be balanced, with the ability for people to develop their properties and create a good living environment. This proposal will inhibit my ability to create a better living environment. It requires me to get costly resource consents if I wish to do more than routine maintenance and trimming. And it only permits trimming or removal within 3 metre of the building. Now, I'm trying to be polite here, but I can only say that the 3 metre rule seems to me to be a bit bonkers. 3 metres clearance of vegetation from a house is not very much, and is likely to raise health and fire concerns and conflict with the relevant legislation. I particularly don't see how, and particularly what I worry about with this, requirement to get resource consents is the people whose kind of houses will be shaded over, the people who will get mold, will be those on a low income because they can't afford resource consents. So that's kind of the significant thrust is trying to create a more balanced proposal. Heidi, another slide. If I take my house as an example, of making it more difficult to create a better living environment. I'm living in Northland and Wilton, and many of the houses were built in the 50s and 60s, and they lack indoor-outdoor flow. They're just built like the picture, in that they're just a square box essentially. And if the kind of proposal goes ahead, it's more difficult for me to actually extend out and create that indoor-outdoor flow and create a better living environment for my family. Next slide, if you will, Heidi. Now, my property is this classic example of this very unbalanced approach that we have. There's a small area of bush at the bottom of the section, and it abuts a much larger council-owned reserve. I'm really failing to see how, when I look at the criteria, how my small amount of bush will really kind of make a difference, will really add to the indigenous biodiversity of the area. I don't think I can't see a scientific basis. I don't know. It seems to me that the birds and the insects have plenty of area, and but it will have a significant impact on my ability to develop my property and enjoy a quality lifestyle. So if we just flick to the picture, next slide, Heidi, please. So you can see my property is the property highlighted in blue. There below me is the council reserve, and it's quite large. It's probably about 10 times the land area of my property. And you will see, if you look at my property highlighted in blue, that my property has a very small area of bush at the bottom. And it's not as mature as some of the bigger stands, which are I don't have a pointer, but they're to the left of the picture.
Mr. Parker, we are running out of time. Are you able just to make your last point? Thank you.
Okay, cool. Can I flick to my last slide, which will just go through my internal recommendations? Okay, look. What I would like the council to do is revisit the 3 metre trimming rule, and to ensure it complies with health and fire requirements. I would like all properties that adjoin the council-owned reserve to be removed from the significant natural area designation. I would like to amend the district plan to allow for a 250 metre circle around existing properties to actually allow a balanced approach to development and natural protection. And this will be a lot lower compliance burden on the council, and it will remove the need for costly resource consents. And I also think that I note that the proposal, the draft submissions have said that the proposal is not supported by submissioners, and I do think there needs to be further consultation on this. So thank you very much. I'd like to address a point to the chair. Chair?
Yes, sorry.
Can I address a point to you?
Yes.
As part of my submission, I'd like to make an Official Information Act request under the Official Information Act 1984. And I'd like to know what health and fire advice that the council has received in relation to the 3 metre rule. Okay, and in particular, I would like to know, has the Capital and Coast DHB been consulted on this, and has the Medical Officer of Health, who resides in public health units, been consulted, and have any representatives of Fire and Emergency New Zealand been consulted?
Are you able just to put that in a quick email, and then we will respond?
Sure. Do I just email Heidi?
Yeah. Why don't we just start with that? That might just be easiest for you. It just needs to be under Laboima here's the request. Thank you so much for
Okay,
your
look,
submission.
and thank you. Have a nice weekend.
We've heard many of those, and we will respond in detail. Thank you very much.
you.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, sorry, we are over time.
I just actually wanted to clarify if you meant 250 metres or 25. 250 metres is a quarter of a kilometre. So.
Oh no, I think I've added a 0.
I thought you might have been 25.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I was kind of doing it last night.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you very much,
Okay,
Deputy
thank
Mayor.
you.
Right, John Bryce, and then Historic Places Wellington.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Hello,
Bryce.
councillors, and thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and particularly thank you to Heidi for helping me out. I've made 4 submissions. I hope you've had a chance to have a look at them, or you may do in the future. I just want to address a couple of points. One is the concept of the importance of sunlight. I believe that the proposals to allow tall buildings or to protect tall trees has a potential for a significantly detrimental effect on people dwelling, particularly in valleys. It's a very different matter living in the middle of Āmua Street than it is living on the top of the hill in Northland. And I think that the council need to make some substantial efforts to address those differences. Secondly, the main part of my submission was in relation to significant natural areas on my property. I oppose the concept of significant natural areas on private property, and I've made some substantial investment in that submission, and I'm presently in the process of cutting down trees. Now, I'd like to know, Councillor Pennant, when you will be responding to the questions, for example, Jane Hurley's question at the end of her submission, as to what the council is going to do, because it seems to me that there's a deadline in July after which it's going to be a lost cause for me. Now, I hate cutting down trees. It almost makes me cry, but you are taking away our future value in that land by designating it as significant natural area. We're not even going to be able to have any lawns. And our property is 5 hectares. So it's a substantial, you want 73% of it as significant natural area. So if I could have some kind of indication in which direction you're intending to go, that would be really helpful to me. And I'll just leave it at that because I appreciate you're very, very late. And are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Bryce. Councillor Paul.
Kia ora, John. Hey, I was just a question. Is there anything apart from, removing the kind of SNA provisions that we could do to stop you from chopping down your lovely trees?
What do you mean?
I mean, what else would help you to keep the trees on your property? Is there anything else we can do apart from the SNA removal?
Well, I'm going to keep a whole lot of trees on my property. You could give me a clear definition of where the line between SNA and not SNA is drawn. At the moment, we've only cut down mahoe, and if you look at my my first submission, I spent a substantial amount of money on professional ecologists who said cereal mahoe isn't significant. Now, we will get to other trees, but I'd like to know where the boundary is. When does it cease to become a significant natural area? If it's 50%, more than 50% covered, or it might have a lizard on it. My ecologist's report was criticised by your ecologists because it didn't have a lizard survey. They neglected to say that DOC weren't accepting any applications to do lizard surveys during the period that was covered because of COVID, and a lizard survey is going to cost me $10,000. I instructed the consultants to go ahead and make the application, and that's how I found out that I couldn't. But the concept that there might be a lizard on it, and there was one seen in the area in 1992, according to your conservationists, is a tall call to me. So yeah, a clear definition would be helpful.
Right, thank you. Right, so just very quick, sorry, we're very over time, so Deputy Mayor Free and the Mayor, very quick questions.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but this is quite an important issue. So would you, there's been some suggestions made that if we were to be more permissive about the maintenance of trees and perhaps did some more work with the community to work out how this might work, it would be very helpful. What's your response to that?
I think that that's probably a good idea, but from my point of view, I've got until the district scheme draft plan comes into effect to take action, and then quite frankly, I don't trust the council any longer. I followed the council's instructions and employed the professionals and got the work done, and now they're saying it doesn't matter. We decided what we're going to do. I think that's what you should have done, and I think the whole thing should be put on hold until you do that. Is that a reasonable answer?
Okay, right, and Mayor Foster?
Probably.
Yeah, so John, you've had your own ecologist look at across your site.
Yep.
You've had the council look across your site.
Yep.
Two experts are disagreeing with each other. And
your guys are looking at an aerial photograph. My guys have spent eight man days up there and have divided it into about 25 different areas with about 20 different designations saying what's there, what it is, whether it's significant or not. And we went off to council with a proposal saying, well, we think this should be SNA and this shouldn't. And your guys said, no, it should all be SNA. And one of the reasons is there might be a lizard there.
so if the ultimate result was that we went with your ecologist, you will be happy?
Not at this stage, no.
Oh.
I think it's bigger than that now. I think that you guys have bullied and carried on, and I'm feeling a little belligerent about it now. My ecologists, quite frankly, are pulling their hair out.
Okay, well, hopefully we might be able to get our way through that. Thanks,
Yeah,
John.
I hope so.
Thanks, John.
Councillor Day.
Just very quickly, from that answer to the Mayor's question, have the councillors, ecologists actually been out to your site? Because it sounds like they might still be working off the desktop study.
Yes, they came out in 2019 and had a quick walk around and moved some lines. It's a 5 hectare site. It's pretty steep and hard to move around because there's lots of, supplejack and bush lawyer. They took about a 20-minute walk and came back and said, this is what we're going to do. And they pretty much stuck to that. They have reassessed it on the desktop, but I'm not sure the plan that's included in the district scheme isn't the plan that was the reassessment on the desktop. I think the designation went from 73% to 67% or something like that of the property. They basically trimmed off the bits that were outrageously silly.
Thanks, John.
Sorry, Mr. Bryce. So what the process is that the council has a working group on the district plan. We are going to have a detailed session on SNAs. The plan will be coming to committee at the end of June, so it's obviously a very big piece of work. There is obviously some discussion to be had given the significant amount of feedback on this issue before. And then it does, once it's notified in this consultation, it does go off to commissioners for decisions. So there is still quite a long process, but yes, council will not have much involvement in it past June.
But as I understand it, after June, the plan, whatever you decide it will be in effect, and it will be then illegal to cut down any of these trees.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
I can't remember everything that comes in effect in June, but
okay,
there is still a formal hearings process, and at the moment there is still the legal right to appeal. But look, we have got some more discussion to be had. That's the point of having submissions.
Okay, cool. So, I mean, if you would look at what I've submitted, and that would be good.
Yes, no, of course. And we've had lots of submissions, as I said. Thank you very much for your time and for making the effort to put in the submission.
Thank you.
Right. And Ms. Wong, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. We've had a lot of issues to discuss today. So last but not least.
Kia ora. I can't see you, so hopefully you can see me.
We can. Thank you.
Kia whakatamuri te haere whakamua. I walk backwards into the future with my eyes fixed on my past. I just want to make 3 points and then some observations. So the first point for Historic Places Wellington, a membership organisation, is that we propose additional heritage building listings. And this is not entirely clear in the 160-page report of submissions because we did it by email rather than submitting on the plan sections. So we propose additional listings in relation to the birthplace of Harry McCleary, Mallinson Publishing, which began in the Beach Apartments in Grass Street, the Hawkstone Street home of A.K. Newman, who was the MP of Wellington for 30 years. Also, he was the mayor. He was a city builder. He established Paniki Rugby Club, Athletic Park, Manawatu Railway, which became the Main Trunk Line, Wellington Racecourse, Golf Course, the hospital, and not to mention National Park as well, and various other things. His house is in Hawkstone Street. Hurston, 1887, Island Bay home of William Chatsfield, who was the first president of the New Zealand Institute of Architects. The oldest structure in Oriental Bay, which is the Coffee House, and there's the Heritage and Character Report of Oriental Bay and Hay Street, which was referred to earlier, which supports that. The Burns Upholstery Shop in Martin Square, just an incredible working small workshop remnant of early Wellington with the carillon behind it. And so please consider our additional listings. Our second point is about the heritage rules and adjacent zones. So we have a big problem with many councils with demolition by neglect. And we would like an additional rule put into the plan so that if owners benefit from neglecting their heritage listed properties, if you like, they're kind of penalised for that when they come to a demolition application. And you can see that in the Adelaide Hotel process just recently, where only the facades will be saved with a 8-storey glass tower on top. And secondly, the Environment Court has typically provided or recognised what's called a curtilage area, and typically it's one site wider than a listed heritage property, where development is sort of done sensitively, if you like, so that the heritage listed property doesn't become overwhelmed or completely over-dominated. So we propose that to be recognised, and it's not in the draft. Our third point is about the heritage and character areas and relates to implementing the NPSUD 6-storey exemptions. The Bofema School report in February 2019 was very good. It did the site-by-site report. The draft special plan came out with 25% in the inner suburbs. There was an emotional campaign. Staff and ward councillors did, I think, a very professional job of walking around and recommending 50%. And then, of course, in the controversial political vote last June, it went back to 25%. So, there's a real issue here. And we'd like to remind you of the site-by-site evidential approach, which is underpinned in both the National Policy Statement on Urban Development and the NDRS legislation of late last year. Character should be a qualifying matter under both. And we have listed specific streets that should be added to the character and heritage protection based on the Bofuma School report, lots of submissions, including by Heritage New Zealand, Pohiri Taonga, many individuals, and of course current submissions on the draft district plan. And this includes additional streets in the Mount Victoria North character area, the Newtown Alternative Plan, which would protect the wider heritage and character of Newtown housing behind the retail area, which we all agree is ripe for development in association with its heritage and transport needs. And additional portions of Mount Cook, you know, the upper area of Rolleston Street, workers' cottages in Rolleston Street, Myrtle Street, I know Councillor Paul knows it, the top and south end of the terrace, and additional clusters of houses in Aro Valley and Thorndon. And the evidence for heritage and character is quite significant that these should be qualifying matters. It's clear, so please act on it. And then I'd like to make some general observations. I'd like to pay tribute to all those who've worked on heritage over years, builders, owners, architects, council staff, and elected representatives. And I'd like to remember that the built city was made in partnership with Chiefs Witako and Tapuni by Isaac Featherston, the first superintendent of Wellington. And we welcome the reinstated partnership in that regard. Successive town clerks and councillors have really shaped the city, and I think it's a beautiful city. And I'd just like to do a shout out to Brett Mackay, who was a planner for more than 30 years in the council, is now associated with the Thorndon Society. And he wrote the existing district plan, particularly the heritage provisions. The council's done some really great work on strengthening some of your buildings, the town hall, you know, the cricket pavilion, St. James, and the Built Heritage Incentive Fund is really important. So please keep that in your annual plan discussions coming up. It's really helped to get some private owners to earthquake-proof their heritage buildings. Look, there's a pressing need for new housing, students, elderly, we heard this morning, disabled folk. Councillor Matthews very active in that area, which I appreciate, essential workers and social housing tenants, and there's some good work that you were talking about in that regard yesterday, I think it was. Look, the new legislation and the policies, they all recognise that heritage should be an exemption. You know, it is a matter of national policy, national significance. And where the difference lies is the extent and the scope of that, the shape of that. And I just want to make a final comment about, until now, society has had a legal safety valve for asking the Environment Court to solve that issue if we're unable to solve it in the current process. But of course, we can't do that now after the MDS legislation last year. So we have to rely on the professionalism of staff and the political process. There's no longer really a legal process. And in conclusion, we support the proposed new heritage listings and proposed in the draft district plan by the council. There's a great focus on modernist buildings and heritage areas, and it's a careful and professional work that's being done by staff and staff's consultants. I really, we're not involved in that. We're not a key staker. We haven't been consulted in any way about that. So we don't taint their work. And finally, I'd just like to say that we would support, you know, Māori advocacy for sites that are especially significant either in the past or in the future to Māori. We don't advocate on behalf of Māori, but we would support that. And telling stories is so important, and that's great. In the new Arlington development, there's going to be a big focus on the history of Māori in that part of Wellington. So kia ora koutou, and thank you.
Well, Ms. Wong, thank you very much for your comprehensive submission. And I will just check on the whether all your suggestions for listings have been incorporated. Any questions, councillors? Right, okay, well, it seems that you have been very clear. And yeah, there are some things to follow up there, Ms. Wong, so we'll make sure that that's done.
Thank you.
All right, councillors.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Councillors, I'm really sorry that we are this much time over, but I think we've had some good chances to ask some questions. I want to give a big thanks to those of you who have been here all day on camera listening. It's very much appreciated.
Is it like jury duty when we get the next six years off, or do we have to wait for October the 8th?
It's called an election, as you remind us, Councillor Young, which is coming up soon. Right. Okay. So I am just going to do the karakia, but we're obviously adjourning until next Tuesday. So thank you everyone for your service.
It just requires a vote, Councillor Pennant, as it's more than 1 hour.
Yes. Sorry. And I just want to thank particularly those of you who are sick. It's not easy to work when you're sick. All right, so I'm just going to move that we adjourn that meeting. Councillor Paul, would you like to second?
Yep, all good.
Yep, thank you very much. You can just vote.
I'd like to thank you too, Iona, because you've had 3 meetings to chair this week in a row.
Thank you, thank you.
It's quite
and Heidi.
Yeah, and Heidi.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say
an amazing job.
He's done an enormous amount of administration.
It's 9 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Wonderful, thank you. Right, well, I'll say the karakia now, and if anyone wants to join in with muted, that would be fantastic. Unahia ki te uru tapunui, kia wātea, kia mama, te nako, te tinana, te wairua. E te aratakatu, koe rā e rongo, whakaria ake ke runga, kia wātea, ai rā kua wātea. Thank you, stars. I see the good ones. Thank you very much. Okay, ka kite, have a great weekend.